Chapter 81. Bang! Yin Zhongqing furiously struck out with the great unparalleled palm strike once again. This time he flew up into the sky and attacked from above. This was the biggest advantage of a heavenly core warrior. He could attack at will, but his opponents couldn't hit him. With this, no matter how strong these three men and dog were, they would be killed by him sooner or later. The great unparalleled palm strike pressed down. Jiang Qin and the other two men had no choice but to strike out with powerful attacks once again. The ground beneath Jiang Qin's feet caved in, and a long crack appeared on the ground. Haha, young lad, I'll bury you here today. I'll let you know that a heavenly core warrior is not someone you can fight. Yin Zhongqing said with a loud voice. He kept striking out with powerful attacks, and at the moment the sound of explosions could be heard. Powerful shockwaves from the battle could be felt everywhere, and everything within a few miles radius was affected by the shockwaves. The natural energies had become chaotic. They're finished. If this continues, they're going to die for sure. That's right, this is the advantage of a heavenly core warrior. They can't control the natural energies and they can't fly in the sky. They can only defend, but they can't fight back. Even if they can defend for a short period of time by working together, it won't last long. Those who were watching from afar were sure that the three men and dog were going to die today. If the situation continued like this, there wouldn't be any accidents. Bang! Damn it, this old bird has really pissed me off. Young lad, let's do something big today. I'll make this old bird die from anger. The Huang dog said angrily. What do you want to do? Jiang Qin asked. Right now he was filled with anger. Yin Zhongqing wouldn't let this matter go, and he would never let it go. Let's go, let's destroy the mayor's mansion, then we'll kill this old bird. Damn it. The Huang dog cursed. I can't go fast with just my blood wings carrying you too. Jiang Qin said. Daddy isn't going to rely on you. Damn it, if a tiger doesn't show its power, Daddy will be a sick cat. Shall you get on my back? The Huang dog said to Yan Qinyu. All right. Without any hesitation, Yan Qinyu sat on the Huang dog's back. She didn't know what the Huang dog wanted to do, but she knew that the Huang dog would never harm her. Gagaga, let me show you how powerful your grandfather is. The Huang dog let out a loud laugh. The golden light on his body kept flashing, and in the blink of an eye, a pair of wings made entirely of golden light took shape. With a flap of the wings, the Huang dog turned into a beam of golden light and soared into the sky, carrying Yan Qinyu on his back. Fuck. Seeing this, Jiang Qin's eyes widened. This dog was really good at disguising himself. He could actually fly. Obviously, this pair of wings of light was something that the Huang dog had obtained when he broke through to the mortal core realm. This guy didn't want to show it, and he even wanted Jiang Qin to carry him. This was really shameless. If it wasn't for Yin Zhongqing making the Huang dog really angry, he might not have shown his wings of light. Look, that dog is flying. Fuck, even a dog has wings? This is amazing. When many people saw the Huang dog flying in the sky, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Haha, Yin Zhongqing, since you don't want to give up, then let's have some fun. We won't hold back anymore. Jiang Qin laughed out loudly. The blood wings on his back flapped, and he soared into the sky as well, flying side by side with the Huang dog. This sudden change really shocked Yin Zhongqing. He stared at Jiang Qin and the Huang dog who were floating in the sky in front of him with a shocked expression. He didn't know what was going on. What's going on? How come that young man can fly as well? Oh my god, even a human can grow wings. Look, they are flying towards Silver Moon City. I wonder what they are going to do. In the sky, Jiang Qin and the Huang dog were flying towards Silver Moon City at high speed. For them, a few dozen miles could be covered in just a blink of an eye. At this time, Yin Zhongqing also came to his senses. He cursed inwardly and hurriedly chased after them. Suddenly, two figures appeared in the sky above Silver Moon City. The Huang dog was laughing all the way. He and Jiang Qin flew past Silver Moon City and directly flew above the city lord's mansion. Look, who is that? The young man in white and the Huang dog. Isn't that the young man who blinded Yin Ren in Silver Moon Hotel? How did they come back? They can actually fly. Many people saw Jiang Qin and the Huang dog. It was their first time seeing a dog and a human with wings on their back. Naturally, they were extremely curious. Bastards, stop. Yin Zhongqing's angry roar came from behind. It was obvious that Yin Zhongqing had already guessed what Jiang Qin and the Huang dog were going to do. Hee, let's go and raze the city lord's mansion to the ground. Jiang Qin chuckled and suddenly punched downwards. A golden beam of light was shot out by him and landed on a row of buildings. Rumble. A loud rumble resounded. The row of buildings instantly turned into ashes. turning into ruins. The Huang dog was not to be outdone. Golden light constantly shot out from his body, rushing towards the city lord's mansion like a rain of swords. For a moment, the entire city lord's mansion seemed to be collapsing. Screams and screams rang out. One figure after another ran out of the city lord's mansion frantically. They were so scared that they wet their pants. Many people had no idea what had happened. After coming out, they still had a blank look on their faces. Stop. Zhongqing finally caught up. When he saw that half of the city lord's mansion had been turned into ruins, his lungs were about to explode. He couldn't help but curse his useless son in his heart. What kind of monster had he offended? He had simply brought a disaster to the city lord's mansion. Even if he killed the other party, the damage to the city lord's mansion would be irreparable. Old bird, today I'll raise your city lord's mansion to the ground. The Huang dog was incomparably arrogant. He opened his mouth and spat out a golden energy ball. With a loud rumble, it landed on a building, causing it to shatter into pieces. A shrill scream sounded out from the building. A fat man's body was nearly blown in half and he died on the spot. Zhongqing roared out. The fat man who was killed by the Huang dog was none other than Yin Ren. Yin Ren's eyes were blinded, and he was severely injured. He was healing his wounds in the building, but he had never expected to meet with such a tragedy. Kaka, this fat man is so pitiful. He survived the Silver Moon restaurant, but now he's dead in his own home. This is so satisfying. The Huang dog was jumping up and down in the sky, looking extremely happy. Damn dog, I'm going to skin you alive. Zhongqing couldn't control his anger any longer. He swung his arm and a huge axe appeared in his hand. The axe was shining brightly. It was actually a mid-ranked combat weapon. Combat weapons were very precious, and ordinary early heavenly core warriors couldn't get their hands on one. As the city lord, Zhongqing's status was different, and that was why he was able to get his hands on this mid-ranked combat weapon. Swoosh! The huge axe flew across the sky, trying to hack the Huang dog in half. Besides, the huge axe had locked onto the Huang dog's energy, making it hard for him to dodge. The Huang dog let out a cold snort. His body shook violently, and a holy energy rushed out from his body, cutting off the huge axe's lock. With a flap of the golden wings on his back, he elegantly dodged the attack. Bang! On the other side, Jiangchen was even more ferocious. Every time he punched out, there would be destructive energy blasted out and landed on the prefecture. If this continued, it wouldn't take long before the entire prefecture was turned into ruins. Shouts and screams could be heard in the prefecture. Everyone was jumping up and down trying to find a way out. Jiangchen and Big Yellow didn't care about their lives. Although their target was the building and not the people inside, it was inevitable that some people would be caught in the crossfire. Heavens, the mayor's mansion is going to be destroyed. This is like a dream. This is too cruel, too brutal. This young man and the Huang dog can't be offended. Not long ago they killed young Master Lu and blinded Yin Ren in the Silver Moon restaurant, and now they are going to attack the mayor's mansion as well. Looks like the mayor has pushed them too far. Once a cruel man gets angry, he will be extremely terrifying. I'm afraid the mayor's mansion is going to be destroyed soon. Everyone were sighing and no one was calm. They stared at the young man with blood-red wings and the Huang dog who were flying in the sky with frightened eyes. They felt lucky that their target was only the mayor's mansion. If Silver Moon City was involved, it would be a disaster for the entire city. Stop, bastard, stop. Zhongqing was about to go crazy. He kept swinging the axe in his hand, but he couldn't even touch Jiangchen and the Huang dog. This young man and dog were too fast. Unless he broke through to the mid-heavenly core realm, there was no way he could catch up to them. What made him even more speechless was that once he used his mid-ranked combat weapon, he could lock onto his enemy's energy, making it impossible for them to dodge. But this young man and the Huang dog in front of him both had the ability to cut off his energy. This made Zhongqing feel like vomiting blood. Besides, Zhongqing had to be careful when he attacked. If his axe couldn't hit Jiangchen and the Huang dog, it would hit the mayor's mansion and cause irreparable damage. Bang bang. At this moment, the entire mayor's mansion was filled with explosive sounds. 3 beams were dancing in the sky. Jiangchen and the Huang dog's speed was too fast. One of them had the blood wings of a blood-winged hawk, and the other had the innate wings of a dragon horse descendant. Both of them had unique advantages. Zhongqing kept attacking, but because he was being cautious, he couldn't cause any damage to Jiangchen and the Huang dog. The mayor's mansion was now in a state of complete destruction. Zhongqing, you asked for this. Jiang Qin shouted out loudly. As the once greatest saint in the world, he had done all kinds of great things. He had even slashed open the gate to the realm of immortals, let alone destroying a mayor's mansion. When the last building of the mansion was destroyed, Yin Zhongcheng was completely enraged. He raised his head and roared out, "Die, I want all of you to die." Yin Zhongcheng's anger had almost materialized. His powerful yuan energy covered an area of more than 10 miles. The axe in his hand was shining brightly, and his powerful energy covered the entire sky above the mayor's mansion. Since the mansion had been destroyed, he didn't have to worry about anything anymore. Even his son had been killed, he had to avenge this. Today he had to kill this young man and that damn dog. Kaka, until we meet again. Chapter 82. The Huang Dog's wings of light were extremely fast. It was an innate ability that came from the bloodline of a divine beast. It was not something ordinary demon beasts could compare with. Ordinary early heavenly core warriors could never catch up with it. After destroying the mayor's mansion, the Huang Dog had vented his anger. He excitedly danced around in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, he flew away from Silver Moon City. Jiang Qin burst into laughter. With a flap of his blood wings, he caught up to Big Yellow, who was flying at high speed. With their current strength, they could fight Yin Zhongcheng if they joined forces, but it would be meaningless because there was no way they could kill Yin Zhongcheng. They had achieved their goal of destroying the mayor's mansion, and what they needed to do now was to run away. Jiang Qin was full of vigor and high spirits. He had just arrived in the Qi province and he had done something big. He couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. This made him feel like he was once again invincible in the cultivation world. Although he was cultivating a different skill in this life, he still wanted to be the same as his previous life, a path of domination. This Silver Moon City was just the beginning. "Stop right there, leave your life behind," Yin Zhongcheng roared out. He was extremely angry and his anger was about to burn the air around him. If he let Jiang Qin and the Huang Dog escape today, he would probably throw up 3 liters of blood because of his anger. Swoosh. Yin Zhongcheng held the gigantic axe in his hand and used all his strength to chase after Jiang Qin and the Huang Dog. In the sky above, 3 beams of light left and soon disappeared, leaving behind a ruined mayor's mansion. Smoke filled the air, and the magnificent mayor's mansion had lost its former glory. It was a miserable place. "Stop right there." Yin Zhongcheng's gigantic axe unleashed a bright beam that tore through the air towards Jiang Qin and the Huang Dog, who were flying in front of him. Too bad, when the axe beam reached Jiang Qin, it had lost all its strength. It was easily shattered by Jiang Qin's slap. Yin Zhongcheng, I think you should just give up. Without wings, you won't be able to catch up with me. Jiang Qin turned around and laughed. "Wakaka woof woof. Old birdman, chase to your heart's content." The Huang Dog barked excitedly, provoking Yin Zhongcheng with his words. Yin Zhongcheng was seething with anger from his 7 orifices, and the muscles on his face had begun to twist. He had only been chasing relentlessly, but the hatred in his heart had simply broken through the clouds. He was determined to kill Jiang Qin and the Huang Dog. "I don't believe that with my heavenly core cultivation level, I can't catch up with 2 mortal core warriors who have wings. My yuan energy is stronger than theirs, and as long as I keep a distance from them, I'll be able to catch up with them when they run out of yuan energy." Yin Zhongcheng had already made up his mind. No matter what, he couldn't let these 2 people and a dog go today. Boom boom, Yin Zhongcheng kept swinging his axe during the chase, but he was unable to deal any damage to Jiang Qin and the Huang Dog. In the end, he could only give up on maintaining his stamina. "Puppy dog, even you can fly now, this is great." Yen Qinyu sat on the Huang Dog's back and patted the Huang Dog's head as she praised. "Jie, of course, don't you know who I am?" The Huang Dog was an extremely narcissistic person. If Jiang Qin patted his head like this, he would have gone berserk and bitten him. But when Yen Qinyu did this, he didn't do anything. This was probably what they called, everything has its vanquisher. "De Huang, can you still increase your speed? Don't play with him anymore, let's get rid of him as soon as possible. We need to get to Whirling Sun City as soon as possible. If we keep chasing like this, I'm afraid we'll attract unnecessary trouble," Jiang Qin said. After all, they had just arrived in the Qi province, and on their first day, they had destroyed a mayor's mansion. This could be considered as an earth-shattering event. The combination of these 2 men and a dog would definitely be known by everyone in the city soon. Therefore, Jiang Qin didn't want to attract too much attention. First, he wanted to go to Whirling Sun City and watch the Qi province competition. He wanted to see the geniuses from the 4 big sections. Second, they were still very weak right now and they hadn't reached the stage where they could actually fight against a heavenly core warrior. Alright, getting rid of that old bird will be easy. Da Huang Dog shook his head. The wings on his back flapped crazily, and his speed had almost doubled. Damn it, this dog is too abnormal. The descendant of the dragon horse really can't be compared with ordinary people. Jiang Qin couldn't help but sigh. Da Huang Dog wasn't a flying demon beast, but because of his innate talent, he had the ability to fly at the mortal core realm, and his speed was unparalleled. Even Jiang Chen's blood wings couldn't compare with him. Looks like I can only use the dimensional shift to catch up to this dog. But, the dimensional shift is an extremely profound movement skill, and with my current strength I can't use it to sense the power of space. Only when I reach the Combat King realm will I be able to sense the power of space. Besides, using the dimensional shift consumes a lot of yuan energy, and if I use it together with the blood wings, I can only use it for a short period of time. But, it should be enough to get rid of Yin Zhongqing. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. His footsteps became mysterious, and a mysterious cyclone emerged from his body. His body instantly became lighter, and with the help of the blood wings, his speed had almost doubled. In an instant he had caught up to Da Huang Dog. Damn it, what kind of monster are you? How can you catch up to my speed? Damn it. Da Huang Dog grimaced in pain. He felt really gloomy. It looked like it would be impossible for him to find an advantage and a sense of accomplishment from Jiang Qin. The dimensional shift was an extremely profound movement skill, and it was rarely seen in this world. Only Combat King warriors who had comprehended the power of space could use it. In his previous life, Jiang Qin had relied on the dimensional shift to travel millions of miles in an instant. Swoosh swoosh. Jiang Qin and Da Huang Dog turned into two beams of light and disappeared from the scene. Yin Zhongqing, who was still furiously chasing after them, was startled. His eyes were wide open as if he had just seen a ghost. Motherfucker. After holding back for so long, Yin Zhongqing finally managed to say this. At this moment, this was the only sentence that could describe how depressed and confused he was right now. What kind of weirdo was this? A mortal core warrior being able to fly was already enough to make people speechless, but now, his speed was so fast that even a heavenly core warrior couldn't catch up to him. This was ridiculous. In the end, Yin Zhongqing gave up chasing after them. How could he chase after them? There was no point in chasing after them. If he followed behind them, he wouldn't even be able to eat dust. I won't let you guys go. Yin Zhongqing's roar reverberated through the air, piercing through the clouds. Yin Zhongqing would definitely not let this matter go. He would definitely take revenge for what happened today. He had to take revenge. 1,000 miles away, Jiang Qin and Da Huang Dog landed next to a hill. Both of them were breathing heavily. Obviously they had overexerted their yuan energy. Kid, what kind of movement skill is that? With your blood wings you can actually catch up to my light wings. Da Huang Dog looked at Jiang Qin with a surprised expression. Dimensional shift, I can't use it for a long time with a mortal core warrior's cultivation level, and it consumes a lot of energy. Looks like I can't use it again unless I have to. Jiang Qin didn't hide anything. Kid, you have a lot of secrets. In that stupid red city, there's no way you could have such a mysterious movement skill. Da Huang Dog was speechless, but he wasn't in a good state either. He stuck out his tongue and said, Damn you, Daddy's light wings are the same. I just awakened my innate ability not too long ago, and with my current cultivation level, I can't use it for a long time. Especially that fast speed just now, it caused me some backlash. I won't be able to use my light wings for at least half a month. Let's go to Whirling Sun City, let's just walk. If not, you can carry me and Xiaoyu. Da Huang Dog laughed. No matter if it was a mutated beast or a divine beast, or even a divine body like Yan Qinyu, their innate abilities or innate combat skills all had a certain limit. Once the limit was exceeded, it would cause a huge backlash to the user's body. As long as the backlash wasn't too serious, the user would be able to recover by themselves. However, this recovery would require a certain amount of time, and during this period of time, the user wouldn't be able to forcefully use their innate abilities. If they did, the backlash would be even worse. Carry my ass. Let's just walk and save ourselves some trouble. Our goal this time is the Qi province competition. Don't cause any more trouble. Jiang Qin glared at Da Huang Dog. Big brother Jiang Qin, we've destroyed the mayor's mansion. That Yin Zhongqing will definitely not let this go. Yan Qinyu said worriedly. What's there to be afraid of? Da Huang Dog said in an arrogant manner. It's fine. This is the world of cultivators. It's normal to have a few enemies. Besides, Yin Zhongqing isn't that strong. He hasn't reached the point where we can't fight against him. At least, compared to the Tianjin Gate, the difference is not small. Jiang Qin said. Along the way he had been instilling in Yin Xinyu the ideology of the world of cultivators. The current Yin Xinyu had grown up a lot. At least she was no longer that ignorant girl from Red City. And as long as I'm with big brother Jiangqin, Xiaoyu won't be afraid. Yin Xinyu smiled. Her smile could make anyone go crazy. This guy is a man who can bring disaster to a country. Being with him will be troublesome. De Huang dog curled his lips. Puppy dog, what are you talking about? Yin Xinyu grabbed De Huang dog's ear. Ayaya, let go of me. I'm complimenting your beauty. Xiaoyu, when did you become so rough? You should be more gentle. De Huang dog said in a depressed manner. Following you two brutal guys, I'm already being very gentle. Yin Xinyu snorted. De Huang dog looked up at the sky and had no tears. He was speechless. Yin Xinyu had become like this because of him and Jiangqin. In the end he was the one who had led her astray. He was reaping what he sowed. Xiaoyu, what De Huang said makes sense. I think it's better for you to wear a veil. That will save you a lot of trouble. Jiangqin suggested. Yin Xinyu had to be considered. The reason for the conflict in Silver Moon City was because of Yin Xinyu's beauty. This was only the first stop in the Qi province, and this place was tens of thousands of miles away from Whirling Sun City. Wouldn't there be more trouble along the way? Alright, I'll listen to big brother Jiangqin. When we reach the next city I'll buy a veil. Chapter 83. What happened in Silver Moon City quickly spread throughout the area. Although no one knew what the name of the young man in white was, the combination of two men and a dog was too eye-catching. It was just a code name. Silver Moon City had suffered an unprecedented loss. The mayor's mansion had been turned into ruins, and the young master of the mayor's mansion had died tragically in his loft. A few mortal core warriors of the mayor's mansion had also died tragically. The mayor In Zhongcheng had chased after them for a few hundred miles, but in the end he had no choice but to return. He had lost all his face. The dignified mayor, one of the tyrants of Silver Moon City, had been beaten so badly in his own territory that he had no place to vent his anger. At this moment, Jiang Chen and the other two were on their way to Whirling Sun City. After passing through a small town, Yin Xinyu bought a purple veil to cover half of her face. Even so, her beautiful figure couldn't be hidden. But compared to not wearing a veil, it was much better. This way it would save them a lot of trouble. Whirling Sun City was a big city in the Qi province. No matter its size or power, it was not something Silver Moon City could compare with. Whirling Sun City was located in the middle of the Qi province, and it was a city built by the four big sections. Therefore, the power structure within the city was very complicated. Within the Whirling Sun City, there were the strongholds of the four big sections. This had also led to the endless battles within the Whirling Sun City. Luckily, the purpose of the Whirling Sun City's existence was only to participate in the annual Qi province competition. It didn't have any particularly powerful or high-quality resources. Otherwise, there would have been a lot of battles. Jiang Qin and the other two were covered in dust from the journey. After half a month, they finally arrived at Whirling Sun City. Looking at the city from the outside, Whirling Sun City was emitting a magnificent aura. The aura of nobility was extremely strong, and it was not something Silver Moon City could compare with, let alone Red City and Fragrant Sky City. The walls of Whirling Sun City were more than 30 meters tall. It was impossible for a mortal core warrior to jump over it. When Jiang Qin arrived at the Whirling Sun City, the entire city gate was filled with people coming and going. Well, it couldn't be said that they were coming and going, it would be more accurate to say that they were all here. The annual Qi province competition had attracted countless cultivators. The four big sects represented the entire Qi province. Who wouldn't want to witness the glory of the genius disciples of the four big sects? Most of the people who came here were people with power and influence in the Qi province. Firstly, they wanted to witness the glory of the geniuses of the four big sections. Secondly, they wanted to find an opportunity to interact with the four big sections. If they could get close to them, they would be able to do whatever they wanted in their own region. There were also a lot of people who came to cheer for the participants. After all, the disciples of the four big sects came from different places in the Qi province, and many of them were from powerful families. Therefore, a lot of families came to cheer for the participants, but in reality they came to show off. Being able to join one of the four big sects was already a great honor, and being able to participate in the competition was even more of an honor. So many people. Yin Xinyu said. The Qi province competition is held once a year, of course it would attract a lot of people. De Huang Dog said. Tomorrow is the Qi province competition. We came at the right time, we can watch the main show. Yeah, we didn't have the chance to watch the Inner Circle Disciple competition last time. This time, we can't miss the excitement of the Outer Circle Disciple competition. Let's go to the Whirling Sun Square early in the morning tomorrow, we can't miss the show. Everywhere was filled with discussions and the topic was all about the Qi province competition. Whirling Sun City was huge, but it still couldn't handle a lot of people. Therefore, all of the inns and restaurants in the city had been booked out a few days ago. There were basically no vacant rooms left. A lot of people had rushed to the Whirling Sun Square, trying to find a good spot to watch the show. Everyone here was a cultivator, and sleeping on the streets was very common. With the protection of Yuan power, a little bit of cold was nothing. Jiangchen also couldn't find a place to stay, and he didn't go find the little devil king either. He just followed the crowd and arrived at the Whirling Sun Square. Brother Jiangchen, what a big square. This square is way too big. It's more than 10 miles wide. Yan Qinyu was very surprised. This was the biggest square she had ever seen. It had a circumference of more than 10 miles, and it was unimaginably big. Inside the square, there was a fighting stage and there were also stone steps that were so tall that they almost reached the clouds. She didn't know what they were used for. Also, there were some stairs around the square, probably to let the spectators see more clearly. Ignorant. The Whirling Sun Square was built by the 4 big sects just for the annual Qi province competition. How could it not be big? Yeah, you must be a newbie, a country bumpkin. Yan Qinyu's words had just finished, but it immediately attracted a lot of disdain. Being treated like a country bumpkin, Yan Qinyu's pretty face under the veil was a little angry. She pouted her little mouth, and when she saw Jiang Qin and a Huang dog laughing with their hands covering their mouths, she was so angry that she stomped her feet. Xiaoyu felt wronged. This square was really the biggest square she had ever seen. Even 10 of the central squares in Red City added together wouldn't be as big as this one. Why were they laughing at her? Big bro Jiang Qin. Yan Qinyu started acting coquettishly. This was a woman's weapon, especially a beautiful woman. No one could stand it. That's right, this square is too big, too big. Jiang Qin said in a serious tone. With his experience and knowledge as the once greatest saint in the world, this square was nothing to him. Compared to those super battlefields in the divine continent, this square was just a child's play. Brat, how dare you make me, a noble existence, sleep on the streets with you? Don't you feel even a little bit guilty? The Huang dog said in a dissatisfied tone. Get lost. You're just a dog and you want to stay in a restaurant? Jiang Qin was speechless. This dog was too outrageous. Oh, I'm not a dog. The Huang dog barked and argued. Do you guys know what the Qi province competition is going to be like this year? Someone asked. Jiang Qin and Yan Qinyu immediately listened attentively. They were also very interested in the content of this competition. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the same as the previous years. There will be 2 competitions. Do you see those stairs that shoot up into the sky? That's called the Stairway to Heaven. Do you know what the Stairway to Heaven is? The reason why it's called the Stairway to Heaven is because of the difficulty of climbing it. That's right, this is the first competition of the Qi province competition. Tomorrow, each of the 4 big sects will send a late heavenly core warrior to stand at the top of the stairs, and they will unleash their energy together. The disciples who participate in the competition will have to climb up the stairs from the bottom. The higher they climb, the more pressure they will feel. In the end, according to the height they climb, the top 30 will advance to the second round of the competition. The combined pressure from 4 late heavenly core warriors, ordinary mortal core warriors won't be able to withstand it. Many people were discussing. Because there were a lot of people participating in the competition, the Stairway to Heaven was just the first step. Only those who performed outstandingly would have the chance to advance to the second round of the competition. This was the survival of the fittest. Only the strong could survive. I heard that people who aren't from the 4 big sects can also participate in the Qi province competition. In the past, there were people who performed well in the competition, and in the end they became disciples of the 4 big sections. That kind of situation is really rare. The requirements to become a disciple of the 4 big sects are very high. If you want to participate in the Qi province competition, you can't be older than 25 years old, and you have to be at the mortal core realm. And if you want to become a disciple of the 4 big sects, you have to pass the test of the Stairway to Heaven and get into the top 30. That's right, it's too difficult. It's impossible to get into the top 30 by competing with the disciples of the 4 big sections. If someone can do it, then he must be a genius. A genius like this should have joined the 4 big sects long ago. Why would he wait until now to pass the Qi province competition? Everyone was discussing. Jiang Qin finally understood the rules and content of the Qi province competition. People who weren't from the 4 big sects could also participate, but if they wanted to get a good ranking in the competition, it would be too difficult. All the geniuses in the Qi province were gathered in the 4 big sections. Big bro Jiangqin, does that mean you are qualified to participate in the Qi province competition? Yan Xinyu said. Yan Xinyu's voice wasn't soft, and it immediately attracted many gazes towards Jiang Chen. Kaka, your big bro Jiang Chen will definitely be able to defeat everyone and get first place in the competition. Even the little devil king won't be his match. De Huang dog was even more shameless. Jiang Chen had black lines on his forehead. This dog really knew how to attract hatred. Sure enough, after De Huang dog finished speaking, it attracted even more gazes. These gazes were looking at Jiang Chen as if they were looking at an idiot. Fuck, who is this guy? How can he be so shameless? He still wants to participate in the Qi province competition and kill the little devil king? Does he know who the little devil king is? That's right, where did this young man come from? He hasn't even grown his hair yet, he really doesn't know how high the sky is. Kid, go home, wash up and sleep. He wants to kill the little devil king? Are you an idiot? This guy is an idiot, let's stay away from him. Sure enough, some of the people who were closer to Jiang Chen quickly moved to the side, leaving a certain distance between them. Looking at their gazes, they were treating Jiang Chen like an idiot. Fuck, what's the meaning of this? Let me tell you, this is the #1 genius in the Qi province. It's not too late for you to kneel down and worship him. If you wait until he becomes famous tomorrow and you come and hug his leg, it will be too late. De Huang dog said passionately. The distance between the crowd and Jiang Chen was getting further and further. Fuck. Jiang Chen kicked De Huang dog's head with his big foot. Only then did De Huang dog shut his mouth, but he still had that evil smile on his face. Stupid dog, no one will think you're a mute if you don't talk. Jiang Chen had an urge to press De Huang dog down and give him a good beating. This dog was too evil, he was attracting hatred everywhere he went. De Huang dog didn't stay quiet for long, he couldn't help but become restless again. This dog's 2 front hooves left the ground, and he stood up like a human. He even put his hooves behind his back and walked back and forth in the square, looking very arrogant. Hey beautiful girl. De Huang dog saw a female cultivator, and after greeting her, he didn't forget to throw her a flirtatious look. That idiot, what are you looking at? I'm talking to you. Look at your face, I don't want you even if you give me a human pet. De Huang dog kept talking and he kept defending people. Damn it, where did this dog come from? Beat him away. Some people couldn't take it anymore. This dog was too hated by everyone, he was simply a top-grade dog. Chapter 84. Jiang Chen suddenly realized that bringing Yan Xinyu wasn't too troublesome, but bringing De Huang dog was the real problem. No matter where this black-bellied dog went, he would always be the center of attention, and he would attract hatred everywhere. The second day. The sky wasn't even bright yet, but the whirling sun square was already filled with people. Even though the square had a circumference of more than 10 miles, it was still crowded. Every year, the Qi province competition was a grand event in Whirling Sun City, and it would definitely receive a lot of attention. Dong dong dong. Following the muffled beating of the war drums, the noisy square immediately quieted down. The beating of the war drums signaled the beginning of the competition. The beating of the war drums came from all 4 directions at the same time, one after another, shaking people's hearts. The sound of the war drums had been passed down from ancient times, and now, the sound of the war drums was the symbol of a battle. Warriors on the battlefield couldn't help but feel their blood boiling when they heard the muffled drum beats. In all 4 directions of the whirling sun square, there was a long passageway, and on top of each passageway there were 4 golden characters. The Black Sect on the east, the Tianjin Gate on the west, the Burning Sky Pavilion on the south, and the Valley of Happiness on the north. These were the exclusive passageways of the 4 big sections. No matter how crowded the square was, no one dared to get within 3 meters of the passageways, and no one dared to disrespect the 4 big sections. Everyone knew that although this competition was called the Qi Province Competition, in reality, it was just a competition between the 4 big sections. Look, the disciples of the 4 big sects are about to appear. Someone said in a low voice. Following the beating of the war drums, many figures appeared outside of the 4 passageways and walked towards the whirling sun square with their heads held high. Many people were in awe, and some were even envious of them. The disciples of the 4 big sects who appeared were all arrogant. Some of them even had their eyes facing the sky, and they were filled with an indescribable arrogance. The gazes of the crowd made them feel like they were walking on air. All the disciples who walked out of the passageways were at the mortal core realm. On the surface, the weakest among them was at least at the mid-mortal core realm. Obviously, Early Mortal Core disciples didn't even have the right to participate in the first round of the competition. Even if they were at the mid-Mortal Core realm, they would be the elites who had been selected. Ordinary mid-Mortal Core warriors wouldn't come here to embarrass themselves. On the Black Sect's side, all of them were wearing white outfits, and a golden one character was printed on their chests. That was the symbol of the Black Sect. On the other side, the Tianjin Gate also wore the same light yellow uniform with a short sword on the chest. The Burning Sky Pavilion wore black long robes and looked solemn. The only difference was the Valley of Happiness. The disciples of the Valley of Happiness were less than half of the other three sections. Among them there were many women. These women wore flowery clothes and each of them had an enchanting and charming figure. Some of the female disciples didn't even bother to cover their bodies, only wearing a thin, transparent shirt, revealing their exquisite figures. Many people's nostrils bled as they looked at them. Some of the male disciples were also wearing breasts, looking quite different from the rest. Damn, the sluts in the Valley of Happiness are really unrestrained. If I can sleep with them for one night, it will be worth it. If you have the ability, join the Valley of Happiness. I'll sleep with you every day. How could it be so easy? The Valley of Happiness focuses on the dual cultivation method. It can be said that it is an evil sect. They are extremely strict when it comes to accepting disciples, especially male disciples. I heard that they have to test their compatibility with the dual cultivation method. When the girls from the Valley of Happiness appeared, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Among the four big sects in the Qi province, the Valley of Happiness had the least number of disciples, but their overall strength was not to be underestimated. Especially their seductive techniques, they were unparalleled in this world. Furthermore, each female disciple of the Valley of Happiness was more flirtatious than the previous one. With their seductive techniques, they had won over many powers, causing the Valley of Happiness's position to be deeply rooted in the Qi province. Even some disciples from the other three big sects had affairs with the female disciples of the Valley of Happiness. They're all sluts, sooner or later I'll take them all as my human pets, caca. The Huang dog was laughing out loudly. The people next to him were shocked, and they quickly moved away from the Huang dog. This dog was really despicable. He even dared to say that he wanted to take a human pet from the Valley of Happiness. If they stood next to him, they would be in big trouble. Damn dog, no one will think you're mute if you don't talk. Jiangchen was speechless. It's none of your business, get lost. The Huang dog didn't show any mercy. Look, that's the little devil king from the Black Sect. Someone shouted out. Many people immediately shifted their gaze towards the direction of the Black Sect. Jiangchen looked over as well, and he saw the last young man to enter the passageway. He was wearing a blue robe and he had a handsome face and an elegant demeanor. He was the little devil king who had helped him out in the Silver Moon restaurant. All the disciples of the Black Sect were wearing white robes, and he was the only one wearing a blue robe. This was considered a special case, but his dazzling aura of a genius made him stand out from the crowd. The little devil king is a rare genius of the Black Sect, and his talent is even greater than Guan Yun's. In the future, his achievement will definitely surpass Guan Yun's. I heard that he has Gu Qianma's bloodline in his body, and once that bloodline is activated, it will be extremely frightening. In this competition, the first place will most likely fall into the little devil king's hands. The appearance of the little devil king immediately caused a commotion. This was the aura of a genius. No matter where he went, he would always be the center of attention. Look, Li Wushuang from the Tianjin Gate is here as well. In this competition, only he can fight the little devil king. Someone pointed at the young man in yellow robe who was the last to come out from the Tianjin Gate. This man was 9 feet tall and he had a majestic body just like an iron tower. His body was emitting an explosive energy. This Li Wushuang is not simple either. I heard that he entered the Combat Soul's treasure and obtained the inheritance of a Combat Soul warrior. His cultivation is extremely powerful, and his body is as strong as a wild beast's. He's really frightening. Li Wushuang is indeed frightening. The inheritance of a Combat Soul warrior is a great fortune. In the entire Qi province, there isn't a single Combat Soul warrior. Ling Ao from the Burning Sky Pavilion and Yi Qingzi from the Valley of Happiness have also appeared. Both of them are the best amongst the Outer Circle disciples, and they are the strongest existences in the sect. They also have the strength to fight the little devil king and Li Wushuang, but their chances of winning are slim. It's hard to say. This year's Qi province is full of changes. No one can predict the end result. Don't forget, during the Inner Circle competition, the Burning Sky Pavilion was the first to appear in the Northern and Southern dynasties. That's true, the northern and southern dynasties are indeed a dark horse. I wonder if there will be another dark horse in today's outer circle competition. If there is, then it will be interesting. The sounds of discussions could be heard everywhere. All the voices were centered around the Little Devil King, Li Wushuang, Ling Ao, and Yi Qingzi. Every sect would have a representative, and these four were the most representative. If nothing unexpected happened, the first place in today's outer circle competition would be from these four. Jiang Qin did a rough calculation. The Black Sect, Tianjin Gate, and Burning Sky Pavilion each had nearly 200 disciples participating in the competition. The Valley of Happiness had fewer disciples, around 70 to 80 of them. Although the Qi province was the smallest province in the eastern continent, it was still a vast land with many geniuses. In a big sect, there were more than 10,000 disciples, and there were more than 1,000 outer circle disciples at the mortal core realm. Even for those who came to participate in the exam, most of them were just here to gain some experience. There were nearly 700 disciples in the competition, and only 30 of them could enter the second round. It wasn't hard to imagine how high the elimination rate was. The disciples from the four big sects walked to the center of the whirling sun square and stood next to the stairway to heaven. Dong dong dong. Right at this moment, the beating of the war drums became even louder. Many people held their breaths. They all knew that in the next moment, four powerful late heavenly core warriors would appear, and they would stand at the top of the stairway to heaven and unleash their auras. Just at this moment, four figures suddenly shot over from four different directions like shooting stars, landing at the top of the stairway to heaven. When the crowd saw the appearances of these four people, all of them almost jumped up, their mouths wide open in shock. Because the four men who appeared this year were different from the previous years. They were sect elders from the four big sections. The four men on the stairway to heaven were 3 men and 1 woman, and they were all young men. Heavens, the ones in charge of the exam this year are the 4 of them. Damn, aren't these the 4 men who participated in the inner circle competition? Guan Yiyun from the Black Sect, Liang Xiao from the Tianjin Gate, Bai Hua Dai from the Valley of Happiness, and even the northern and southern dynasties from the Burning Sky Pavilion are here. That should be Nan Beichao, right? He's so young. He's really a rare genius. Today I can see their faces. This trip is not in vain. The appearance of these 4 geniuses had caused the entire square to boil up, especially those from the northern and southern dynasties. Many people who had missed the inner circle competition were feeling regretful that they couldn't see this dark horse, but they never expected that their wish would come true today. Jiang Chen's gaze fell onto the top of the stairway to heaven as well. These 4 men were indeed extraordinary. Putting aside Guan Yiyun and Liang Xiao, the man from the northern and southern dynasties was wearing a golden robe, and his golden hair was fluttering in the wind. His face was sharp and he looked extremely domineering. His body was emitting a faint aura of superiority. Even the once greatest saint under the heavens, Jiang Chen couldn't help but nod his head in approval. This man is so talented. Even compared to those peerless geniuses in the divine continent, he isn't any weaker. I never expected someone like this to appear in the tiny Qi province. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Wherever the northern and southern dynasties appeared, the natural Yuan Qi would automatically surround them. Obviously they were people with great luck. Compared to them, Guan Yiyun and the other 2 looked way too ordinary. If the northern and southern dynasties were compared to princes, then Guan Yiyun and the other 2 would be ordinary citizens. A smile appeared on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. He couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. Originally, he didn't have any expectations for the Qi province, but he never thought that people like the northern and southern dynasties would appear. This instantly ignited Jiang Chen's fighting spirit. The northern and southern dynasties stood in the middle of the stairway to heaven. Obviously he was the leader of the group. He casually raised his hand, and the beating of the drums immediately stopped. Let's not talk about the rules of the stairway to heaven. Just like last year, we only need the top 30. As for the rewards for this competition, we won't announce it now. Let's begin. Chapter 85. At the bottom of the stairway to heaven, all the disciples of the 4 big sects had finished their preparations. Each and every one of them were in high spirits, and the atmosphere was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The relationship between the 4 big sects had always been hostile, and even in this Qi province competition, there were still many conflicts. It could be seen that the relationship between the Tianjin Gate and the Black Sect wasn't good. Perhaps because Li Wushuang and the Little Devil King were enemies, the disciples of both sides had started verbally attacking each other. The disciples of the Burning Sky Pavilion had also shown obvious hostility towards the Black Sect. Not long ago, the genius of the Burning Sky Pavilion, Wu Sheng, had been defeated by Guan Yun from the Black Sect, and this had caused a lot of disciples to take it to heart. Luckily, the appearance of the Northern and Southern dynasties had helped the Burning Sky Pavilion regain some face. Even so, it couldn't stop the hostility between the disciples. This kind of hostility would only become more intense after the competition. Not to mention the disciples, even the four geniuses at the top of the stairway to heaven didn't like each other. If it wasn't for them being the hosts of the Qi province competition, these four men wouldn't have been able to stand together peacefully. They would have started fighting each other as soon as they met. Below the stairway to heaven, the disciples of the four big sects were looking at the four men at the top of the stairway to heaven with admiration in their eyes. Senior disciple Nanbei is so handsome, he is the #1 genius in the Qi province and he is my idol. If one day I can reach his level, that would be great. Get lost, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You think you are worthy of being compared with senior disciple Nanbei? How shameless. What are you being so arrogant for? Isn't it just the Northern and Southern dynasties? If it wasn't for our senior disciple Guan's abnormal performance, there wouldn't have been any problems for your Northern and Southern dynasties. Bastard, what are you talking about? How dare you disrespect our senior disciple Nanbei? Do you believe I won't destroy your black sect? The sound of the quarrel was very intense, and it seemed like they were on the verge of fighting. Yi Qingzi and Ling Ao were quite calm. After all, they were both geniuses and entering the inner circle was a matter of course. In the near future, even in the inner circle they would have a high status. However, the way they looked at Bai Hua Dai and the Northern and Southern dynasties was still filled with admiration. The calmest ones were the Little Devil King and Li Wushuang. Whether it was Guan Yun, Liang Shao, or even the Northern and Southern dynasties, they did not put any of them in their eyes. This was the pride that came from their bones. Maybe they admired the four from the Northern and Southern dynasties, but they would never blindly worship them, because they had the same great potential, and they had the confidence to surpass them. Begin. The Northern and Southern dynasties announced loudly, opening the curtains for the first round. As soon as he finished speaking, the war drums sounded again. Wah! Nearly 700 men stood side by side in a row. The stairway to heaven was very wide, and even if it could accommodate 1,000 people, it wouldn't feel crowded. There were a total of 100 stone steps on the stairway to heaven, and each step was 1 meter tall. 4 mortal core warriors, they could easily take a step that was 1 meter tall, so it was nothing. Therefore, when the Northern and Southern dynasties finished speaking, some of them dashed forward like a leopard, and in the blink of an eye, they had climbed up 3 steps. They were like dragons and tigers, and it was an imposing scene. But, when many of them stepped onto the 4th step, they immediately felt a slight pressure and their speed slowed down. The pressure came from the combination of 4 late Heavenly Core warriors. Besides, these 4 late Heavenly Core warriors were not ordinary late Heavenly Core warriors. If they worked together, perhaps even an ordinary early Divine Core warrior would be no match for them. The pressure on the stairway to heaven came from energy pressure, yuan energy pressure, and most importantly, soul pressure. This made it harder for the disciples participating in the competition to climb up. In other words, this year's competition would be much more difficult than the previous years. Guan Yun, who was wearing a white robe, raised his head and looked at the crowd. With a cold expression on his handsome face, he said with a loud voice, "Besides the 4 big sects, those who want to participate in the stairway to heaven can come up now. If anyone can get into the top 30, he or she will immediately become a disciple of the 4 big sections." Right after Guan Yun's words left his mouth, the crowd immediately became restless. All of them were looking at each other, but no one stepped forward. Everyone knew that Guan Yun's words were just a symbolic statement from the 4 big sections. Under normal circumstances, no one would be stupid enough to challenge him. Suddenly, a few pairs of eyes stared at Jiang Chen. Someone said in a mocking tone, "Hey buddy, didn't you say you want to kill the Little Devil King? Why didn't you do it?" "Ah, of course he's scared. If he can't do it, then don't talk big. This is too embarrassing." "That's right. Come on, let's all look down on him." Jiang Chen was instantly speechless. He didn't even do anything, but he was still being ridiculed. He stared at De Huang Dog fiercely. Those words weren't said by him, but by De Huang Dog. However, Jiang Chen was really going to participate in this competition. "Fine, I'll go. All of you get out of my way." Jiang Chen waved his sleeves and strode towards the whirling sun square. This action of his surprised many people. This kid can't be serious, right? Why doesn't he know how strong he is? Competing with the 4 big sects, isn't he just looking for trouble? Even if he goes, he'll just be making a fool of himself. I guess he won't be able to walk up to 20 steps. 20? You think too highly of him. Look at him, he looks so weak. I guess he won't even be able to last 10 steps. Behind Jiang Qin, the ridicule became even more intense. What do you guys know? He's the greatest genius. This stairway to heaven is just child's play to him. You will definitely get the first place. De Huang Dog said arrogantly. Get lost. This dog's words aren't reliable at all. First place? More like last place. Someone scolded. He just wanted to slap this dog away. Damn you. Do you dare to bet? 100 human elixir, 1 to 10. Who dares to come? De Huang Dog said very seriously. His eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. Damn, 1 to 10. Damn dog, are you serious? How are we betting? Someone suddenly became interested. Isn't that simple? Each of you bet 100 human elixir. If that kid gets the first place, you guys lose. The human elixir will belong to me. If he doesn't get the first place, I will pay you 1,000. De Huang Dog's face was full of righteousness. You are the most unreliable dog. You can't be trusted. What if you go back on your words? Someone said. Look at your useless faces. So many of you, are you afraid that I will run away? You guys can drown me with your saliva. Go, go, go. If you want to bet, don't bet. If you don't want to bet, just leave. Anyway, this kid will definitely get the first place. De Huang Dog wagged his tail, showing an expression of looking down on them. Puppy dog, what are you doing? You are going to get into trouble again. Yan Qinyu's voice reached De Huang Dog's ears. This dog actually wanted to use her big brother Jiang Qin to bet with someone else. This was too unfair. Only an idiot wouldn't want to make money. Little you just stand aside and don't talk. Today we are going to make a fortune. De Huang Dog was definitely a sinister guy. He wouldn't let go of any chance to make a fortune. Let's bet. Even if you beat me to death, I don't believe that kid can get the first place. I bet 200. I bet 200 as well. I bet all of my assets. If you lose, you have to pay me 2,000. Someone reminded him. Don't worry. I don't have anything else, but I have a lot of human elixir. If you don't trust me, you can take out the human elixir and give it to this lady here. She can keep it for now. De Huang turned around and looked at Yan Qinyu. Everyone else also looked at this girl who was wearing a purple veil. Their eyes couldn't help but brighten up. They were not idiots. With just one glance, they could tell that even if this girl was wearing a veil, she was still an extremely beautiful existence. Okay, I will give it to this lady first. I will bet 100. I will bet as well. Ah, damn dog, just wait to pay up. With the little devil king and Li Wushuang here, no matter how capable that kid is, he will not be able to get the first place. First place my ass. I still think he won't be able to make it past 20 steps. Damn it, if this dog can't pay up, we will stew him. At this moment, everyone was fighting to place their bets. In just a few minutes, more than 100 people had placed their bets. Yan Qinyu had collected a total of 15,000 human elixir. Besides that, the commotion had attracted a lot of people's attention. They all rushed over, and when they found out why they were placing their bets, they were so excited that they almost jumped up. Fuck, someone who isn't from the 4 big sects wants to get the first place? Isn't that just a fantasy? Let's bet, let's bet. Someone had even bet his own money into the bet. De Huang Dog's grin was so wide that it almost reached the back of his ears. Both of his dog eyes were filled with little stars. This was a huge windfall, and it came so easily. Others might not know about Jiang Qin, but he did. This kid was really strange. This little stairway to heaven was nothing to him. Even if a divine core warrior were to fight him, they still wouldn't be able to suppress him. Hee hee, puppy dog, you're so mean. Big bro Jiang Qin loves human elixir the most. Yan Qinyu giggled as she patted the dog's head. With one hand placed behind his back, Jiang Qin walked step by step towards the stairway to heaven. He looked calm and unhurried. Looking at the disciples of the 4 big sects who were fighting each other to climb the stairs, a faint smile could be seen on his face. When the 4 men from the northern and southern dynasties saw Jiang Qin, their eyes lit up. Putting everything else aside, just Jiang Qin's bearing alone was something no ordinary man could compare with. On the stairway to heaven, someone had reached the 10th step. The pressure was huge and his forehead was covered in sweat. The higher he climbed, the greater the pressure. What a huge pressure, I feel like my legs are filled with lead. The 4 geniuses working together is too strong, even my soul is trembling. With my current condition, I'm afraid I won't be able to make it to the 20th step. This is so embarrassing. Chapter 86. Everyone was trying their best to climb up the stairs. Even if they couldn't get into the top 30, they couldn't lose too much face, especially when all the disciples from the 4 big sects were here. No one wanted to drag their own sect down. In a competition like this, it wasn't shameful to lose to one's fellow disciples, but if they lost to someone from another sect, that would be really shameful. Haha, you guys from Tianjin Gate are all cowards. Look at your stupid face, you'll definitely get the last place. A disciple from the black sect turned around and laughed at a disciple from Tianjin Gate who was behind him, mocking him. Fuck you, you guys from the black sect are the cowards. This time, senior disciple Li Wuxian will definitely get first place. The little devil king is no match for him. Just wait and see. The disciple from Tianjin Gate didn't want to be outdone, he immediately retaliated. Get lost, you bastard from the Burning Sky Pavilion, don't touch me. Fuck you, black sect, get lost. I'll beat you to death if you keep pushing. Jie, junior disciple from the Valley of Happiness, let's talk in private when we have time. The entire stairway to heaven was in a mess. Many people were on the same stone step, bumping into each other and fighting each other. All of them were gnashing their teeth in anger. If it wasn't for the rules of the competition forbidding fighting on the stairway to heaven, it would have become a battlefield by now. The competition didn't allow any real fights on the stairway to heaven, but there were no restrictions on verbal attacks. Therefore, scolding and mocking could be heard everywhere. Some of the more boorish disciples even cursed 18 generations of their ancestors. They really didn't care about the image of the big sects at all. As for those who were stronger, none of them said anything. They just kept climbing up the stairs with all their might. However, the higher they climbed, the more obvious the gap between the disciples became. Those strong late mortal core warriors quickly left the others behind. The most frightening ones were the little devil king, Li Wuxian, and the other 2. The 4 of them were rushing forward like a rocket. They had already reached the 50th stone step, and they were still moving forward side by side. When the 4 of them climbed to the 60th stone step, they already felt a little unnatural, and their speed had also slowed down. The pressure on the remaining stone steps had multiplied. Even someone as tyrannical as the little demon king and the others couldn't advance steadily under the pressure of the 4 people from the northern and southern dynasties. At this moment, a youth clad in white stepped onto the stairway to heaven. He calmly took a step forward, and with a single step he was 3 meters high. He directly ascended to the 3rd step, and with another 3 steps he reached the 10th step. His entire body was as light as a swallow, and in the blink of an eye, he had already ascended to the 20th step. His face still had a smile that resembled the spring breeze, as though the pressure on the stairway to heaven was merely a breeze. Look, who is that young man? It's actually so fast. There are actually people who are not part of the 4 great sects who are ignorant enough to participate in the grand competition. However, it looks like this kid has some ability. I wonder how many stone steps he can climb. Many people's gazes were focused on Jiang Chen. There was basically no one else on the stone steps below. Therefore, the sudden appearance of Jiang Chen was very eye-catching. Those who had made a bet with the Huang Dog to watch Jiang Chen make a fool of himself were momentarily stunned. Especially those who had previously declared that Jiang Chen would definitely not be able to reach the 10th or 20th step. Seeing Jiang Chen's performance, their hearts started beating like drums. I didn't expect this kid to have some ability. Looks like he wasn't just bragging after all. The first 20 steps are not much pressure, so it's normal for him to climb up. I'm guessing he will stop at the 40th step at most. As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Chen leaped up and easily passed the first 10 steps. He directly reached the 30th step. At this place, many disciples of the 4 great sects had already started using their hands and feet to climb up. Jiang Chen still had one of his hands behind his back, and there was not the slightest bit of pressure on his face. Fuck him. The person who had just said that Jiang Chen would stop at the 40th step at most almost vomited blood. Many people who had placed their bets on the Huang Dog had their hearts pounding. Jiang Chen took another step forward and reached the 35th step. His speed was truly extremely fast, like a leopard cat. Damn it, who is this guy? How can he be so fast? Where did this guy come from? Isn't this a blow to our confidence? He isn't from the 4 great sections. I've never seen him before. Could he be someone who isn't from the 4 great sects? Brothers, hurry up. If we lose to an outsider, wouldn't it be even more embarrassing? Jiang Chen's sudden appearance instantly caused a commotion on the stairway to heaven. Many people gritted their teeth and prepared to chase after Jiang Chen. However, the pressure was too great and they could no longer bear it. They could only watch as Jiang Chen calmly walked up step by step. Jiang Chen turned around and grinned at one person. Then the expressions of the 2 people froze at the same time. Fuck you, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Jiang Qin really wanted to kick that person's face and send him flying off the stairway to heaven. It's you, it's actually you? That person immediately cried out in surprise. He pointed his finger at Jiang Qin and his body was trembling. He was none other than the Tianjin Gate disciple that Jiang Qin had purposely let go back in Origin Mountain. Jiang Qin did not expect to meet this person here. At that time, after this person ran away, he, Yin Qinyu, and De Huang Dog had left the mountain. Although they had stayed in Silver Moon City for a while, their speed was still not comparable to this person. Jiang Qin had only arrived yesterday, but this person had actually arrived before him and was even participating in the competition. This was indeed out of Jiang Qin's expectation. However, it was not hard to explain. The Tianjin Gate's influence was spread all over the Qi province. As a disciple of the Tianjin Gate, no matter where he went, he would receive great help. The simplest help was flying demonic beasts. Changlin, do you know this guy? A disciple of the Tianjin Gate asked. Not only do I know him, senior brother Liang Dong and Xuanhuan were all killed by him. He is in cahoots with the Huang Dog. That person's name was Changlin. When he saw Jiang Qin here, he immediately said while clenching his teeth. He did not remember the time when he had knelt in front of Jiang Qin in Origin Mountain and peed his pants. What? That's him? How audacious. How dare he participate in the competition? Today I will tear him into pieces. Jiang Qin's identity was exposed in an instant, causing the disciples of the Tianjin Gate to look at him with hatred. Sigh. Jiang Qin shook his head and sighed. He thought that his luck was not on his side, but he was not afraid. Today's situation was different. It was a competition between the four major sects, and it was not up to the Tianjin Gate alone to decide. Jiang Qin pointed his middle finger at the disciples of the Tianjin Gate, then he turned around and continued climbing. Damn it, how dare this guy look down on us, the Tianjin Gate? Kill him, we must kill him. He is too audacious. A rogue cultivator dares to be rude to the Tianjin Gate, and he even killed a disciple of the Tianjin Gate. There is no way he can survive this. Aha, the Tianjin Gate is finished. Even a rogue cultivator can look down on you. That's right, this young man is not bad, I like him. The people from the Heavenly Sword sect were furious, but on the other side the people from the Black sect were laughing out loud. They were having a great time. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. The disciples of the Black sect now found Jiang Qin pleasing to the eye. At this moment, the little devil king and the others had climbed up to the 70th step. At this point, the four of them were sweating profusely, and every step they took was extremely difficult. The pressure from the four late heavenly core geniuses was making them tremble. Maybe their talent was not any weaker than the four men above them, and one day they would be able to catch up to them or even surpass them. But too bad their cultivation levels were too low right now. Pan the little devil king and Li Wushuang climbed up another step. This time I Qingzi and Ling Ao were slower, and the difference between them was obvious. Swoosh swoosh. Right at this moment the four of them felt a strong wind coming from behind them. They couldn't help but turn around and look. What they saw was a young man dressed in white chasing after them like the wind. His speed was extremely fast, as if he didn't feel any pressure at all. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Qin arrived next to the little devil king. He grinned, then he cupped his fist and said, "Brother Han, long time no see." "Good move, brother. How should I address you?" Han Yin asked while gasping for breath. Looking at Jiang Qin's calm and relaxed expression, this was the first time he felt a sense of defeat in his heart. That day, although he could tell that Jiang Qin was not an ordinary man, he didn't expect that Jiang Qin's performance would be beyond his imagination. That day when he helped Jiang Qin, it was just a spur-of-the-moment decision, and he didn't ask for Jiang Qin's name. But today when he saw Jiang Qin catching up to him on the stairway to heaven, he paid more attention to Jiang Qin, and that's why he asked for Jiang Qin's name. Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin patted Han Yan's shoulder and said, "Brother Han, take your time climbing, I'll go up first." After saying that, Jiang Qin turned around and continued jumping forward. The pressure had no effect on him at all. How is this possible? Li Wushuang's eyes were wide open, his face was filled with disbelief. Who is this young man? His yuan energy is only at the early mortal core realm, why is he not afraid of the pressure? He's not from the four big sects and he actually surpassed us. I Qingzi and Ling Ao were shocked as well. Li Wushuang, you have to know that there's always someone better than you out there. If you have nothing better to do, you better put away that arrogant face of yours, or you'll just make people hate you. Han Yin let out a cold snort and said to Li Wushuang without any politeness. He's just a little early mortal core warrior. I wonder what kind of cheating method he used to climb so high. If I meet him in the second round of the fighting stage, I'll be able to kill him with just one finger. Li Wuxiang said with an arrogant expression. If you have the ability, just keep climbing. Han Yen sneered, then he turned around and continued climbing while gritting his teeth. But when he saw Jiang Chen had already reached the 80th step, he was so depressed that he almost knocked his head on the stone step. He couldn't help but say, "What a freak. Look, the new first-place disciple has surpassed the little devil king and Li Wuxiang, and he's still climbing. Heavens, it's true. Who is that young man? Why is he so strong?" Another dark horse. Last time there was a dark horse in the inner circle competition. Who would have thought that there would be another one today? Not only that, he's not from the 4 big sects. This is so exciting. Chapter 87. Kaka, did you see that? I told you he would be number 1. De Huang Dog had a proud expression on his face. Those who had placed their bets had black lines on their faces. They were all grinding their teeth, wishing they could tear De Huang Dog apart. Where did this monster come from? How can he be so strong? He must have cheated, or else he wouldn't be able to do it so easily. Why are you panicking? It's not the end yet. The little devil king and Li Wuxiang will definitely catch up. Those who had placed their bets were starting to feel dejected. Some of them comforted themselves, hoping that the little devil king and Li Wuxiang, who were gasping for breath, would be able to catch up with Jiang Chen and kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen jumped up to the 80th step, his face still carrying a warm smile. On top of the stairway to heaven, the expressions of the 4 men from the northern and southern dynasties had changed. Especially Liang Xiao from the Tianjin Gate, who had looked down on Jiang Chen in the beginning. His face was filled with shock. Who is this guy? He actually managed to reach the 80th step under the pressure of the 4 of us. He has surpassed the little devil king and Li Wuxiang. Liang Xiao said with surprise. Interesting, looking at his yuan energy, he is only at the early mortal core realm. Looks like he has a lot of secrets on him. Bai Hua Dai's posture was seductive, her body was full of flirtatious charm, and even her voice carried a hint of flirtatious charm. Her beautiful eyes landed on Jiang Chen and she kept looking at him. She was very interested in this young man who had appeared out of nowhere. Release your soul pressure together. Lung Lung from the northern and southern dynasties said. A powerful soul pressure shot out from his body. Soul pressure was different from soul energy. Soul pressure came from the 5 elements, and it came from the powerful soul of a cultivator. It was a very special form of expression, invisible and untouchable, and it could directly affect one's soul. That's right, we can't let him reach the 90th step, and we definitely can't let him reach the top. If we do, where would our faces go? Liang Xiao said. Liang Xiao's words were agreed and nodded by the other 3 men. Indeed, the 4 of them were the top geniuses of the Qi province's younger generation. If the 4 of them couldn't even suppress an early mortal core warrior, they would lose all their face. This time, the 4 men from the northern and southern dynasties directly used their soul pressure, and they focused most of the pressure on Jiang Chen. Even so, because the pressure had increased, the little devil king, Li Wuxiang, and the others couldn't move anymore. They stopped at the 70th step, they couldn't take another step, and those who were behind. Feeling the tremendous increase in pressure, Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a faint smile. However, he snorted coldly in his heart, trying to suppress me with your aura and soul pressure? What a joke. Under the circulation of the dragon transformation skill, the pressure on his body immediately disappeared. As for the soul pressure, he didn't care about it at all. After cultivating the great soul derivation skill, his soul had reached the heavenly core realm. With the help of the skill, all soul pressure was useless to him. Most importantly, Jiang Chen's body was emitting the aura of a saint. It was an aura that resonated with the heavens and earth. Unless there was a direct suppression of strength or yuan energy, the invisible aura and pressure was nothing to him. Even though Jiang Chen didn't have the cultivation of a saint, he wouldn't be suppressed by a few heavenly core warriors. Since you want to suppress me, I'll definitely make you lose face. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He had always been like this. According to his original plan, all he wanted to do was get first place and he didn't want to reach the top. But now that the men from the northern and southern dynasties were targeting him, it had completely ignited Jiang Chen's fighting spirit. In the path of cultivation, aura and fighting spirit were the most important things. A person's thoughts at a certain time were even more important. For example, right now, when facing the pressure from the 4 great warriors, if Jiang Chen compromised, it would leave a mark in his heart, and it would form a knot in his heart. It would be a huge obstacle for his future cultivation. In order to undo this knot in his heart, he would have to let his thoughts flow smoothly. Therefore Jiang Chen had to reach the top, and stand side by side with the four great warriors. In Jiang Chen's heart, in this world, no one could stand above him. He would not allow that. Jiang Chen would never look up to others. He would never raise his head to look at others. In the mind of the greatest saint beneath the heavens, there was only the thought of standing high above everyone else, looking down on all living beings. In front of Jiang Chen, even a dragon would have to coil up, and even a tiger would have to lie down. Even if you were the chosen one from the northern and southern dynasties, don't even think about forcing your arrogance onto yourself. This was Jiang Chen. After being reincarnated, he still wanted to walk the path of domination, to look down upon all heroes, and to be higher than the heavens. Look, that young man has reached the 80th step, and he has attracted the attention of the four geniuses. They are going to unleash an even stronger pressure on him, and I'm guessing he won't be able to handle it, and he will have to step back under the pressure. Where did this young man come from? How can he be so brave? He hasn't come down yet, and it looks like he is in a stalemate with the four great warriors. This is terrifying. Is he really just a mortal core warrior? How dare he fight with the four geniuses from the northern and southern dynasties? Isn't he just looking for death? No one could remain calm anymore. Everyone was staring at the young man in white who was standing on top of the stairway to heaven. His black hair was fluttering in the wind, and under the pressure from the four geniuses, he was still standing there. What is big bro Jiang Chen doing? He is already ranked first. Why does he still want to climb up? Yan Qin, you didn't understand. What do you know? This young man is born with the aura of a superior being, and he will never allow anyone to stand at the top and suppress him. If he does, it will become a knot in his heart. Jiang Chen has to climb to the top and stand side by side with the four geniuses. If he does that, he might bring shame to the four geniuses and offend them, but at the same time he will be able to think clearly and improve his cultivation level. Cultivation itself is a magical thing, and every magical thought is an opportunity and enlightenment. With this thought, Jiang Chen might be able to break through to the mid-mortal core realm. De Huang Dog's eyes were glowing, and he started to pay more attention to Jiang Chen. Along the way, Jiang Chen had been able to think far ahead. He was resourceful, and he had hidden his strength well. Although he was still young, De Huang Dog had already treated him as a cunning old fox. Swoosh. On top of the stairway to heaven, the combined pressure from the four geniuses had already turned into a hurricane, producing a whistling sound. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the four geniuses. The corner of his mouth curved up, and his face was filled with pride. For him, the pressure was like a spring breeze. Behind him, the little devil king and Li Wushuang raised their heads and looked at Jiang Chen, who was standing in the middle of the pressure whirlpool. Their hearts were in turmoil. Right at this moment, no matter if it was the people on the stairway to heaven or the people on the whirling sun square, they all held their breaths, not letting out a single sound. They all wanted to see how this dark horse who had suddenly appeared was going to offend the dignity of the four geniuses. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Jiang Chen finally moved. With a leap, he rushed up 10 steps and landed on the 90th step. What? Everyone cried out in shock. They looked at Jiang Chen as if they were looking at a ghost. Was he still human? That was the combined pressure from the four geniuses, and he was actually able to jump 10 steps under such pressure. This was insane. Motherfucker, we've been tricked by De Huang Dog. This brat actually has such an abnormal method. De Huang Dog, you black-bellied dog. Hurry up and return the human elixir to us. Those who had placed their bets were gnashing their teeth in hatred, and once again targeted De Huang Dog. Facing those murderous gazes, De Huang Dog didn't seem to care at all. He raised his proud dog head and said, "Look at your cowardly faces. Isn't it just 100 or 200 human elixir? Can't you all have some dignity? Did I force you to place your bets? Just now, who was the one who wanted to place his coffin bet? Which idiot was the one who wanted to beat me up if I didn't allow him to place his bets? Where's that idiot? Come out here right now." De Huang Dog raised his hoof and scolded them. The group of people were speechless and had nothing to say in response. They were filled with hatred and anger. They had been tricked by a dog. This was too fucking stupid. But who could they blame? On the stairway to heaven, the expressions of the northern and southern dynasties in Guaniyun had changed. They could clearly feel Jiang Chen's yuan energy and energy ripples, and they were sure that he was an early mortal core warrior. At such a close distance, a young mortal core warrior was actually able to withstand the combined soul pressure from the four of them. This was unbelievable. And this wasn't the end of it. Jiang Chen moved again. With a raise of his foot, he walked up another 5 steps. He was now at the 95th step. Fuse the soul pressure, I don't believe he can withstand it, Liang Xiao and Lung Lung said. The four of them increased their soul pressure once again, trying to push Jiang Chen down the stairs. Looking at Jiang Chen's momentum, he was going to reach the top of the stairway to heaven. Let alone the top, just being able to reach the 95th step was already a huge loss of face for them. This was something that would never happen in the past. Jiang Chen didn't care about the ugly expressions on the four of them. Right now, his heart was filled with joy. The circulation of the dragon transformation skill was getting faster and faster. Once this thought was fulfilled, his cultivation would reach a new level. Jiang Chen took another step forward and reached the 96th step, then the 97th, the 98th, and finally stopped at the 99th step. One more step, and he would be able to stand side by side with the four geniuses. Heavens, he actually reached the 99th step. Is he still human? What is he doing? Is he really going to reach the top of the stairway to heaven? This position has already swept the faces of the four geniuses. Does he not want to live anymore? This is too exciting, this is too exciting. Today's trip was really worth it. I thought the first place would be between the Little Devil King and Li Wushuang, but who would have thought there would be such an explosive dark horse? A lot of people were crying out in surprise. Jiang Chen's performance was too shocking. The Qi province competition had been held for so many years, but there had never been anyone who dared to stand at the top of the stairway to heaven. Could it be that this dark horse today was going to break the record and create a miracle? The Little Devil King shook his head and smiled. He secretly thought that he had misjudged Jiang Chen. That day at the Silver Moon restaurant, although he could see that Jiang Chen was not ordinary, he didn't expect him to be this abnormal. Chapter 88. The Northern and Southern Dynasties said coldly. His eyes were emitting a bright red light. At this moment, the four geniuses had retracted their soul pressure. They understood that this young man in front of them had cultivated some kind of secret skill that made him unafraid of soul pressure. There was no point in continuing. But they couldn't let him step onto the last stone step. If someone walked onto the last stone step with them, they would lose all their face. Kid, if you dare step onto the last stone step, you know the consequences, Liang Xiao said fiercely. Hee little brother, you're really strong. Join our Valley of Happiness later, I'll definitely take good care of you. Bai Hua Dai said with a smile. People from the Valley of Happiness didn't really care about their face. What if I don't go down? Are you going to push me down with your own hands? Jiang Chen smiled. He looked into the eyes of the Northern and Southern Dynasties and Liang Xiao. There was no fear on his face. Push him down with their own hands? That was impossible. If they did, then they would be really shameless. The Qi province competition had always been open, fair, and just. There were tens of thousands of people standing in the whirling sun square. If these four dared to push Jiang Chen down, it would immediately cause a huge commotion, and from then on the Qi province competition would no longer be held. Jiang Chen's calmness had shocked the four geniuses. Ordinary mortal core disciples would show respect when they saw them, but this young man in front of them had an indifferent expression on his face, and there was no emotion in his eyes. What surprised the four geniuses even more was the aura that this young man was emitting. They couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. This was really shocking. He was just a young man at the mortal core realm, but he made them feel like they were facing a superior being. This feeling was ridiculous. What's your name? The Northern and Southern Dynasties said with a cold smile. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, and a sharp glint shot out from his eyes. He stared at the Northern and Southern Dynasties. A mere genius of the younger generation wanted to suppress Jiang Chen with his aura and make Jiang Chen feel fear. The Northern and Southern Dynasties were far from being able to do that. Jiang Chen had never known what fear was. If you back off now, I can let you enter the Burning Sky Pavilion, the Northern and Southern Dynasties said calmly. Sorry, I don't care. As Jiang Chen spoke, he took a step forward and directly stepped onto the 100 stone step. He stood opposite the four people from the Northern and Southern Dynasties, standing at the same height. Boom. At that moment, the expressions of the people from the Northern and Southern Dynasties changed drastically. A wave of undisguised anger burst forth from their bodies. Two rays of cold light shot out from their eyes as if they were solid. It was extremely frightening. Liang Xiao, who was standing on the side, immediately revealed his killing intent. This reckless young man in front of him had undoubtedly humiliated the four of them in front of so many people. Bai Hua Dai had a flirtatious expression on her face. She kept looking at Jiang Chen with her seductive eyes. She seemed to be very interested in him. Something like reputation was worthless to her. Guan Yun's expression was calm as well. He was a righteous man, and he thought that the reason why Jiang Qin could reach this stage was because of his own abilities. Right now the entire whirling sun square was in an uproar. No one would have thought that Jiang Qin would really take the last step and stand shoulder to shoulder with the four geniuses. Heavens, he really reached the top of the stairway to heaven. The Qi province competition has been held for so many years, but this is the first time someone has reached the top of the stairway to heaven. Where did this young man come from? What's his name? I admire him. Not only does he have the strength, he also has the courage. A miracle. This young man has created a new miracle. This is the first time someone outside of the four big sects has taken first place in the Qi province competition, and it is also the first time someone has reached the top of the stairway to heaven. Coming here today was not a waste of time. His name will definitely be recorded in the history of the Qi province competition. The atmosphere doesn't seem right. This young man has reached the last step and dared to stand shoulder to shoulder with the four geniuses. This is basically humiliating the four geniuses. Look, the northern and southern dynasties have ugly expressions on their faces. It seems like they are planning to kill him. Yeah, this young man is young and frivolous. He is too willful. Although he has created a miracle, he has also offended the northern and southern dynasties. This is not a joke. I'm afraid he will have a hard time in the future. Everyone was discussing this. This was the birth of a miracle, the birth of a dark horse, and his name in the Qi province competition would be hard to erase. While everyone admired Jiang Qin's abilities, they admired his courage even more. There weren't many people who dared to humiliate the four geniuses, and they were from the northern and southern dynasties, who were currently in the limelight. A lot of people couldn't help but worry about Jiang Qin's situation. On the stairway to heaven, when Jiang Qin stepped onto the last step, his thoughts became clear, and the circulation speed of the dragon transformation skill suddenly doubled. Dragon marks started forming in his body. This was an epiphany, an opportunity, and the benefits it brought were endless. With this opportunity, Jiang Qin had the hope of breaking through to the mid-mortal core realm. In the blink of an eye, another 6 dragon marks had formed in his Qi Si. Adding the 19 dragon marks from before, Jiang Qin now had a total of 25 dragon marks. He needed 30 dragon marks to break through to the mid-mortal core realm. However, Jiang Qin didn't choose to break through to the mid-mortal core realm right away. This wasn't the right place to do it. Besides, the benefits brought by this epiphany and opportunity weren't something that could be achieved overnight. He needed some time to break through to the next realm. 6 more dragon marks was pretty good. At least, Jiang Qin's combat strength had increased to another level. As for breaking through to the mid-mortal core realm, that was something he could think about in the future. Jiang Qin, no one dares disobey me, never. You are courting death. The northern and southern dynasties were filled with killing intent. His eyes were like those of a poisonous snake, sending shivers down people's spines. The number 1 genius of the Qi province was really angry now. He was blessed with great luck, and he was born with a noble aura. All living beings in this world had to lower their heads in front of him. This kind of nobility had already penetrated into the bones of the northern and southern dynasties. Although he could feel the same noble aura from Jiang Qin, he still felt that he was nobler than Jiang Qin. In the world of the northern and southern dynasties, he was the absolute king. No one dared to offend him and no one could disobey him. That's why he was so angry right now. Haha, northern and southern dynasties, you really know how to put gold on your face. You don't have the qualifications to make me disobey you. Jiang Qin laughed out loud. The natural superiority of the northern and southern dynasties was just a joke in front of him. Courting death. The eyes of the northern and southern dynasties turned cold, and deep killing intent could be seen in their eyes. Northern and southern dynasties, pay attention to your status. This is the Qi province competition, and you are the most important host of this competition. Your every word and action represents the burning sky pavilion. In this competition, there is no rule that says the participants can't reach the top of the stairway to heaven. Jiang Qin is the number 1 in the first round of the competition, and you dare to attack him in front of so many people? Xuanhuan opened his mouth. He wasn't really defending Jiang Qin, he just wanted to be fair to the competition. It didn't matter if the 4 of them were humiliated by Jiang Qin, but the face of the 4 big sects was important. Xuanhuan, are you trying to teach me how to do things? We, the northern and southern dynasties, can do whatever we want. It's not up to you, a loser, to say anything. Don't forget, you couldn't even withstand 3 attacks from me. If you didn't admit defeat, you would already be a dead man now. The northern and southern dynasties Lung glanced at Xuanhuan. His entire body was filled with arrogance. Xuanhuan let out a cold snort, anger could be seen on his face. However, what the northern and southern dynasties said was the truth. That day in the competition, he had indeed admitted defeat. The Qi province competition was originally a competition between the four big sections. Because of the relationship between the four big sects, once they stepped onto the stage, it would be a battle of life and death. Unless someone chose to admit defeat, otherwise the battle would only end after a life and death battle. Therefore, when this was mentioned, Guan Yun's expression became very unnatural. However, after listening to Guan Yun's reminder, the northern and southern dynasties also retracted their killing intent towards Jiang Chen. If it was during normal times, if Jiang Chen offended their dignity, they would definitely kill him. However, the situation now was different. Although the northern and southern dynasties were arrogant, they couldn't joke around with the burning sky pavilion's face. Jiang Chen, you're very good. The northern and southern dynasties said coldly. Jiang Chen casually glanced at the northern and southern dynasties, then he turned around and jumped down from the stairway to heaven. At this moment, the first round of the competition had come to an end. All the disciples from the four big sects had also jumped down from the stairway to heaven. The little devil king arrived next to Jiang Chen, then he patted on Jiang Chen's shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. Brother Jiang, good move, I admire you. Brother Han, you're being too polite. Last time when you helped Silver Moon City, Jiang Chen wouldn't dare forget that. Jiang Chen said. His impression of the little devil king was pretty good, and his impression of Guan Yun at the top of the stairway to heaven was pretty good as well. This gave him a pretty good impression of the entire black sect. Many disciples of Tianjin Gate stared at Jiang Chen with eyes that were about to shoot out flames. They all knew that Jiang Chen had killed disciples of Tianjin Gate, and they had treated Jiang Chen as their mortal enemy. Today, Jiang Chen had won first place in the competition, so of course they weren't happy about it. Senior disciple Li, this guy killed a few outer circle disciples of Tianjin Gate. Someone walked up to Li Wushuang and whispered to him. What? Li Wushuang's expression changed. He's just a rogue cultivator, how dare he kill disciples of Tianjin Gate? He's simply courting death. If I meet him on the fighting stage in the second round, I'll tear him into a million pieces. He'll know the consequences of offending Tianjin Gate. Fine, kill him. Not only did this guy kill our disciples, he was also disrespectful to senior disciple Xianxia just now. He deserves to die 1,000 times over. Chang Lin said in a vicious manner. When he recalled how he had knelt down in front of Jiang Chen in the mountain range, he felt really bad. Only by witnessing Jiang Chen's death with his own eyes would he be able to vent his anger. Brother Jiang, I didn't expect you to have killed disciples of Tianjin Gate. Look at their faces, I'm afraid you won't have a good time today. Han Yin said with a smile. Chapter 89. The appearance of a dark horse was the most satisfying thing. Everyone in the whirling sun square was in high spirits. The young man named Jiang Chen had created a miracle, but at the same time, a lot of people were starting to worry about Jiang Chen. It was obvious that Jiang Chen had offended the northern and southern dynasties in Liangshao. Both of them were not easy to deal with, especially the northern and southern dynasties. They were the rising stars of the Qi province, proud and arrogant. All the disciples from the four big sects looked at Jiang Chen. They didn't know what to feel. Jiang Chen's performance had made them lose face. The Qi province competition had been held for so many years, but this was the first time that the first place had been taken by an outsider. The first round of the competition had ended. Next was the second round. The intense fights on the fighting stages were what everyone was looking forward to, because the real geniuses had to be the kings on the fighting stages. Although Jiang Chen had gotten first place in the first round, when it came to the fighting stages, he still wasn't favored by many people. Being able to resist the pressure didn't mean that he had great abilities. The Stairway to Heaven competition has ended. The top 30, please proceed to the fighting stages. The northern and southern dynasties said. The four big geniuses moved their bodies and flew up into the sky. They arrived at a tall stage in the middle of the square. In front of the stage there were 15 fighting stages that were 6 meters tall. There were 15 of them, just enough for 30 people. The fighting stages here were designed for the Qi province competition. Every year the Qi province competition would be conducted the same way. 30 people would go up to the fighting stages at the same time, and they would fight in pairs. 15 fighting stages was just right. The 30 people in front of the Stairway to Heaven walked towards the fighting stages with big steps. Each of them had high spirits and they were filled with fighting spirit. Those who were able to stand out from the hundreds of disciples were all late mortal core warriors. Jiang Chen was the only one who was still at the early mortal core realm. However, the current Jiang Chen was much stronger than before he started the stairway to heaven. With the formation of 6 dragon marks, his combat strength had reached another level, and he was now at the peak of the early mortal core realm. He was just one step away from the mid-mortal core realm. On the high platform, Liang Xiao took a step forward and said in a clear voice, "The first round of the stairway to heaven is just a warm-up, so don't worry too much about the names. There's no difference between the first and the 30th place. The first round itself is only a threshold for the second round. Only those who have an outstanding performance in the second round can obtain the final reward." Liang Xiao's words were obviously targeted at Jiang Chen. His meaning was clear. The first place in the first round was useless, and the second round was the most important. "Senior brother Liang, I wonder what the reward is this time?" Tianjian Gate asked. "That's right, tell us in advance, give us some motivation," someone said. Not only the disciples who were participating in the competition, even the spectators were looking forward to it. The rewards for the Qi province competition were prepared by the 4 big sects together, so the rewards would definitely not be bad. Alright, I'll tell you the rewards first. The champion of the Outer Circle Disciple competition will get 3 treasures. A mid-ranked combat weapon, a storage ring, and a 1,000-years-old earth fruit. Liang Xiao's voice was loud and everyone in the square could hear him clearly. When the 3 rewards were announced, the entire square immediately burst into an uproar. Amazing. No wonder it's from the 4 big sects. A mid-ranked combat weapon. Even in the 4 big sects, only the Inner Circle disciples who have reached the Heavenly Core realm have the chance to get a mid-ranked combat weapon. But now, the Outer Circle Disciple competition is giving out a mid-ranked combat weapon as the reward. The storage ring is even more precious, it's many times better than the storage bags we use. It's small and easy to carry and it can contain the user's divine sense, so only the user can open it. A 1,000-years-old earth fruit is also an extremely rare natural treasure. I heard that it's very difficult to grow, and it requires a certain geographical condition. It needs to continuously absorb the earth energy, and it also contains the essence of the earth. What a generous reward. Sounds of surprise could be heard everywhere. For ordinary people, these 3 treasures were extremely rare, and they wouldn't even have the chance to obtain them in their dreams. It wasn't hard to imagine that once these treasures were announced, it would definitely stimulate the fighting spirit of all the disciples, and the fights on the fighting stage would be extremely intense. Jiang Chen's expression didn't change. With his status as the once greatest saint in the world, he had seen all kinds of treasures. A mid-ranked combat weapon was nothing to him, but a storage ring was definitely something good. Right now he was only using an ordinary storage bag. If he could get a storage ring, it would be much more convenient for him to store items in the future. What really attracted Jiang Chen was the earth fruit. This kind of natural treasure was extremely rare. The 1,000-years-old earth fruit didn't contain enough essence of the earth, but for him right now it was more than enough. Together with the benefits from the earth fruit, Jiang Chen was 100% confident that he could break through to the mid-mortal core realm or even higher. Amongst the crowd, De Huang Dog was happily counting his harvest. He completely ignored the glares from the crowd that looked like they wanted to eat him alive. De Huang Dog, what rank do you think that guy will get in the second round? Someone asked. Do we even need to guess? He will definitely get first place. De Huang Dog said casually. First place? What a joke. De Huang Dog, do you dare to bet again? The man immediately said. He was afraid that De Huang Dog would say no. If he did, then his elixir would be wasted. Of course I dare. I'm just afraid that you guys won't dare. But this time it's not 1 to 10, it's 1 to 2. De Huang Dog said in a serious manner. No one could see the cunning look hidden deep within this dog's eyes. Ah, this dog is scared. 1 to 2. Looks like he doesn't have much confidence in that guy. That guy is only an early mortal core warrior, he is definitely not a match for the little devil king in Li Wushuang. It's impossible for him to get first place. I'll bet my remaining 100 elixir pills as well, I bet that this guy won't get first place. That's right. Look, De Huang Dog no longer has the confidence he had before. He lowered his bet from 1 to 10 to 1 to 2 because he's afraid that guy will lose all his money. What's there to be afraid of? Let's bet with him. I'll bet as well. Damn it, your father, want to win back all the money I lost. At this moment, more people came to place their bets than the first round. Those who lost in the first round were eager to win it back in the second round, and those who didn't participate in the first round didn't want to miss this opportunity. Almost no one believed that Jiang Chen could get first place. After all, withstanding the pressure and defeating the little devil king were two completely different concepts. Seeing this, De Huang Dog's grin was so wide that it almost reached the back of his ears. The cunning dog's scheme had once again succeeded. He had purposely lowered the bet so that everyone could see his guilty conscience, and they could safely bet the elixir pills on him. Kaka, your father am so smart. This kind of business that comes to me is so cool. De Huang Dog was extremely proud of himself. He felt that he was extremely smart, and that there was no one in this world who was smarter than him. If there was a mirror in front of him, perhaps De Huang Dog would have kowtowed in front of it. In front of the fighting stage, all 30 men were fully prepared. They were just waiting for the order from the northern and southern dynasties. Nanbei Chao took a step forward. With a wave of his hand, 30 tokens made of green wood were thrown out and lined up in a row. Each of the tokens had its back facing the disciples who were going to participate in the competition. There are 30 plates here, and each of them has a number from 1 to 15. You can pick one randomly, and the two with the same number will fight on the fighting stage. The northern and southern dynasties said. However, many people knew the rules of the previous competitions. Brother Jiang, if you and I pick the same number, don't hold back. Han Yin said with a smile. Of course. Jiang Qin responded with a smile. The rewards for the Qi province competition are only for the champion, but your performance and ranking in this competition will be sent to your respective sections. When the time comes, the sects will give out rewards to those who have performed well. So, everyone, you have to give it your all. Guanyu said with a loud voice. He was mainly talking to the black sect. Alright, let's begin. The northern and southern dynasties said. All 30 men walked up to the fighting stage, picked a plate and held it in their hands. Among the 30 men, the number of disciples from the 4 big sects was almost equal. Tianjin Gate and Burning Sky Pavilion each had 8 disciples, the Black Sect had 7, the Valley of Happiness had 6, and the last one was Jiang Qin, who was an outsider. Jiang Qin flipped over his plate and saw the number 8 on it. In other words, the other disciple who picked the number 8 would be his opponent, and they would have to fight on the 8th fighting stage. The drawing of lots seemed fair, but in fact, it was secretly manipulated. Under normal circumstances, disciples from the same sect wouldn't be matched against each other, and they would be matched against other sections. If not, it would be meaningless. Let me tell you the rules of the fighting stage. Anyone who steps onto the fighting stage will have to fight a life or death battle. I don't need to explain the relationship between the 4 big sections. If you have the ability, then kill your opponent, don't even give them a chance to surrender. The northern and southern dynasties said with cruel expressions. This was the rule of the Qi province competition. On the fighting stage there was only life or death, and the only way for the loser to survive was to surrender. I'm number 9, who's my opponent? Daddy is number 1. Damn it, who's Daddy's opponent? Come up here and face your death. A strong man jumped onto the first fighting stage and said arrogantly. He was from the Burning Sky Pavilion, and he was a late mortal core warrior. He had an arrogant expression on his face, but in the next second when he saw his opponent, the arrogance on his face disappeared. The arrogant expression on his face disappeared, and a bitter expression appeared on his face. He had the urge to smash his head against the ground. What a shame. Because the opponent standing in front of him was none other than the little devil king Han Yen. Motherfucker, your father's luck is really bad. I admit defeat. That burly man cursed. He turned around and jumped down from the battle platform. His speed was even faster than when he came up. Although he was arrogant, he still knew his own capabilities. Fighting against the little devil king was no different from courting death. Chapter 90. Who dares to fight me, I will let him die on his knees. The disciple from Tianjin Gate was extremely arrogant. He had a sturdy body, and although he was not as strong as Li Wushuang, he was still a head taller than Jiang Qin. His face was covered with a full beard, and his whole body was surrounded by a powerful aura. Seeing this, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Jiang Qin's mouth. With a leap, he directly jumped onto the Tuzhang Tall fighting stage, and landed in front of the disciple from Tianjin Gate. When the disciple saw that his opponent was Jiang Qin, he was startled at first, but then a joyful expression appeared on his face. Haha, so it's you, little brat. I wonder what trick you used to get first place in the stairway to heaven. I didn't expect your luck to be so bad in the second round, to meet me as soon as you got here. You are really unlucky, little brat. Brother Huangfeng, this guy is not easy to deal with. You have to be careful. Brother Liangdong was killed by him, and he also killed a few of our disciples from Tianjin Gate. Not far from the fighting stage, Chang Lin reminded loudly. Chang Lin did not lower his voice, so many people in the square heard him clearly. This time, the square was once again in an uproar. What? He actually killed a few disciples from Tianjin Gate? Isn't he a little too daring? It's over. Li Wushuang and Liang Xiao are here today, they will definitely not let him go. A rogue cultivator actually dared to kill disciples from Tianjin Gate, he is simply courting death. His name is Jiangchen, right? I just heard someone mention his name. His methods are too cruel and he is also too daring. He killed people from Tianjin Gate, and he still dares to participate in the competition. He just offended the northern and southern dynasties, he definitely won't be able to live today. Many people sighed. The name Jiangchen was also spreading like wildfire. From the beginning of the competition until now, Jiangchen, this young man who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, had become the focus of this competition. These words were also heard by Liang Xiao, who was standing on the high platform. His face suddenly turned cold and he snorted inwardly. Liang Dong, that trash, he couldn't even defeat an early mortal core warrior, he really brought shame to the Tianjin Gate. Jiangchen, how dare you kill a disciple of the Tianjin Gate? That's courting death. Today I'll let you die on this fighting stage. Huang Feng's arrogance soared to the sky, his face filled with disdain toward Jiangchen. Senior brother Huang Feng, kill him. Yes, tear him to pieces. All the disciples of Tianjin Gate were shouting out loudly. They had full confidence in Huang Feng. Although Liang Dong was one of the strongest outer circle disciples, his combat strength was no match for Huang Feng. They didn't believe that Huang Feng, who was only a late mortal core warrior, couldn't defeat an early mortal core warrior. Only Chang Lin's heart was pounding. He had personally witnessed how terrifying Jiangchen was. Bang! Right at this moment, a series of explosive sounds could be heard. The people on the other fighting stages had already started fighting. The four big sects didn't have a good relationship with each other, and now that the disciples below the stage were fighting, it was like a tit for a tat. All of them were attacking each other with deadly attacks, trying to kill each other. Jiangchen, face your death. On the 8th platform, Huang Feng let out an explosive shout. Unfortunately, this explosive shout was the only thing that Huang Feng could do in this year's Qi province competition. It was also the last thing that he would leave behind in this world. Swoosh! Huang Feng had just shouted out when Jiangchen moved. His body moved slightly, and he dashed towards Huang Feng like a sharp sword. On his fingertip, a long and narrow golden beam that looked like a sharp sword slashed across Huang Feng's neck with lightning speed. Slash! A shocking scene appeared. The arrogant Huang Feng didn't even have the time to let out a scream before his head flew high into the air. It was directly chopped off by the golden beam in Jiangchen's hand. Silver-red blood sprayed out from the decapitated head like a fountain. It was more than 3 meters high, and under the sunlight, it looked extremely demonic. This was the cruelest color in the world. It was so beautiful that it made people's hearts turn cold. Dong dong dong! Huang Feng's head flew high into the air and landed on the fighting stage, then it rolled down onto the square. His eyes were wide open and his face was still filled with the fear of death. Perhaps, until he died, he had never thought that he would end his life in such a way. In his opinion, the Qi province competition wouldn't take his life. Even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, he could still admit defeat. However, he had forgotten that in front of some people, sometimes he wouldn't even have the chance to admit defeat. Huang Feng didn't even have the time to attack, he didn't even have the time to use his combat skills and combat weapon. That loud shout was the only thing he could do on the fighting stage. A cruel smile appeared on Jiangchen's face. He didn't even look at the dead body on the ground, and he ignored the thousands of shocked gazes. He turned around and jumped off the fighting stage. For him, killing someone was just that simple, let alone someone from the Tianjin Gate. His relationship with the Tianjin Gate was irreversible, so killing one more wasn't a big deal. Heavens, what did I just see? How could he be so fast? That was a genius from the Tianjin Gate, a late mortal core warrior, but he didn't even have the chance to attack before he was killed. This is too shocking. Just how strong is he? This is too cruel, his methods are brutal, he didn't even give his opponent a chance. Huang Feng didn't even have the chance to admit defeat before he was killed. Did you guys see that? Jiangchen didn't even blink his eyes when he killed his opponent, he didn't even put the Tianjin Gate in his eyes. Just this courage and attitude alone is enough to make me admire him. Everyone was shocked. The whirling sun square was in an uproar. Who would have thought that a mortal core warrior like Huang Feng would be killed, and in such a thorough manner? The way the crowd looked at Jiangchen had once again changed. Those who bet with the Huang dog had ugly expressions on their faces again. Their hearts were beating like crazy. Where did this abnormal young man come from? How could he be so abnormal? All the disciples of the Tianjin Gate were furious. They wished they could tear Jiang Chen into pieces. Those disciples who were cheering for Huang Feng now had ugly expressions on their faces. In the first round of fighting, only the Tianjin Gate had lost one man, and he was killed by a rogue cultivator. Jiang Chen had slapped the Tianjin Gate's face in front of the entire Qi province. Damn it, we have to kill him today. Kill him. We can't let him walk out of the Whirling Sun Square alive. All the disciples of the Tianjin Gate were furious. Li Wuxiang waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. When they saw Li Wuxiang, the disciples of the Tianjin Gate once again saw hope. There's still Senior Disciple Li. I'm sure he's no match for Senior Disciple Li. That's for sure. Senior Disciple Li has obtained the inheritance of a combat soul warrior. How can that young man be compared to him? Senior Disciple Li will definitely avenge Huang Feng. Li Wuxiang was the representative of the Outer Circle disciples, and he had obtained the inheritance of a combat soul warrior. He had extraordinary abilities, and he was definitely not someone that Jiang Chen could deal with. The little devil king walked up to Jiang Chen and said, "You're really ruthless, but I like it. I wonder how you're going to deal with this situation today? I'll just take it one step at a time." Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent expression on his face. He had been through much more dangerous situations than this, let alone this Qi province competition. The Qi province competition was held once a year, and he was one of the participants. Killing someone wasn't against the rules. If the Tianjin Gate wanted to deal with him, they would have to wait until the competition was over. The first round had ended and 15 disciples had been eliminated. The remaining 15 disciples would have to fight each other. All 15 of them would draw lots and one of them would have to draw a blank. The remaining 14 would have to fight each other. The little devil king's luck was pretty good, he had drawn a blank. In fact, it was a good thing for the other disciples that he could draw a blank, because no one wanted to fight the little devil king. This time, Jiang Chen's opponent was a late mortal core disciple from the Black Sect. When the disciple saw that his opponent was Jiang Chen, he immediately shook his head, cupped his fist and said, "Brother Jiang is really amazing, even Huang Feng was killed with a single strike. I'm not your match. I'm Wang Yu, I admit defeat." After saying that, Wang Yu turned around and jumped down from the fighting stage. He really admired Jiang Chen. The situation was clear now, Jiang Chen had offended both the Tianjin Gate and the Burning Sky Pavilion. Right now, only the Black Sect would still like Jiang Chen. Besides, the Little Devil King and Jiang Chen knew each other before, and it seemed like they were quite close. Because of this, all the disciples from the Black Sect had a good impression of Jiang Chen. After the second round, there were only 8 disciples left. Han Yin from the Black Sect, Li Wuxiang from the Tianjin Gate, Ling Ao from the Burning Sky Pavilion, and Yi Qingzi from the Valley of Happiness. The 4 representatives of the Outer Circle disciples were all here. Including Jiang Chen, there were 3 other late mortal core disciples. At this moment, the expressions of the 3 disciples had darkened. These 5 disciples in front of them, none of them could defeat them. Although Jiang Chen's cultivation level wasn't high, the way he killed Huang Feng had left a deep impression in everyone's hearts. In their minds, he was on par with the Little Devil King and the other 3 disciples. Let's continue. The Northern and Southern dynasties said coldly. They waved their hands and threw out another 8 cards. This time, Jiang Chen's opponent was Ling Ao from the Burning Sky Pavilion. Jiang Chen and Ling Ao jumped onto the fighting stage at the same time and stood facing each other. Jiang Chen is going against Ling Ao. This is going to be interesting. Ling Ao's cultivation level has reached the peak of the mortal core realm, and he is just one step away from the heavenly core realm. His skills are extraordinary and he is not someone Huang Feng can compare with. I wonder if Jiang Chen can handle him. It's hard to say. Although Jiang Chen is only an early mortal core warrior, he is a mysterious and cruel man. He hasn't shown his true skills yet. The battle between him and Ling Ao will be a real battle, and it's hard to say who will win. Let's wait and see, this is going to be a good show. Jiang Chen has already offended the Northern and Southern dynasties, which is equal to offending the Burning Sky Pavilion. With the way he killed Huang Feng, he won't show any mercy to Ling Ao either. Only at the end of the competition would there be something interesting to watch. Only the battles between geniuses could make people's blood boil. On the other 3 fighting stages, Li Wuxiang, the Little Devil King, and Yi Qingzi were fighting against the 3 geniuses at the late mortal core realm. This was definitely not a coincidence, it must have been arranged on purpose. The three geniuses knew their limits and they immediately surrendered and got off the stage. Chapter 91. On the fighting stage, Ling Ao wasn't a tall man. His face was sharp and he looked very handsome. He was emitting a strong killing intent from all over his body. The invisible killing intent had covered the entire fighting stage. Kid, you do have some skills, but it's still not enough for me. I'll give you a chance to save your life. Admit defeat, then kneel down and apologize to senior disciple Nan Bei. Ling Ao said with a loud voice. He couldn't hide the arrogance in his voice. His attitude showed that he didn't take Jiang Qin seriously at all. Admit defeat, kneel down and apologize. This was bullying. If it was someone else, they might be scared by Ling Ao's imposing manner, but not Jiang Qin. You talk too much. Jiang Qin sneered. Jiang Qin, since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being impolite. You can die in my hands with a smile on your face. Ling Ao let out a cold snort. The killing intent emitted from his body became even stronger. He took a step forward and stomped on the fighting stage, causing the entire fighting stage to shake. After that, Ling Ao's black robe started fluttering. Like an arrow leaving a bow, he dashed towards Jiang Qin. As soon as he moved, his fist had already struck out. A bright golden light that looked like sharp swords flew towards Jiang Qin. Feeling this powerful force, Jiang Qin's expression became serious. This Ling Ao was indeed the representative of the outer circle disciples of the Burning Sky Pavilion. He wasn't someone an ordinary late mortal core warrior could compare with. Compared to Ling Ao just now, Xuanhuan was on a completely different level. Jiang Qin suddenly stretched out his palm. He clenched his fist and unleashed 5 golden beams that collided with Ling Ao's attack. If it was the previous Jiang Qin, he might have to spend a lot of effort to defeat Ling Ao. But now that he had 6 more dragon marks, his combat strength had increased to another level. He was confident that he could defeat Ling Ao. Rumble. The fighting platform shook and the energy released by the two collided, causing the air to heat up. The shockwaves of the battle turned into golden ripples, sweeping over a radius of more than 100 feet. Many of the spectators who were close to the battle felt their hearts tremble. This was a battle between real geniuses, not a game of children. Furthermore, this was only an elementary collision of elemental energy. It could be said to be a probing attack, and it completely did not represent the true level of both parties. After the collision of energy, Ling Ao's fist, which was filled with elemental energy waves, had also neared. Jiang Qin was neither hurried nor slow as he raised his palm to meet the attack. The fist and the palm collided, emitting a dull sound. At the place where they collided, a large amount of sparks appeared. The ferocious force caused the void to tremble violently. This was a collision of origin energy, but it was also a collision of flesh and blood. Thud thud thud. A shocking scene appeared once again. Ling Ao, who had attacked in a domineering manner, rushed forward quickly and retreated quickly as well. Under the powerful impact, Ling Ao retreated 3 steps in a row before stabilizing his body. With every step he took, the fighting platform trembled. How is this possible? Ling Ao's expression changed slightly. He could feel the numbness in his arm, and the shock in his heart had multiplied. He knew how strong he was, and it was hard for him to find a worthy opponent in the mortal core realm. But now he had been pushed back by an early mortal core warrior with just a single attack. This was unbelievable. Heavens, where did this Jiang Qin come from? Even Ling Ao was pushed back by him. I can't believe this. This is too terrifying, too powerful. Ling Ao is one of the most outstanding warriors of the younger generation, but Jiang Qin is able to push him back with a cultivation level that is 2 stages lower than him. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Monster, this is too monstrous. This Jiang Qin will become the biggest dark horse in the history of the Qi province competition. His fame will be comparable to that of the northern and southern dynasties. Don't get too excited yet, it was just one collision. Ling Ao is the representative of the outer circle disciples of the Burning Sky Pavilion, so he must have more powerful skills. It's still too early to tell who will win and who will lose. However, Jiang Qin being able to gain the upper hand in the first exchange has already proven his monstrous talent. After all, he's only at the early mortal core realm. If he was at the peak of the mortal core realm like Ling Ao, I'm afraid Ling Ao wouldn't even be able to withstand a single attack from him. Everyone's opinion of Jiang Qin had changed once again. Their impression of Jiang Qin had once again improved. The battle that everyone thought was going to be one-sided had now become a mystery. The disciples of the four big sects were even more shocked than the outsiders, because they knew how powerful Ling Ao was. Among the outer circle disciples, only the little devil king Han Yen and Li Wuxuan could force Ling Ao to retreat. But this Jiang Chen had done it. Looks like I've underestimated him. A smile appeared on Han Yan's face. Jiang Chen, you have completely angered me. I will let you know what true terror is. Ling Ao was angry. His entire body started unleashing a powerful energy, and his entire body was covered by an energy whirlpool. Use whatever skills you have just in case you don't have any more chances later. Jiang Chen was calm and composed. His attitude was even higher than Ling Ao's. Jiang Chen, next I will use my strongest combat skill and kill you with one strike. Ling Ao's black hair was dancing in the wind. He looked like he was in the center of an energy whirlpool. The vast amount of energy made him look even taller. He slowly raised both of his palms. His palms were covered in a golden light, and it looked even more dazzling under the sunlight. Countless energy whirlpools were gathering in his palms. Ling Ao's combat strength had actually increased. Haha, senior disciple Ling Ao is going to use the primordial chaos grappling technique. This is a low-ranked earth combat skill, and it is senior disciple Ling Ao's ultimate skill. That's right, an earth combat skill. Even ordinary heavenly core warriors don't have the chance to obtain it. I heard that once this primordial chaos grappling technique is used, his palms will turn into a cage and trap his opponent. After that, he will kill his opponent in the most brutal way possible. It's brutal and overbearing. Senior disciple Ling Ao is angry. Jiang Chen is finished this time. All the disciples of the Burning Sky Pavilion were in high spirits. On the stage not far away, the masters from the northern and southern dynasties were smiling as well. Obviously, they had some understanding of this primordial chaos grappling technique, and they were very confident in Ling Ao. Brother Jiang, be careful. This is an earth combat skill, don't underestimate it. Han Yan's divine sense entered Jiang Chen's ears. Don't worry. Jiang Chen replied. He didn't mind it at all. How could an earth combat skill, the primordial chaos grappling technique, compare to his 6 solar fingers? Jiang Chen, it's your good fortune to be able to die under my primordial chaos grappling technique. Ling Ao's energy shot up into the sky. He had channeled all his yuan energy into his palms, and an endless amount of energy waves spread out in all directions with Ling Ao as the center. It covered the entire fighting stage, and under the sunlight, it was glowing in 7 colors. Ah! Ling Ao shouted out loudly. The energy from his combat skill had locked onto Jiang Chen. He pushed both of his palms forward, and a golden wave roared out and formed into a gigantic golden palm in front of him. It produced a deafening buzzing sound as it flew towards Jiang Chen. Many people were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Ling Ao's energy was too strong. At this moment, no one shifted their gaze. They all wanted to see how Jiang Chen was going to defend against Ling Ao's attack. Facing Ling Ao's primordial chaos grappling technique, Jiang Chen squinted his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell how powerful the primordial chaos grappling technique was. Once this kind of grappling technique was used, it would seal off all of the opponent's movements, and turn it into a cage to trap the opponent. But too bad, Ling Ao's cultivation level was limited. With his peak Mortal Dan cultivation level, he was still unable to use this combat skill skillfully. This allowed Jiang Chen to see through its flaws with just one look. When the golden palm was halfway through its attack, Jiang Chen moved as well. He put 2 of his fingers together and forcefully pointed them forward. 2 loud rumbling sounds were heard as 2 golden fingers were pointed out by Jiang Chen. Next to the 2 golden fingers, there was the shadow of a 3rd finger. After the golden fingers appeared, they quickly merged into one in mid-air. The golden fingers were like a heavenly pillar, indestructible, and strong enough to destroy a mountain. It then smashed towards the primordial chaos grappling technique. Rumble, the sky and earth were spinning. The fighting stage, which was protected by powerful fighters, started to crack. At the center of the collision, a flame appeared out of nowhere. It was completely caused by the collision. Under the impact of the 6 solar fingers, the primordial chaos grappling technique was smashed into pieces. Wah! Ling Ao felt a strong impact and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was pushed back to the edge of the fighting stage before he could stabilize himself. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with shock. Ling Ao lost, he really lost. What kind of combat skill did Jiang Chen use just now? So terrifying. Looking at its level, I'm afraid it's not any weaker than the primordial chaos grappling technique. For a rogue cultivator to have such a powerful combat skill, he must have had a great encounter. This is too shocking. This Jiang Chen's strength is boundless, it's beyond common sense. Now that Ling Ao is injured, I'm afraid he'll have to admit defeat. If not, with Jiang Chen's skills, I'm afraid he'll kill him. Ling Ao had used the primordial chaos grappling technique, but still lost to Jiang Chen. This was something that no one had expected. While everyone was still in shock, Jiang Chen moved again. His body flashed, and like a ghost, he appeared in front of Ling Ao. In his hand there was a cold, sharp sword. His lips curled into a hideous smile, and the sword in his hand pierced towards Ling Ao's heart. Ling Ao's expression changed drastically. With his current condition, there was no way he could defend against Jiang Chen's attack. He was being suppressed by Jiang Chen's qi, and he didn't even have the chance to admit defeat. Stop! Nan Beichao shouted coldly. An imposing aura was unleashed from his body. At this moment, many people could see through Jiang Chen's intention. Puchi. Unfortunately, the shouts of the northern and southern dynasties were useless. Jiang Chen's sword pierced through Ling Ao's chest, and the sword came out from his back. This sword had pierced through Ling Ao's heart, he was dead for sure. The life and death arena was like this. You die or I die, there was no reason. As for the Burning Sky Pavilion, since he had already offended them, he didn't mind killing one of their geniuses. Chapter 92. The moment Jiang Chen's long sword pierced through Ling Ao's chest, the entire arena became silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open and they held their breath. They could not believe what they had just seen. Then an uproar broke out. Oh my God, what did I just see? He killed Ling Ao, he really killed Ling Ao. How audacious. The northern and southern dynasties have already warned him to stop, but he still killed Ling Ao. He did not even give Ling Ao a chance to admit defeat. This is insane. So cruel, so cruel. I have lived for so long and finally I have seen a real cruel person. I admire him. This is too exciting. The representative of the Burning Sky Pavilion's outer circle disciples, Ling Ao, was killed on the fighting stage. This is a huge loss for the Burning Sky Pavilion. But what Jiang Chen did was not wrong. Before, Ling Ao was filled with killing intent, and he did not plan to let Jiang Chen go easily. Since he wanted to kill Jiang Chen, why can't Jiang Chen kill him? This is a fighting stage of life and death, and once you go up there, you will die. Plus, Jiang Chen has already offended the northern and southern dynasties. With the northern and southern dynasties as character, they will not let him go easily. Therefore, whether Jiang Chen kills Ling Ao or not, he cannot change his fate. He has the courage to kill Ling Ao, which is admirable. The entire square was in an uproar. This kind of scene was too exciting. The Burning Sky Pavilion's outer circle disciple was killed. This was too shocking. At this moment, the way everyone looked at Jiang Chen had changed. Other than admiration, there was also a trace of fear. This was definitely a very cruel person. Below the fighting stage, Han Yin, Li Wuxuang and Yi Qingzi's expression changed. Although they had already put Jiang Chen in a very high position, especially Han Yin, he even thought that Jiang Chen could fight Ling Ao to a draw. But he had never thought that Jiang Chen would kill Ling Ao in such a decisive and cruel way. Where did this guy come from? Han Yin smiled bitterly. Having truly witnessed Jiang Chen's methods, he could not help but recall that day in the Silver Moon restaurant. Now, it seemed that even if he did not lend a hand that day, Jiang Chen also had the ability to escape unscathed. Of course, if the little devil king knew what Jiang Chen had done to Silver Moon City after he left, he would probably vomit a mouthful of blood. On the other side, De Huang Dog was walking around arrogantly, whistling at the ashen-faced people who had placed their bets, making people want to hang him up and skin him alive. What are you so proud of? The competition isn't over yet. You only killed Ling Ao. That's right, Ling Ao is not even on the same level as the little devil king and Li Wuxuang. Damn dog, what are you so proud of? When that kid loses, you'll have to spit out all of your human elixir. Everyone said viciously. Is that so? Since you guys are so confident, then let's bet again. This time the odds are 1 to 100. De Huang Dog bared his teeth at the crowd. Who else wants to bet? Hurry up and bet, the odds are 1 to 100. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get another one. Yan Qinyu, who was standing on the side, giggled. This black-bellied dog was too shameless. Unfortunately, no matter how much De Huang Dog encouraged them, no one took the bait. None of them were idiots. After witnessing Jiang Chen's true methods, they did not dare to bet anymore. Even Ling Ao was killed. Whether or not the little devil king and Li Wuxuang could defeat Jiang Chen, it was hard to say. They could not be fooled by this dog again. Not to mention 1 to 100, even if it was 1 to 1,000, they still would not do it. This dog was too treacherous. On the fighting stage, Ling Ao was already dead. Jiang Qin slowly pulled out his long sword, and Ling Ao's dead body fell on the fighting stage. But now Ling Ao was dead, and his spot had been taken by a dark horse. For the 4 big sects, this was an irony. Let's continue drawing lots. The northern and southern dynasties waved their hands and threw out another 4 wooden plates. On top of the plates were written 1 and 2. The 4 of them casually grabbed 1 plate each. Jiang Qin flipped over the plate, and on top of it there was a 1. 2 figures jumped onto the fighting stage at the same time. It was Jiang Qin, who was wearing white clothes, and Xianxia, whose clothes didn't cover her body. Xianxia was extremely charming, and her every frown and smile was hard to suppress. Jiang Qin and Xianxia drew lots together, so naturally the Little Devil King and Li Wuxuang, who had always been rivals, drew lots together and went on to the second fighting stage. This time there will be something interesting to watch. None of these 4 people are easy to deal with, especially the Little Devil King and Li Wuxuang. These 2 people both have powerful trump cards. This is really exciting. Some people were very excited. Many of the people here had come for the Little Devil King and Li Wuxuang. Now that the 2 of them were finally facing each other, it would definitely be a fierce battle. Who do you guys think will win? The Little Devil King and Li Wuxuang each have their own merits. It's hard to say who will win. But that slut Xianxia is probably not Jiang Chen's opponent. Xianxia is at most at the same level as Ling Ao. If Jiang Chen could kill Ling Ao effortlessly, I'm afraid he can also easily kill Xianxia. That's hard to say. The Valley of Happiness's charm technique is unparalleled in the world. Since ancient times, even heroes have a weakness for the charms of a beautiful woman. Xianxia's charm technique and charm is not something an ordinary man can handle. The sound of discussions rose and fell. Now the real highlight of the Qi province competition was about to begin. The battle between 4 powerful geniuses made everyone hold their breath. On the first stage, Xianxia and Jiang Chen were standing opposite each other. Xianxia was graceful, her body was soft as if she didn't have any bones. Her pair of charming eyes were constantly sizing up Jiang Chen. After a while, Xianxia helplessly sighed and said to Jiang Chen, "Brother Jiang is really good. Xianxia admires you. I admit defeat." Xianxia directly admitted defeat. She directly admitted defeat before the fight even started. What was going on? Everyone was shocked. What's going on? Why did Xianxia directly admit defeat? She didn't even move her hand. What kind of magic does this Jiang Chen have? Even the genius from the Valley of Happiness directly admitted defeat. The square suddenly became restless. Many people couldn't understand. No matter how weak Xianxia was, she shouldn't have admitted defeat without even fighting. Jiang Chen cupped his fist at Xianxia and smiled. The others didn't know why Xianxia admitted defeat, but he did. Xianxia definitely didn't admit defeat without even fighting. The moment she stepped onto the stage, she had secretly used her charm technique on Jiang Chen, trying to confuse Jiang Chen. However, she didn't expect that her charm technique had no effect on Jiang Chen at all. Jiang Chen's temperament was much stronger than what she had imagined. This was the real reason why Xianxia admitted defeat. Her real combat strength was almost the same as Ling Ao's. Her only chance to win was to rely on her charm technique. If her charm technique was useless, then there was no need to fight anymore. Besides, Xianxia had personally witnessed Jiang Chen's strength. He didn't look like someone who would show mercy to the fairer sex. If he killed her during the fight, then wouldn't that be a great injustice? Brother Jiang is really a god. Chapter 93. The Huang dog had become the biggest winner. Looking at the situation, if nothing unexpected happened, Jiang Chen would definitely get first place. No matter who won the battle between the Little Devil King and Li Wuxuang, it would be very difficult for them to deal with Jiang Chen. The Huang dog was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He raised his head and kept walking in front of the crowd. Looking at the bitter expressions of others, he was in an extremely good mood. This feeling of building one's happiness on someone else's pain was really good. Next, everyone's eyes were on the second stage. The Little Devil King and Li Wuxuang were still looking at each other. Both of them were preparing their auras. These 2 could be said to be old rivals. They had fought against each other many times, but they were always evenly matched. The Little Devil King versus Li Wuxuang, that was the battle that everyone was looking forward to. Jiang Qin stood in front of the disciples of the four big sections. He ignored the gazes of Tianjin Gate and Burning Sky Pavilion, and put his attention on the stage. Both of them were rare geniuses. Their talents were even higher than Guaniyun and Liang Xiao. Their future achievements were limitless. However, before the two of them showed their true abilities, Jiang Qin couldn't really judge who had the bigger potential. Han Yin, you and I have fought 4 times and we have never had a clear winner. Today we will take advantage of the Qi province tournament and decide who is the real number 1. Li Wuxiang was as strong as an iron tower. His voice was also extremely loud. His whole body was filled with a domineering aura. It seemed like he was determined to get the rewards of this tournament. You talk too much. Li Wuxiang, you are not my opponent. Just admit defeat. Han Yin sneered. Han Yin, everyone says that you are the descendant of Gu Tianma, and that Gu Tianma's power is sealed in your body. Unfortunately, you can only reveal a trace of your demonic nature, and your power has never been awakened. In my opinion, the rumors are wrong. However, I will kill you today. Whether you are the descendant of Gu Tianma or not is not important anymore. Li Wuxiang coldly snorted. 2 cold lights shot out from his eyes. Gu Tianma? I never thought that there would be such a legacy in this world. I just don't know if it's real or not. Jiang Qin murmured. He had a certain understanding of Gu Tianma. He was the king of the ancient devils, the emperor of the devils. His bloodline was precious, and his physique was much more tyrannical than the average godly physique. Such a body of Gu Tianma was extremely rare. In other words, the powerful physiques of the ancient times had already disappeared in the long river of history. Jiang Qin had met a descendant of Gu Tianma in his previous life. Moreover, it was not a very pure one, but its means were extremely terrifying. Ordinary saints were no match for it. Trying to kill me? Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Han Yan's blue robes fluttered in the wind. There was a faint smile on his face. His entire person was very calm. It was as if he was not facing a battle of life and death, but a very ordinary battle. Cut the crap. Let's see who's the real deal. Li Wuxiang moved. His entire aura was like that of a tiger. His huge body brought along a powerful wave as he fiercely pounced towards Han Yin. Around Li Wuxiang's body, there was an energy whirlpool. When the whirlpools collided, they let out firecracker-like sounds. This was a kind of brute force attack. Li Wuxiang cultivated a battle technique that was close to the barbarian technique. His body was extremely tyrannical. His entire body charged forward like a yak. The boundless yuan power in his body turned into a wave-like golden energy. It directly formed a golden shield in front of him. Who do you think will win? It's hard to say, both of them have their own strengths. But I think Li Wuxiang has a higher chance of winning. After all, he has obtained the inheritance of a combat soul warrior. I don't think Han Yin is his match. Everyone focused their attention. The 2 old rivals on the fighting stage were about to begin their final battle. They both knew that a normal battle would just be a waste of time, and it would be very difficult to determine the winner. Li Wuxiang's aura had reached its peak. His entire body was covered with a domineering aura, as if he was a tyrant king. Sky Tyrant Fist. Li Wuxiang suddenly shouted out loudly. He immediately unleashed the 3rd form of the tyrannical script. When he punched out, a deafening boom could be heard from dozens of miles away. Many people could feel their hearts palpitating from this punch. The tyrannical script was too powerful. Li Wuxiang's golden fist had sealed off the entire fighting stage. On the opposite side, Han Yin had a serious expression on his face. He pushed both of his palms upwards, and 2 bright lights carrying a demonic aura shot out from his palms. In the blink of an eye, a huge energy ball was formed. On the surface of the energy ball, there were mysterious patterns flashing. Han Yin pushed the energy ball with all his strength, and it collided with Li Wuxiang's fist. Bang! This time, the terrifying energy waves covered the entire fighting stage. The people standing on the outside couldn't see what was happening on the inside. There were terrifying energies everywhere, and they were all colorful. Some of the people who were closer to the fighting stage lost their hearing due to the vibrations. Some of the weaker ones almost fainted. Tap tap tap. On the fighting stage, Han Yin took 3 big steps back, and was pushed all the way to the edge of the fighting stage. Half of his feet were outside of the fighting stage and his body was swaying. His face was pale, and blood could be seen dripping down from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he had suffered a serious injury from the previous collision. Ah, Han Yin, you finally lost to me. I told you, the 3rd level of the tyrannical script is not something you can handle. I, Li Wuxiang, am the real number 1. On the opposite side, Li Wuxiang was laughing out loud. His attitude was extremely arrogant. Defeating Han Yin with his own hands was his biggest dream, and he had finally accomplished it today. He was extremely happy. Good. Senior Disciple Li's tyrannical script is really frightening. I told you that Han Yin is no match for you. Of course. Senior Disciple Li has obtained a combat soul inheritance. He is not someone a little Han Yin can handle. After killing Han Yin, Senior Disciple Li will kill that Jiang Qin. Han Yin is finished, he is wounded. If he doesn't admit defeat now, he will only be killed by Senior Disciple Li. All the disciples of the Tianjin Gate were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. Some of them were even jumping up and down. Looking at how happy they were, it was as if the one who had defeated Han Yin wasn't Li Wuxiang but them. On the other hand, Jiang Qin, who was standing at the front, furrowed his brows. He stared at Han Yin without blinking his eyes. He had seen clearly that Han Yin hadn't used his full strength in the collision just now. In other words, it was because of his current condition that he couldn't use his full strength. Just as everyone was surprised that Han Yin was going to be defeated, a sudden change occurred on the fighting stage. Han Yin, who was originally in low spirits, suddenly let out a roar towards the sky. That roar was ancient, hoarse, evil, tyrannical, and mixed with all sorts of emotions. Many people noticed that black fog was rising from Han Yin's body. What's going on? Han Yin is going crazy. What a powerful demonic aura. I can feel that he is going to unleash an extremely powerful evil energy. This is Gu Tianma's energy. Han Yin is indeed Gu Tianma's descendant. The energy in his body is going to awaken. Countless people cried out in shock. Who would have thought that such a change would occur? As for Jiang Qin, he was looking at the center of Han Yan's eyebrows. In the center of Han Yan's eyebrows, there was a black symbol that kept flashing. When he saw this symbol, Jiang Qin's expression changed dramatically. That is the symbol of the heavenly demon, the symbol that only belongs to Gu Tianma. Han Yin is the complete inheritor of Gu Tianma. He is the true descendant of Gu Tianma. His cultivation base is at the peak of the mortal core realm, and Gu Tianma's energy was about to awaken. But because of Li Wuxiang's provocation, he is going to awaken Gu Tianma's energy at this moment. This idiot, with his mortal core cultivation base, there is no way he can control Gu Tianma's source energy. Even if he can kill Li Wuxiang, he will be devoured by Gu Tianma's energy and die together with Li Wuxiang. I have to stop him. Chapter 94. This was an extremely dangerous moment. If Han Yin had only inherited a little bit of Gu Tianma's power, Jiang Qin wouldn't be so excited. If that was the case, Han Yin could directly break through to the heavenly core realm by awakening the power, and then kill Li Wuxiang. But Han Yin had Gu Tianma's source mark in his body, which meant that Han Yin had inherited the complete bloodline of Gu Tianma. With his current condition, there was no way he could control the power brought by the awakened Gu Tianma. If that was the case, even if Han Yin could use this sudden power to kill Li Wuxiang, he would still suffer from the demonic energy's backlash, and even if he didn't die, he would be crippled. Roar! Han Yin raised his head and let out a long roar. Waves after waves of powerful demonic energy burst out from his body. His energy was rising like waves and his body was growing taller bit by bit. Popping sounds could be heard from his body, and even his bones were changing. At the same time, Gu Tianma's aura filled the air, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Every roar he let out could make people fall into an abyss. Heavens, how can Gu Tianma's power be so strong? This power has already reached the heavenly core realm. Li Wuxiang is in danger. The title of Little Devil King is not just for show. There was no one who wasn't shocked. Everyone was stunned by Han Yin. This was too terrifying. It was as if an ancient devil had suddenly descended upon them. On the fighting stage, the arrogant Li Wuxiang suddenly had an ugly expression on his face. He had never thought that Han Yin would have such a change at this critical moment. Han Yin had completely gone crazy and he had shocked everyone. Not good, junior disciple Han's condition isn't right. On the high platform, Guan Yun's expression had also changed. The sudden appearance of Han Yan's powerful energy didn't make him happy, instead he was worried. Although he couldn't see it as clearly as Jiang Qin, he could still feel the crisis Han Yin was in right now. Winning or losing wasn't important, but if he lost his future or even his life because of this, then it wouldn't be worth it. Roar! Han Yan's demonic energy was getting stronger and stronger, and he couldn't suppress it any longer. Stop! Guan Yun and Liang Xiao shouted out at the same time. This was the first time since the start of the Qi province competition that someone had interfered with a fight. Guaniyun was worried about Han Yen, and Liang Xiao was worried about Li Wushuang. Everyone was well aware of the situation in front of them. Han Yan's strength had skyrocketed to the heavenly core realm, and he could easily kill Li Wushuang. But after killing Li Wushuang, he wouldn't have a good time either. It's too late. We have to stop it now. Jiang Chen's body flickered as he leapt onto the fighting ring at lightning speed. He stretched out a finger that flickered with a golden light and tapped on Han Yan's forehead. However, his mind had not been completely corrupted by the demonic nature. He knew that the person in front of him was Jiang Chen. Go away. Han Yan's voice was hoarse, and he spat out black demonic smoke from his mouth. Brother Han, listen to me. Gu Tianma's demonic nature is too strong, you have to control it bit by bit. With your current condition, if you forcefully awaken Gu Tianma's bloodline and strength, the consequences will be severe. I'll teach you the Buddha's Heart Sutra now. Use it to temporarily suppress the demonic nature in your body. Winning or losing doesn't matter, you have Gu Tianma's inheritance, so you don't need that little bit of reward. This Li Wushuang, I'll help you deal with him. Jiang Qin circulated his divine sense with the great soul derivation skill and transmitted it into Han Yan's divine sense. It directly penetrated into his soul, causing Han Yan's body to shake violently, and he regained consciousness for a short period of time. At the same time, a mysterious Heart Sutra flowed into Han Yan's divine sense like a clear stream. Good Heart Sutra. This is a Buddhist Heart Sutra. It's the nemesis of all demonic nature. If I have this Heart Sutra, I'll be able to control the demonic nature in my body better. Han Yan was shocked in his heart, and the demonic smoke on his body began to retract bit by bit. The Buddha's Heart Sutra was a Buddhist Heart Sutra. It was obtained by Jiang Qin from a Buddha in the Western continent. In his previous life he spent all his life killing, so he didn't cultivate this Buddha's Heart Sutra. In this life he cultivated the dragon transformation skill, and walked on a unique path, so he didn't need this Buddha's Heart Sutra. But Han Yen, who was in front of him, really needed it. After Han Yen obtained the Buddha's Heart Sutra, he hurriedly circulated it according to the sutra. The demonic nature in his body was actually suppressed for a short period of time, and the sky demon mark between his eyebrows also temporarily disappeared. Huff huff, Han Yen was panting heavily, and his forehead was covered with sweat. He looked at Jiang Qin gratefully and said, Brother Jiang, you've saved my life today and you've even given me such a profound Buddhist Heart Sutra. Han Yen has no way to repay you. Han Yen was naturally very grateful. He understood his own situation very well, and he was very clear that the situation just now was dangerous. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin, he would have been completely finished. I like you. Jiang Qin patted Han Yan's shoulder. Han Yen smiled, looked at Li Wushuang, who was still in a state of shock, and said in a clear voice, I admit defeat. After that Han Yen looked at Jiang Qin, it's up to you now. Be careful, this guy is not easy to deal with. Han Yen admitted defeat. There were too many surprises in this competition and it was too exciting. None of the battles developed according to the people's expectations, but it was also because of this that made this competition even more interesting. Jiang Qin, you dare to disturb the order of the battle stage, you're courting death. Liang Xiao shouted coldly, waved his hand and shot a bright light towards Jiang Qin. He wanted to kill Jiang Qin with his first attack. He was ruthless. Bang. Of course, Guaniyun wouldn't just sit back and watch. He blocked Liang Xiao's attack with his palm and angrily said, Liang Xiao, what are you doing? Jiang Qin is a participant of the competition, and the winner hasn't been decided yet. As the host, you're too shameless. Guaniyun began to defend Jiang Qin. He was very clear that if it wasn't for Jiang Qin's timely intervention, Han Yen would have been in real danger today. The battle between Li Wushuang and Han Yen is not over yet. Jiang Qin went up on stage without permission. That's against the rules. Liang Xiao was not going to let it go. Haha, what a joke. If it wasn't for me, Li Wushuang would have died in Han Yan's hands. Shouldn't you guys be thanking me? Jiang Qin laughed out loud. He glanced at Li Wushuang from the corner of his eyes, and found that Li Wushuang's face was not looking good, because in a way Jiang Qin had saved his life. Alright, Han Yen has admitted defeat. Now Jiang Qin and Li Wushuang will fight for first place. The northern and southern dynasties spoke. For the first time they didn't make things difficult for Jiang Qin. For him this was very unusual and also puzzling. Others might not understand, but Jiang Qin could. These northern and southern dynasties probably just wanted to see how many tricks he had, and whether he could really contend against Li Wushuang's tyrannical script. Liang Xiao coldly snorted and no longer said anything. Even the northern and southern dynasties allowed the competition to continue. What else could he say? On the square, everyone's heart was in turmoil. Today's competition could be said to be full of twists and turns. The appearance of this dark horse, Jiang Qin, had changed the entire competition, and it was not going according to common sense at all. Damn, Jiang Qin actually made it to the last step. So unlucky to be cheated by that dog of 300 people's elixir. This is a good thing. The little demon king has admitted defeat, and Li Wushuang still has his full strength. In this case, Jiang Qin may not be Li Wushuang's opponent. As long as Jiang Qin loses, our bet on elixir can be doubled. That's right, Li Wushuang is still in his peak condition. Jiang Qin may not be able to defeat him. Keep an eye on that De Huang dog, don't let him run away. The fact that both of them didn't suffer any serious injuries gave the people who placed their bets a glimmer of hope. Now all of them hated De Huang dog to the point of gnashing their teeth. They wished they could start a fire and roast this dog. Puppy dog, do you think big bro Jiang Qin can win? Yan Qinyu worriedly asked. Don't worry, this kid won't fight a battle he has no confidence in winning. If it was before, he might not be able to defeat Li Wushuang, but just now he opened up his mind on the stairway to heaven, and his strength has improved greatly. Defeating Li Wushuang is not a problem. De Huang dog said. He was very confident in Jiang Qin. On the other side, the disciples of the Black Sect had surrounded Han Yan. Senior disciple Han, are you all right? Someone asked worriedly. I'm fine, it's all thanks to Jiang Qin. Han Yan said. I wonder if Jiang Qin can defeat Li Wushuang? I don't think there will be a problem. Jiang Qin is definitely the biggest dark horse in this Qi province competition. He is even darker than the northern and southern dynasties. All the disciples of the Black Sect had a good impression of Jiang Qin, and together with the fact that he and the Tianjin Gate were enemies, they naturally hoped that Jiang Qin could defeat Li Wushuang and take first place. Besides, many disciples of the Black Sect had the idea of recruiting Jiang Qin into the Black Sect. With Jiang Qin's outstanding performance in the Qi province competition, he was definitely worth recruiting. On the fighting stage, Jiang Qin calmly stared at Li Wushuang, who was standing in front of him. His white robe was fluttering in the wind, and an invincible aura was being emitted from his body. This aura made him look extremely tall, and he was emitting an aura that no one dared to look directly at. Jiang Qin, you can kill Ling Ao, but you are definitely not my match. Li Wushuang said. Is that so? Jiang Qin smiled faintly. He didn't take Li Wushuang seriously. Jiang Qin, what are you being so arrogant for? You are just a rogue cultivator. You came here to participate in the Qi province competition, and you even offended the 4 big sections. You really don't know what's good for you. Fighting me is no different than courting death. Li Wushuang let out a cold snort. Jiang Qin was looking at him with an indifferent expression that had a hint of disdain in his eyes, and it had deeply stimulated his strong self-esteem. All this time he had grown up in the eyes of admiration and reverence. In the Tianjin Gate he was a shining star, and no one had ever dared to look down on him. But now he was being looked down upon by a rogue cultivator, and it was the kind of attitude that came from the bottom of his heart. Besides, Jiang Qin was only at the early mortal core realm. How could Li Wushuang accept this? I just saved your life and you're talking to your benefactor like this? Looks like the people from the Tianjin Gate really bite the hand that feeds them. They are worse than animals. Jiang Qin pretended to sigh and shook his head. Courting death. I will let you know the consequences of offending the Tianjin Gate. Those who had bet on De Huang dog had all placed their bets on Li Wushuang. Li Wushuang being forced back had directly pierced through their fragile hearts, and they wanted to cry but had no tears. Everyone from the Black Sect was in high spirits. Jiang Qin's strength was also beyond their imagination. Han Yin was sitting on the ground with his legs crossed, carefully studying the Mahabodhisattva Heart Sutra. He didn't see what was happening on the fighting stage, or else he would be even more shocked, because he knew better than anyone else how terrifying Li Wushuang's body was. This little man is quite charming. On the high platform, the flirtatious Bai Hua Dai had a very interested expression on her face towards Jiang Qin. Bai Hua Dai, you can have your eyes on any kind of trash. Liang Xiao glanced at Bai Hua Dai Lung Lung. The trash that I have my eyes on is at least stronger than you. Bai Hua Dai retorted, I'm sure that Li Wushuang will lose. You slut, what do you know? Junior disciple Li hasn't used all of his skills yet. Liang Xiao let out a cold snort. The battle between Li Wushuang and Jiang Qin was related to the honor of Tianjin Gate. Did you see what skill Jiang Qin used? Bai Hua Dai smiled charmingly. Liang Xiao, you better remind Li Wuxiang to admit defeat now, or else he will follow in Ling Ao's footsteps. Jiang Qin is not a merciful person. Guaniyun laughed. Jiang Qin's performance had already exceeded their expectations. Today's Qi province competition did not go according to their expectations, and it was all because of the appearance of a dark horse, Jiang Qin. Rumble. At this moment, another earth-shattering roar came from the fighting platform. Li Wuxiang, who was in a rage, had started to attack again. A huge golden fist was fiercely rushing towards Jiang Qin. After being defeated in the competition of physical strength, Li Wuxiang used his firmament fist, wanting to use his powerful combat skill to defeat Jiang Qin and regain his face. Facing this huge fist, Jiang Qin was not in a hurry either. He pointed his finger like a sword and suddenly pointed it out. The strength of the 6 solar fingers was definitely able to suppress the firmament fist. With a loud bang, 2 huge golden fingers were pointed out by Jiang Qin, and the shadow of the 3rd huge finger was becoming more and more obvious. The dazzling light of the battle was constantly magnified on the fighting platform. The 6 solar fingers against the firmament fist, this was a battle between 2 of the fiercest combat skills. Many people were holding their breath as they watched. Rumble. Finally, under the anticipation of many people, the 2 fiercest combat skills collided with each other. The powerful shockwave covered a radius of 1 mile. If it wasn't for the restrictions set up by the experts, under this attack, the fighting platform would have already been destroyed. In this collision, Jiang Qin took 1 step back, while Li Wuxiang took 2 steps back. On the surface, it seemed like they were evenly matched, but in reality, Jiang Qin's skill was still superior. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. After all, this Li Wuxiang was not someone Ling Ao could compare with. If it wasn't for him forming the 6 dragon marks and fighting Li Wuxiang head-on, it wouldn't be easy for him to gain the upper hand. Fuck, is this guy a monster? His body is even stronger than mine, and he's only at the peak of the early mortal core realm, but his combat strength is already able to suppress me. Li Wuxiang cursed in his mind. He was determined to win this competition. In his mind, the final match would be between him and the Little Devil King. But he never thought that he would have to fight for the first place with a rogue cultivator. No, if I lose to Jiang Qin and the first place of the Qi province competition will fall into the hands of a rogue cultivator, then I, Li Wuxiang, won't be able to stay in the Qi province anymore. But if the fight continues, it will be hard for me to defeat him with my skills. Looks like I have no choice but to use my treasure. Li Wuxiang's face was gloomy. He couldn't afford to lose the fight with Jiang Qin. Not only was this related to the face of the Tianjin Gate, it was also related to his own face. As the representative of the Qi province, if he lost to a rogue cultivator, and one who was weaker than him, that would be too shameful. Jiang Qin, you're courting death, don't blame me for this. Li Wuxiang said in a cold tone. If you have any skills, just show me. Jiang Qin didn't respond to Li Wuxiang's harsh words. Li Wuxiang let out a cold snort. Suddenly, a golden talisman appeared in his hand. The talisman was covered with complicated patterns. Li Wuxiang forcefully squeezed it, and the talisman immediately exploded, turning into countless golden sparks that merged into his body. At the same time, Li Wuxiang's energy started increasing exponentially. Look, I don't know what kind of talisman Li Wuxiang has taken out, but his combat strength has actually increased. Jiang Qin is finished. What a powerful energy! Li Wuxiang's energy has reached the heavenly core realm. He really got the inheritance of a combat soul warrior, and he has some hidden skills. Let's see how Jiang Qin is going to deal with this. The battle was full of twists and turns, and the changes that were happening constantly impacted the hearts of the spectators. It made them even more nervous than the 2 men on the fighting stage. Source of combat strength talisman. Jiang Qin's pupils contracted. Others might not know what that talisman was, but he could recognize it with just one look. The so-called source of combat strength talisman was a talisman that a man would use his life force to seal his combat strength within it before he died. If someone could get their hands on this talisman, they would be able to use the power contained within it, and it was extremely terrifying. The source of combat strength talisman in Li Wuxiang's hand was obviously left behind by a combat soul warrior. But too bad, Li Wuxiang's cultivation level was limited, and he couldn't fully unleash the combat strength contained within the talisman. He could only unleash 10% of its power, and the remaining 90% was wasted. Even so, it was still extremely terrifying. Li Wuxiang was able to use the source of combat strength talisman to increase his attack by at least 2 levels, and there was no way Jiang Qin could deal with him. In the Saint Origin realm, a source of combat strength talisman like this was extremely rare, and it could be said to be extremely precious. No one would joke around with their life force. At the same time, although the source of combat strength talisman was extremely powerful, it still had its shortcomings. The talisman could only be used once, which meant that Li Wuxiang could only use the talisman to unleash a single attack. After that, all the energy in his body would be drained, and he would become an arrow at the end of its flight. But in the eyes of many people, an attack like this only needed one attack. Such powerful strength. Heavens, Li Wuxiang's energy has reached the mid-heavenly core realm. Jianghu is finished, there's no way he can deal with this. Someone shouted out in shock. Will big bro Jianghu be alright? Yan Qinyu's face was filled with worry. Even De Huang Dog had a serious expression in his eyes. Jianghu was indeed an abnormal monster, but his cultivation level was too low. No one had expected Jianghu to use such a terrifying attack in the end. Haha Guaniyun, I wonder who will die in the end. How do you think Jianghu is going to defend against junior disciple Li's next attack? On the grandstand, Liang Xiao was laughing out loudly. He looked at Guaniyun, who had a worried expression. Guaniyun let out a cold snort, then he used his divine sense to send a message to Jianghu. Jianghu, just admit defeat, there's no need to lose your life. Right at this moment, Li Wuxiang's energy had reached the peak of the mid-heavenly core realm. Under this condition, even if he only had one chance to attack, would Jianghu be able to defend against it? Chapter 96. Everyone became nervous. Some were happy, some were worried. But there was one thing that everyone firmly believed, and that was that Jianghu, who was only at the early mortal core realm, had no way of fighting against Li Wuxiang, whose combat strength had suddenly increased to the peak of the mid-heavenly core realm. Everyone felt that it was best for Jianghu to admit defeat at this moment. Even Guaniyun reminded him. Was he really going to admit defeat? That was impossible. If it was anyone else who was facing this kind of situation, the only thing they could do was admit defeat or else they would die. But unfortunately, Li Wuxiang's opponent was Jianghu, an old monster who had the experience and wisdom of a saint. Jianghu had gone through countless battles. Even if they were extremely dangerous, he still couldn't count them all. No matter if it was his temperament or experience, Jianghu was miles ahead of Li Wuxiang. Li Wuxiang's energy had finally reached its peak, and the attack that he had been preparing was finally going to be unleashed. He was extremely arrogant, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. Haha Jianghu, I can't believe you didn't admit defeat. Good, this is great. You are courting death, don't blame me for this. Li Wuxiang started laughing out loud. But right at the moment when he was about to unleash his attack, Jianghu did something that almost made countless people vomit blood. Behind the indifferent face of Jianghu, a pair of blood-red wings suddenly appeared. With a flap of the wings, Jianghu flew up high into the sky. Jianghu, who was hovering in midair, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and a bright smile appeared on his face. He looked down at Li Wuxiang with great interest. What? He can actually fly. How is this possible? Damn it, what's going on? How can a mortal core warrior fly? This is the end. No matter how strong Li Wuxiang's combat strength is, there's no way he can defeat his opponent. Some people were about to vomit blood. They had never thought that there would be such a turning point at the last moment. Kaka, this little brat is really smart. He waited until Jiangchu's aura was completely condensed, and he was ready to attack, then he directly flew away. At this time, Li Wuxiang was like an arrow that left the bow. He had no choice but to attack. If he didn't, he would suffer the backlash from the talisman's energy, and he would definitely die. If he did, he wouldn't be able to attack Jiangchu at all. At that time, he would be like an arrow at the end of its flight, and would be at the mercy of Jiangchu. De Huang Dog cackled. This move of Jiangchu's could be said to have eliminated his opponent without a drop of blood. It was truly brilliant and vicious. Jiangchu had understood this from the very beginning. Although Li Wuxiang could temporarily unleash an attack at the peak of the mid-heavenly core realm, it didn't mean that he was a heavenly core warrior himself. He also didn't have the ability to control natural energies and fly in the air. If he waited until Li Wuxiang attacked with Jiangchu's current strength, it would take him some time to break the lock of a mid-heavenly core warrior's attack. Besides, the attack of a mid-heavenly core warrior was too fast, and it wasn't easy to deal with. Therefore, Jiangchu waited until the moment Li Wuxiang provoked him to attack. Then he immediately flew up into the sky. No matter how strong Li Wuxiang was, there was still a limit to his attack range. Jiangchu's height had far exceeded Li Wuxiang's attack range. Ha! Guaniyun started laughing out loudly. Jiang Qin had once again given everyone a pleasant surprise. This situation had put Li Wuxiang in a very awkward position. He didn't know whether he should attack, but he also couldn't not attack. This was worse than swallowing a fly. This guy can actually merge with the wings of a demon beast? Liang Zhao's originally happy face had now turned into a shocked expression. No one had ever thought that an early mortal core warrior could actually fly in the sky. The one who was the most depressed right now was of course Li Wuxiang. He was extremely domineering and he wanted to kill Jiang Qin. But now the arrow was already on the bowstring and the bowstring was fully drawn, but now he realized that the enemy was gone. This kind of feeling really made him want to vomit blood. Li Wuxiang raised his head and looked at Jiang Qin, who was looking at him with a mocking expression. He couldn't help but curse out loud, "Jiang Qin, if you are a fucking man, then come down here and fight me face to face." Li Wuxiang's face had turned red, and his majestic body was trembling. His body was surrounded by a terrifying energy whirlpool, and he couldn't hold on any longer. If he didn't release that energy he would be destroyed. Yo Li Wuxiang, you even used the source of combat strength talisman of the combat soul realm? You really are a real man. Since you are a real man, why don't you release it and let everyone see how strong your attack is? I'm really looking forward to it. Jiang Qin said sarcastically, not afraid that his tongue would be cut if he said too much. Puff, hearing what Jiang Qin said, Li Wuxiang immediately threw up a mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood, half of it was because of the backlash from the energy, and the other half was because he felt wronged. This Jiang Qin was really shameless, he had no sense of shame at all. Both of them were fighting face to face on the fighting stage and he just flew away. Damn it, Jiang Qin's methods are too insidious and shameless. He didn't even attack, but he put Li Wuxiang in a dangerous situation. Li Wuxiang is finished. Li Wuxiang's energy came from that talisman. It can be said that he borrowed external force. Now that the energy is wreaking havoc, if he doesn't release it as soon as possible, the consequences will be unimaginable. What else can we do? After all, he has wings and can fly. Li Wuxiang should just admit defeat now and release his energy. Otherwise, with Jiang Qin's methods, I'm afraid he will die. No way, I guess Jiang Qin doesn't dare to kill Li Wuxiang. He has already offended the Tianjin Gate and the Burning Sky Pavilion. Li Wuxiang is the representative of the Tianjin Gate. If he is killed, Jiang Qin will have completely offended the Tianjin Gate. Everyone was sighing. From the beginning to the end, today's competition was full of drama. From the beginning to the end, every battle that was related to Jiang Qin would have an ending that exceeded everyone's expectations. And now, when everyone thought he was dead for sure, he flew up and turned the tide of the battle. This was really exciting. Ah, Jiang Qin, I'll fuck you. Li Wuxiang was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Completely disregarding his image, he started cursing. At the same time, he suddenly threw a punch towards the sky. The golden fist was like a mountain rushing towards Jiang Qin. The energy within Li Wuxiang's body could no longer be suppressed. If he didn't release it soon, he would be the first one to suffer a backlash. However, the attack that he released could not cause any harm to Jiang Qin. At this moment, Li Wuxiang's heart was like 10,000 horses were running wildly. If being suffocated could kill someone, then Li Wuxiang would be the first one to die of suffocation. Boom. The huge golden fist burst out with an earth-shattering sound, shaking the entire square to the point where everyone's ears were ringing. Li Wuxiang's attack was aimed towards the sky. If it was a flat attack, perhaps someone would be caught in the crossfire. The power of this punch was many times stronger than the previous one. It was at least 100 times stronger. There was a long golden trail behind the fist. It looked like a bright waterfall. Under the bright sunlight, it looked extremely dazzling. The huge golden fist was extremely fast, but too bad Jiang Qin was too high up. When the fist reached Jiang Qin, half of its energy had already been consumed. Besides, because the distance was too far, Li Wuxiang's attack couldn't lock onto Jiang Qin. The blood wings on Jiang Qin's back casually flapped, and he easily dodged the huge fist. The huge fist just brushed past Jiang Qin's shoulder and disappeared into the vast sky. A source of combat strength talisman from a combat soul warrior was lost just like that, and it didn't even cause any damage to the enemy. A source of combat strength talisman from a combat soul warrior was not suitable for a mortal core warrior. If it was a battle between two heavenly core warriors, Li Wuxiang would definitely kill his opponent with this talisman. But too bad, when it was used against Jiang Qin, it was just a joke. Right now, the energy in Li Wuxiang's body was almost depleted. His body was shaking and it looked like he could fall down at any time. His spirit was dispirited, and he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Junior disciple Li, surrender now. Liang Xiao shouted at Li Wuxuang because he could see Jiang Chen flying down from the sky. If he didn't surrender now, then he might not have the chance to do so anymore. Too bad, right now, Li Wuxuang was completely immersed in grief and indignation, and he was unable to extricate himself. Today's battle had become the greatest shame of his life, and what made him feel even more heartache was that the source of combat strength talisman had been wasted just like that. Li Wuxuang's face revealed a ferocious expression, and he just stood there in a daze. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already landed on the fighting stage. In his hand, there was a golden-colored sword that was completely condensed from yuan energy. It looked like a surging dragon mark, and he immediately slashed towards Li Wuxuang. While everyone cried out in shock. Was the famous Li Wuxuang going to die just like that? That was such a pity. Besides, Jiang Chen actually had the guts to kill Li Wuxuang. Right now he was simply a lunatic. By doing this he really didn't leave any way out for himself. Stop! Liang Xiao shouted out once again. His entire body was emitting a powerful aura, and he spoke with an unquestionable tone. Unfortunately, towards his words, Jiang Chen was completely indifferent. He had already made up his mind to kill Li Wuxuang. Today, even if it was the god of heaven, he wouldn't be able to save Li Wuxuang from his hands. Towards his enemies, Jiang Chen never left any witnesses alive. Moreover, to him, whether he killed Li Wuxuang or not, it wouldn't change his situation, and it wouldn't change his relationship with the Tianjin Gate. Since that was the case, why would he leave a potential disaster alive? This was not Jiang Chen's style. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, the sword in Jiang Chen's hand had arrived above Li Wuxuang's head. At this moment, everyone in the square widened their eyes. Bastard, I told you to stop. Liang Xiao was enraged. Disregarding the rules, he flew up from the high platform and attacked Jiang Chen. Liang Xiao, not to mention you, even if your father or your grandfather were here today, they wouldn't be able to save Li Wuxuang. Jiang Chen coldly snorted, ruthless. I admit, Li Wuxuang finally reacted. The threat of death made his soul tremble. Too bad, at this moment, it was already too late to admit defeat. He didn't even have the chance to say the word, admit defeat, before he was cut in half by Jiang Chen. Admitting defeat now, too late. Chapter 97. Li Wuxuang's body was sliced in half, and he fell onto the fighting stage. His blood and internal organs dyed the entire fighting stage red, and a pungent smell of blood filled the air. This was a very cruel and bloody scene, and it sent chills down everyone's spine. Everyone's expressions changed. What kind of crazy man was this? If he wanted to kill someone, even Liang Xiao couldn't stop him. This man was simply a madman, and it seemed like there was no one in this world that he didn't dare kill. It looked like even if Li Wuxuang was the son of the Tianjin Gate sect chief, he would still kill him. You're courting death. Liang Xiao was furious. He was a mighty late heavenly core warrior, but he couldn't even save someone from the hands of a mortal core warrior. For him this was an insult. In order to get rid of this insult, the best way was to kill Jiang Chen with his own hands. Swoosh! Jiang Chen flapped his blood wings and flew up into the sky again. He didn't want to fight with Liang Xiao. A late heavenly core genius was not someone he could handle right now. Die! Liang Xiao didn't give up. He flew up into the sky with extreme speed and dashed towards Jiang Chen. He unleashed his late heavenly core energy, and if he attacked with all his strength, even if Jiang Chen had his blood wings, he wouldn't be able to escape. Liang Xiao, how dare you break the rules of the competition? Who gave you the right to do so? Xuanhuan moved as well. With a sway of his body, he appeared in front of Liang Xiao, completely blocking his path. Xuanhuan, get the hell away from me. I'm going to kill him. Liang Xiao shouted out angrily. Liang Xiao, don't you have any shame? Don't forget who you are. Jiang Chen is the champion of the competition. He's not someone you can kill just because you want to. Jiang Chen died because he didn't admit defeat, and you came onto the fighting stage to fight with the participants of the competition? If that's the case, I don't think there's a need to hold the Qi province competition anymore. Xuanhuan did not give up. At this time, if he did not come out to protect Jiang Chen, then today Jiang Chen would not be able to walk out of the Whirling Sun Square. Do I need a reason to kill a rogue cultivator? What right does a rogue cultivator have to be the champion? Liang Xiao's anger could not be quelled. According to the rules, Jiang Chen can choose a sect to join, and he will no longer be a rogue cultivator. After saying that, Guaniyun turned around and looked at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, I'm now inviting you to join the Black Sect. Are you willing? Yes. Jiang Qin smiled. Of course he was willing. Today's situation had become like this. If he didn't join the Black Sect, even if he managed to escape today, he wouldn't have a place to stay in the Qi province. Also, he would most likely lose the first place reward as well. Did you hear that? From now on, Jiang Qin is an outer circle disciple of the Black Sect. Whoever dares to fight with him will be my Guaniyun's enemy. Guaniyun's voice was loud and clear, it was heard by everyone on the scene. Liang Xiao has crossed the line, he doesn't care about his image at all. Li Wuxuang didn't admit defeat, it's because he was courting death. Don't blame Jiang Qin, this is a fighting stage of life and death. That's right. Now that Jiang Qin has joined the Black Sect, he now has a strong backing. I'm afraid there will be a good show to watch today. That's right. This year's Qi province competition has a dark horse like Jiang Qin, and he has created a lot of waves. The northern and southern dynasties haven't said anything yet, but they will never let Jiang Qin go. If the northern and southern dynasties insist on attacking, even Guaniyun won't be able to stop them. Many people were discussing. Jiang Qin taking first place meant the end of the Qi province competition. But obviously, something even more exciting was about to happen. Perhaps there would be another good show. Jiang Qin had become famous after today's battle, and his name had spread across the entire Qi province. In this battle, he had killed Ling Ao and Li Wuxuang, and he had even made Yi Qingzi admit defeat. It would be hard for him not to become famous. At this moment, the little devil king had also woken up. He had temporarily suppressed the demonic energy in his body. He had just witnessed the scene where Jiang Qin killed Li Wuxuang, and he was extremely shocked. Right now, Jiang Qin was in a dangerous situation, so of course he had to help. Listen up, from now on Jiang Qin is the little devil king's best friend. Whoever dares to attack him will be my Han Yan's enemy. The little devil king had also made his stance clear. He was determined to protect Jiang Qin. No one dared to look down on the little devil king. Although the little devil king was only at the peak of the mortal core realm, everyone knew that once Gu Qianma's power was awakened, his cultivation level would increase by leaps and bounds. His potential wouldn't be any weaker than Guaniyun, or even the northern and southern dynasties. Besides, the little devil king had the Black Sect behind him, so no one dared to look down on him. Jiang Qin flapped his blood wings and landed in the middle of the Black Sect's group. Immediately, the disciples of the Tianjin Gate and the Burning Sky Pavilion glared at him with murderous gazes. However, the reaction of the disciples of the Black Sect was completely different. Many of them immediately surrounded Jiang Qin. Congratulations, Senior Disciple Jiang, for becoming a disciple of the Black Sect. Senior Disciple Jiang is extremely powerful, he even killed Li Wuxuang. In the future, I hope Senior Disciple Jiang can take care of us in the Black Sect. That's right. Senior Disciple Jiang Qin's potential is unparalleled, and he is even stronger than the northern and southern dynasties. He will definitely become the hope of the Black Sect. All the disciples of the Black Sect started flattering Jiang Qin. They weren't idiots. With Jiang Qin's performance today, even if he were to enter the Black Sect, he would definitely be valued by the sect. Besides, Jiang Qin's potential was limitless, and his future achievements would be limitless. Now was the perfect time to ride on his coattails. Liang Xiao was gnashing his teeth in anger, but with Guaniyun standing in front of him, there was nothing he could do. Besides, the competition had just ended, and if he were to attack the person who got first place in the competition, it would affect his status. Besides, Jiang Qin was now a disciple of the Black Sect. According to the rules of the Qi province competition, after the competition ended, disciples of the four big sects weren't allowed to fight in the Whirling Sun Square. After all, the Qi province competition was a symbol of the Qi province. Tens of thousands of people were here to watch the competition, and if a fight broke out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Northern and southern dynasties, are you still not going to announce it? Guaniyun stared at the northern and southern dynasties who were standing far away. The northern and southern dynasties had cold expressions on their faces. Their cold gazes landed on Jiang Qin, and with a loud and clear voice they said, I hereby announce that the number one outer circle disciple in this year's Qi province competition is Jiang Qin from the Black Sect. The northern and southern dynasties actually announced it. This made a lot of people feel confused. Initially, people thought that even if the northern and southern dynasties didn't kill Jiang Qin, they would still make things difficult for him. But they didn't expect that Jiang Chen would be announced as the #1 disciple in the competition in such a straightforward manner. Daddy's 400-man elixir, that damn dog is lucky. The heavens are blind, Jiang Chen really got first place. That Li Wuxuang is too weak, what a waste of Daddy's feelings, what a waste of all my hopes on him. Damn it, that damn dog is going to win big this time. Those who had bet with the Huang dog were so angry that they wanted to bang their heads on the ground. Especially those who had bet with the Huang dog a second time, they were filled with regret. The northern and southern dynasties took out a storage bag and casually threw it towards Jiang Chen. Many people looked at them with envious gazes. Everyone knew that inside that storage bag was the prize for this year's competition. A mid-ranked combat weapon, a storage ring, and an earth fruit. Jiang Chen opened the storage bag and saw a shining long sword. Next to it was a light blue storage ring that was emitting a faint glow. Next to the storage ring there was a box made of jade. A faint wave of energy was leaking out from the box. It was the earth fruit. Jiang Chen sent out his divine sense and instilled it into the storage ring. The storage ring immediately flew out. At the same time, with a thought from Jiang Chen, the long sword and the earth fruit both fell into the storage ring. Jiang Chen took out the storage ring, wore it on his finger, and casually threw the storage bag to the side. Inside the storage ring, there was at least 2 rooms worth of space. It was more than enough to temporarily store items. Furthermore, the storage ring was controlled by divine sense. It was different from those low-ranked storage bags that could be opened with yuan energy. If it was in his previous life, Jiang Chen wouldn't even look at a storage ring like this. But in his current situation, this storage ring was not bad. Congratulations, brother Jiang. The little devil king cupped his fists towards Jiang Chen. Don't congratulate me yet, this matter isn't over yet. Jiang Chen smiled. He knew that this matter wouldn't end just like this. The northern and southern dynasties wouldn't let this matter rest. Sure enough, the northern and southern dynasties revealed a cold smile towards Jiang Chen, and immediately announced in a loud voice, I hereby announce that the Qi province competition is officially over. But I have some private matters to deal with. After the northern and southern dynasties finished their announcement, they didn't move at all, but their whole bodies had already appeared in front of Jiang Chen like a ghost. Kneel down. The northern and southern dynasties' aura was tyrannical, and a strong noble aura rushed towards Jiang Chen. Wow. This action from the northern and southern dynasties immediately caused an uproar. Sure enough, this matter wasn't over yet. The northern and southern dynasties really went crazy. Now that the Qi province competition is over, they want to deal with Jiang Chen in their own name. Jiang Chen is in danger. Guanyu can stop Liang Xiao, but he can't stop the northern and southern dynasties. The 4 big sects have set a rule. After the competition, no one is allowed to fight in the Whirling Sun Square. The northern and southern dynasties are breaking the rule. The crowd once again became restless. Everyone's gaze landed on Jiang Chen, trying to guess how he was going to deal with the northern and southern dynasties. This arrogant man was not easy to deal with. Northern and southern dynasties, what are you trying to do? Guanyu stood in front of Jiang Chen, angrily staring at the northern and southern dynasties. Loser, get out of my way. A powerful shockwave shot out from the northern and southern dynasties towards Guanyu. Guanyu was forced back 2 steps. Everyone sighed. The northern and southern dynasties were too strong, even the mighty Guanyu was no match for them. Some people still remembered when the northern and southern dynasties fought against Guanyu, they only used 1 strike to defeat Guanyu, creating a legend that couldn't be replicated. Jiang Chen kneeled down. The northern and southern dynasties said in an imposing manner. Northern and southern dynasties, Jiang Chen is now a disciple of the Black Sect. How dare you ignore the rules of the Qi province competition and act recklessly? Guanyu didn't back down. If he couldn't protect Jiang Chen, then no one would be able to protect Jiang Chen today. The northern and southern dynasties could kill Jiang Chen with just 1 finger. Rules? When we northern and southern dynasties want to kill someone, we don't follow the rules. Don't try to pressure me with the rules. If you don't step aside, I'll kill you as well. Chapter 98. The northern and southern dynasties had started making things difficult for this rising star of the Qi province. In his eyes, rules were nothing. Let alone the rules of the Qi province competition, he could totally ignore any rules in the Qi province. It was impossible to restrict the northern and southern dynasties with rules. At least, Jiang Chen had never thought about it. The northern and southern dynasties were dragons amongst men, they were born with great fortune, and there was a domineering aura above their heads. Geniuses like these would have limitless achievements in the future, just like those super geniuses from the divine continent. They didn't even put the heavens in their eyes. The northern and southern dynasties thought they were above everyone else, and no one was allowed to offend them. Therefore they wanted to kill Jiang Qin, and they wanted Jiang Qin to die while kneeling on the ground. It's over, it's all over now. The northern and southern dynasties are too arrogant, they won't allow anyone to insult their dignity. Now even Guaniyun can't protect Jiang Qin. The most important thing is that the northern and southern dynasties are too strong. Guaniyun is very strong, but he couldn't even withstand a single strike from Jiang Qin. I think the northern and southern dynasties are strong enough to fight a divine core warrior. A man like this can only be found once in 1,000 years, and the Qi province has never had such a person. He is the biggest pride of the Burning Sky Pavilion, he doesn't care about any rules. Countless people were sighing. The northern and southern dynasties were too strong, and there was no way they could fight against them. Jiang Qin was finished, there was no way he could survive today. If the northern and southern dynasties wanted to kill him, no one could save him. Even if he used his blood wings to escape, it would be useless. No one could escape from the hands of the northern and southern dynasties. Get lost. The northern and southern dynasties spoke in a tough manner towards Guaniyun with a cold tone. Northern and southern dynasties don't think you can do whatever you want. Guaniyun was extremely furious. As the leader of the Black Sect, even if he wasn't a match for the northern and southern dynasties, he couldn't just sit back and watch the people of the Black Sect being slaughtered by the northern and southern dynasties. Liang Xiao, who was at the side, had a cold smile on his face as if he was watching a show. He wanted to see how Guaniyun was going to defend against the northern and southern dynasties. At this time, a big hand pressed on Guaniyun's shoulder from behind. It was Jiang Qin's hand. Jiang Qin walked out from behind Guaniyun and stood in front of the northern and southern dynasties. Jiang Qin was wearing a white robe and he had a faint smile on his face. His robe and hair were fluttering in the wind under the pressure of the northern and southern dynasties, but the smile on his face didn't change at all. His eyes were as sharp as blades as he stared back at the northern and southern dynasties. Just in terms of bearing, he wasn't any weaker than the northern and southern dynasties. What a great bearing. Just this boldness alone makes this Jiang Qin amazing. This man's mentality is really strong, it doesn't match his age at all. It seems like he isn't afraid that the northern and southern dynasties will kill him with just a single slap. Everyone were shocked. Even Guaniyun didn't expect Jiang Qin to have such courage. He was able to face the northern and southern dynasties in such a calm manner without any fear. You aren't afraid of me? The eyes of the northern and southern dynasties were like cold knives, fiercely scraping Jiang Qin's face. He didn't make a move to kill Jiang Qin. At the same time, his voice was heard again. Jiang Qin, cherish your 1 year of life. Jiang Qin's expression didn't change, but he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. In today's situation, other than this method, no one could save him. Jiang Qin's eyes were very sharp. With just a glance, he could tell what kind of person the northern and southern dynasties were. This kind of person was filled with arrogance from head to toe. It was a nobility that came from their bones. They wouldn't look up to anyone. Therefore, he used a year of time to bet on the arrogance of the northern and southern dynasties. He was sure that the northern and southern dynasties would give in. There were too many people here, and the Qi province competition represented the entire Qi province. With the status of the northern and southern dynasties, if they still tried to kill him after he said that, it meant that they were afraid of him. How could the arrogant northern and southern dynasties be afraid of others? Therefore, the northern and southern dynasties left, leaving behind a 1 year promise. Damn, the northern and southern dynasties left just like that? That Jiang Qin is really something, he actually dared to make a 1 year promise. In just 1 year, no matter how much of a genius he is, there is no way he can be a match for the northern and southern dynasties. That's right, this Jiang Qin is too arrogant. He only used 1 year? He is only an early mortal core warrior now, and even if the northern and southern dynasties' cultivation stagnates for 1 year, Jiang Qin still won't be able to reach that level. It's just 1 more year of life. At that time, he will still be killed by the northern and southern dynasties. I'm actually quite interested in this 1 year promise. Jiang Qin doesn't look like a reckless man. Let's just wait and see. 1 year from now there will be a good show. That's right, the battle between Jiang Qin and the northern and southern dynasties will definitely become the biggest attraction in the Qi province. 1 year from now it will still be very lively. After Jiang Qin joins the Black Sect, he will definitely get better resources, and he will be focused on training. Everyone was sighing. Today's Qi province competition had been full of twists and turns, but in the end, it had ended in such a way. It was obvious that Jiang Qin was the biggest winner in this competition. An unknown rogue cultivator had appeared out of nowhere like a dark horse, sweeping away all the outer circle disciples of the four big sects and taking first place in one fell swoop. His name had spread far and wide. The name Jiang Qin, it wouldn't take long before it spread across the entire Qi province. There would be no one who didn't know about him. There were too many unexpected things in this Qi province competition. Who would have thought that the champion that everyone thought was going to win would die a horrible death here, his body split in half? Who would have thought that the genius Ling Ao would be decapitated? For the Tianjin Gate and the Burning Sky Pavilion, the death of Li Wushuang and Ling Ao was definitely a huge loss. As for the Valley of Happiness, they had no doubt played the role of a spectator in this competition. In fact, the Valley of Happiness only had a strong overall strength, but their dual cultivation technique was considered a crooked path. It was very difficult for them to produce any strong geniuses. In all the previous Qi province competitions, the Valley of Happiness had never won first place. From the way I Ching Zi admitted defeat, it could be seen that once the charming technique they cultivated became useless, they would lose their biggest advantage. 1 year promise: if you have the ability to survive for 1 year, then we'll talk about it. Liang Xiao let out a cold snort. He turned around and was about to leave. Right at this moment, a disciple from the Tianjin Gate stood out and said, "Senior disciple Yang, this Jiang Qin and that De Huang dog are together. Ask him to hand over the dog." The dog that released the demon beasts in the demon ceiling tower? Liang Xiao was startled. He had heard about the incident in the demon ceiling tower. Not long ago, a hateful dog had appeared in the sect, and it had caused a huge mess in the outer circle. "That's right, it's that damn dog," the disciple said while gnashing his teeth in anger. "Jiang Qin, hand over that dog." Liang Xiao turned around and looked at Jiang Qin. "Liang Xiao, what dog? Don't be unreasonable," Guaniyun said in a dissatisfied manner. "Guaniyun, you can protect Jiang Qin, don't tell me you want to protect a dog? If you don't hand over that dog today, don't blame me for attacking you." Liang Xiao had been suppressing his anger. He couldn't kill Jiang Qin, and if he couldn't even take down a dog, he would die of depression. The crowd, who were about to leave, once again threw their gazes towards the center of the square. It looked like the Tianjin Gate and the Black Sect were going to fight over a dog. "That dog has nothing to do with me. If you have the ability, then go and catch him. Why are you asking me for a dog? Which one of your eyes saw a dog beside me?" Jiang Qin sneered. That dog was not easy to catch, and even if he wanted to hand it over, there was nothing he could do. "That dog is right here," someone shouted out from the crowd. It was the man who had bet with De Huang dog on elixir. Swoosh. As soon as this person's voice fell, several disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect flew over to this side. Chapter 99. Where is De Huang dog? The disciples of Tianjin Gate were all very aggressive, which made people wonder what that dog had done. It was as if all the outer sect disciples of Tianjin Gate had killed their father, and it actually made them have such a big reaction. "He's here, Elixir, the one who had tricked so many of us. We can't let him go." Some of them were gnashing their teeth in anger. When they thought about how they were tricked by a dog, they couldn't help but feel depressed. Many of them pointed at Big Yellow's position, but to their surprise, Big Yellow was nowhere to be seen. There was only a beautiful lady in purple clothes. "Damn it, that dog was here just now. When did it run away?" "De Huang dog ran away. Look, he can't have gone far," someone exclaimed. Many people looked towards the outside of Whirling Sun Square, but they couldn't find any trace of De Huang dog. That dog had disappeared without them knowing, as if he had never been there. "Damn it, how dare you trick us!" The disciples of Tianjin Gate were furious and grabbed that person's neck. That person was so scared that his face was full of sweat. No, there really was a dog here just now. It was very majestic and had yellow fur all over its body. They can all testify that I was not the only one who was tricked. Yeah, that dog was here just now. How did it disappear in the blink of an eye? You guys are disciples of Tianjin Gate. We wouldn't dare to lie to you even if we had 100 guts. I just don't know how that dog ran away. So many people didn't see it, it's really frustrating. The others quickly testified that De Huang dog really did exist. They were also very depressed and wanted to cut De Huang dog into pieces. Hearing that, the disciples of Tianjin Gate released that person. That disciple used his divine sense to scan around Whirling Sun Square, but he couldn't find any trace of De Huang dog. He couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, that dog is very cunning, he ran away again." Alright, this woman is with the Huang dog. They came here together with Jiang Chen. Someone pointed at Yan Qinyu. All the disciples of Tianjin Gate had their eyes fixed on Yan Qinyu. Many of them had their eyes lit up. Although this girl was wearing a veil, it still couldn't hide her peerless beauty. They couldn't help but imagine what kind of face was hidden under the veil. Tell me, where did the Huang dog go? A reckless disciple asked. How would I know? His legs are on him. I can't stop him from going anywhere. Yan Qinyu said coldly. These people in front of her were all Jiang Chen's enemies. Of course she wouldn't be nice to them. Damn it, a little girl is still so arrogant. Let me see what you look like. You're still pretending to wear a veil. The disciple stretched out his big hand and grabbed the veil on Yan Qinyu's face. Jiang Qin, who was far away, saw everything. He couldn't help but let out a sigh and shake his head. Some people just like to die. The current Yan Qinyu was no longer the Yan Qinyu from Red City. Even if all the disciples of Tianjin Gate attacked her together, they wouldn't be able to defeat her. Looking at the disciples' action, Yan Qinyu's eyes turned cold. She stretched out her hand and casually waved it at the disciple. Swoosh! An icy cold beam was unleashed by Yan Qinyu, and it instantly covered the disciple. The mid-mortal core disciple was instantly turned into an ice sculpture. He was still in the same position as when he attacked Yan Qinyu, but his body was now covered by a layer of ice. Soon his life was completely frozen. This scene had frightened everyone on the spot. For a moment it was dead silent. Everyone stared at the veiled girl in purple clothes and the frozen Tianjin Gate disciple. Swoosh! After the silence, the crowd burst into an uproar. Many people couldn't help but take a few steps back and stay away from Yan Qinyu. Who would have thought that a little girl could have such powerful abilities? She could easily kill a mid-mortal core disciple of Tianjin Gate. The mid-mortal core disciple of Tianjin Gate was not someone an ordinary mid-mortal core warrior could compare with. Even so, he was still killed by this girl. This didn't mean that the disciple of Tianjin Gate was weak, it just meant that this girl in purple clothes was too strong. Damn it, how can this girl be so strong? She has hidden her strength too well. She has a cold body which is very rare. She killed a mid-mortal core warrior with just a wave of her hand. Looks like she will be another dark horse in the Qi province competition. She came here with Jiang Chen, right? Both of them are just too abnormal. A lot of people were muttering to themselves, thinking that they had made a mistake. The shock in their hearts had reached an extreme level. Jiang Chen was already abnormal enough, but no one had expected that a random girl following Jiang Chen would be this terrifying as well. All the disciples of Tianjin Gate were dumbfounded as well. When they saw their own disciple being killed so easily, the sense of superiority they had as a disciple of Tianjin Gate had suffered a fatal blow. All of them stared at the girl in purple clothes furiously, but no one dared to attack again. You're courting death. On the other side, Liang Xiao saw what was happening. His expression turned cold. He reached out his hand and grabbed towards Yan Qinyu. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's expression changed. He flapped the blood wings on his back and dashed towards Yan Qinyu. At the same time, he didn't forget to tell Guaniyun, senior disciple Guan, stop him. Guaniyun didn't dare hesitate. He knew that the girl was one of Jiang Chen's people, so he immediately blocked Liang Xiao. Besides, he had just witnessed how terrifying Yan Qinyu was. She was no weaker than Jiang Chen. If a genius like her could join the Black Sect, it would be a good thing for the Black Sect. Bang! Guaniyun blocked Liang Xiao's attack. As their energies collided, a loud explosion sounded out. At the same time, Jiang Chen landed next to Yan Qinyu. He placed his hand on Yan Qinyu's shoulder and shouted at the disciples of Tianjin Gate, "Get lost!" Swoosh! The disciples of Tianjin Gate were so scared that their faces turned pale. All of them backed away. Although they wished they could eat Jiang Chen's flesh, they knew how terrifying Jiang Chen was. He wasn't someone they could deal with. If they offended Jiang Chen, he would just kill them with a single slap, and they wouldn't even have a chance to complain. Jiang Chen held Yan Qinyu's arm and swaggered into the Black Sect's group. He was unleashing an invincible and domineering aura. Guaniyun, get out of my way. The disciples of Tianjin Gate aren't people you can kill just because you want to. Liang Xiao felt like his lungs were going to explode. Today the Tianjin Gate had lost all its face. Liang Xiao, from now on, that girl is also a disciple of the Black Sect. She killed those disciples of Tianjin Gate because they were the ones who disrespected her first. Many people have witnessed this. Today, if you don't care about the rules of the competition and start a fight in the Whirling Sun Square, the Black Sect will fight you until the end. But I'm not sure who will be able to fight me. Guaniyun said in a domineering manner. He had been humiliated by the northern and southern dynasties before this, and he wasn't happy about it. Now that Liang Xiao was trying to pick a fight with him, he would never back down. Good Guaniyun, you've got guts. The next time we meet, I'll definitely take your life. Liang Xiao was so angry that his face turned green, but he couldn't do anything about it. With the current situation, if both sides were to fight, the Tianjin Gate wouldn't have any advantage at all. If he and Guaniyun were to fight, they would at most be neck and neck. However, it was a different story for the disciples below them. Li Wuxuang was dead, and the outer circle disciples of Tianjin Gate didn't have any powerful disciples. As for the Black Sect, let alone Jiang Chen and that frightening girl in purple, even a little devil king would be able to give them a fatal blow. It's hard to say who will take whose life. Guaniyun coldly harumphed. He couldn't defeat the northern and southern dynasties, but he wasn't afraid of Liang Xiao. Disciples of Tianjin Gate, listen up. Return to Heavenly Sword Mountain immediately. From now on, Jiang Chen will be on Tianjin Gate's must-kill list. Liang Xiaolunglung said. After that, he brought all the disciples of Tianjin Gate and left the Whirling Sun Square. In today's battle, Tianjin Gate had suffered a great loss, and all of this was because of Jiang Chen's appearance. Furthermore, Liang Xiao's words had also put Jiang Chen on Tianjin Gate's must-kill list. The four big sects rarely released a must-kill list, but once they did, they would become the enemy of the entire sect and everyone would have the right to kill them. The disciples of Tianjin Gate left through the tunnel they came from. Regarding the order to kill Tianjin Gate, Jiang Chen didn't care about it at all. The stronger the enemy, the more excited he was. It was the same for the northern and southern dynasties, and it was the same for Tianjin Gate. Bai Hua Dai brought Yi Qingzi and the other disciples of the Valley of Happiness to Jiang Chen. Congratulations to little brother Jiang Chen for getting first place in the Qi province competition. We'll take our leave now. In the future, if young Master Jiang Chen is free, you can always come visit the Valley of Happiness. Bai Hua Dai was charming and flirtatious. She kept throwing flirtatious glances at Jiang Chen. The way she called Jiang Chen little brother made him stagger and almost fall to the ground. Big bro Jiang Chen will never go to your place. Yan Qinyu said angrily. The way she looked at Bai Hua Dai and Yi Qingzi was extremely unfriendly. Hee little sister, you're jealous. Bai Hua Dai giggled. After that, she brought all the disciples of the Valley of Happiness and left. The Qi province competition had come to an end. All the spectators in the square had left one after another, and in the end, only the disciples of the Black Sect were left. Brother Jiang, shouldn't you introduce this guy to everyone? We'll be fellow disciples from the same sect from now on. The little devil king Han Yen placed his arm around Jiang Chen's shoulder and looked at Yan Qinyu. He had seen Yan Qinyu's face with his own eyes, and there wasn't a single girl like her in the entire Qi province. Of course, only a girl like her could match up to Jiang Chen. Let me introduce, this is Yan Qinyu, my fiancé. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Big bro Jiang Qinyu. Yan Qinyu's face blushed. Jiang Chen had actually said she was his fiancé in front of so many people. This was really embarrassing, he didn't even discuss it with her beforehand. However, from the happiness in Yan Qinyu's eyes, Jiang Chen could tell that she was very happy to be his fiancé. Ha! All the disciples of the Black Sect burst into laughter, the atmosphere was very lively. Junior disciple Yen, will be friends from now on, you don't have to wear the veil anymore. When we get to the Black Sect, you can't wear a veil every day, right? Chapter 100. Yan Qinyu glanced at Jiang Chen. After seeing Jiang Chen nod his head, she slowly removed her veil. When Yan Qinyu's face was exposed in front of everyone, all the men's eyes lit up. Even a monk with a pure mind couldn't help but praise Yan Qinyu's extreme beauty. It was a kind of natural beauty without any kind of makeup, her beauty was indescribable. So beautiful. Senior disciple Yan will be the #1 beauty in the Qi province in the future. Senior disciple Jiang is so lucky to have a fiancé like senior disciple Yan. He has no regrets in his life now. What are you talking about? Senior disciple Jiang has both integrity and talent, he is talented, wise and mighty. He is the best among all men. Only a beauty like senior disciple Yan is worthy of him. That's right. Senior disciple Jiang and senior disciple Yan are a match made in heaven. They are a perfect match. All the outer circle disciples of the Black Sect were flattering Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu. None of them were idiots, especially after witnessing Jiang Chen's performance today. A monster like this, Even if he were to come to the black sect, he would definitely be valued by the sect. Besides, after today's battle, Jiang Chen's name had spread across the entire Qi province. He had become a famous man, and the one-year agreement with the northern and southern dynasties had pushed his reputation to a higher level. All of them had to suck up to him as soon as possible. Did you see that? With your abilities, when you arrive at the black sect, you will be the representative of the black sect. You have even surpassed me. Han Yen shook his head and forced a bitter smile. I didn't do it on purpose. Jiang Chen spread his arms, expressing his innocence. Good brother, you saved my life today and you even gave me the Buddhist Heart Sutra. Han Yen will remember this kindness. Han Yen patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said in a serious manner. Han Yen knew that if it wasn't for Jiang Chen today, he would have been devoured by Gu Tianma's power. Even if he didn't die, he would be controlled by his devilish nature, and he would become a murderous devil, losing his sense of self. The Mahabuddha Heart Sutra given to him by Jiang Chen was the source of the Buddhist Heart Sutra. It was very precious, and it was the nemesis of the devilish nature in his body. He was cultivating the Mahabuddha Heart Sutra, and it could help him control the devilish nature in his body, allowing him to control the devilish nature and make it his own. Eventually, he would be able to enter the state of being a devil but not a devil in his heart. We're brothers, there's no need to be so polite. Jiang Chen smiled. He had a good impression of Han Yen. This man was straightforward, and eclectic just like Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen was once the greatest saint under the heavens in his past life, and he had reached a height that no one could reach, he was actually a loner. He had no brothers, no friends, no women, no family, and no one dared to be his friend. The only thing he had was his obsession with the path of martial arts. Therefore, although Jiang Chen stood at the top, his life was not complete. In this life he wanted to start anew. He wanted to have family, women, and brothers. In this life he could not be lonely. Alright, two grown men should not be so ambiguous. Alright, there's no need for two grown men to flirt with each other. Junior Jiang Chen, you and Nan Beichao have agreed to meet in a year, but this decision is too reckless. A year's time is too short. I know you're talented and it's hard to avoid being arrogant, but Nan Beichao isn't an ordinary man. He's far more terrifying than you can imagine. Guanyu said with some worry. Everyone's faces, which were originally laughing, suddenly became gloomy. Even Han Yen frowned. In just 1 year's time, it was already very unrealistic to think that he could reach the level of the northern and southern dynasties. Even if he did, wouldn't the northern and southern dynasties improve? Everyone also felt that Jiang Chen's decision was too reckless. After all, it was the northern and southern dynasties. For cultivators, 1 year's time was too short. Senior brother Guan, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. His face was full of confidence, which made people wonder where his confidence came from. Alright, it's good that you're confident. Anyway, the 1-year agreement has already been set. It can't be changed anymore. Junior brother Jiang Chen, make good use of this 1 year's time. Guanyu said. The 1-year agreement had already become an unchangeable fact. It was useless to say anything else. The only thing Jiang Chen could do was to cultivate hard in this 1 year's time and try his best to shorten the gap between him and the northern and southern dynasties. I will do my best, Jiang Chen said. His attitude towards Guanyu was still very good. Today Guanyu had been protecting him and Jiang Chen had seen it all. Alright, when we get back to the Chamber of Commerce, we'll all ride on the flying demon beasts and fly back to Black Mountain. Junior brother Jiang, come with us, Guanyu said. After the Qi province competition had ended, all the disciples had to rush back to the sect as soon as possible. When Jiang Chen was about to nod his head, Yan Qinyu's divine sense suddenly entered Jiang Chen's ears. Big bro Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog said that there are treasures in this whirling sun city. He asked us to stay here for the time being. Hearing the word treasures, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. If it was someone else who said this he might not care, but since it was De Huang Dog who said this, it was a completely different story. This dog had a very special and abnormal ability, and that was treasure hunting. Besides, any treasure that could catch the eye of De Huang Dog, it must be something extraordinary. Senior disciple Guan, brother Yen, fellow junior disciples, I still have some matters that I need to attend to. After I'm done with them in 2 days, I'll head to the black sect by myself. You guys go first, I won't be able to follow you. Jiang Chen looked around and said. Since junior disciple Jiang has something to attend to, then we'll wait for 2 days. But, junior disciple Jiang, you need to be careful. You're now famous and you've offended both the Tianjin Gate and the Burning Sky Pavilion. You can't be careless. Guanyu kindly reminded Jiang Chen. Don't worry, senior disciple Guan, I know what I'm doing. Jiang Qin smiled faintly. Jiang Qin was a man who traveled the world by himself, and he had no fear. He didn't have any plans to join any sect, and joining the black sect was just a coincidence. With his current situation, joining the black sect wasn't a bad choice. More importantly, the black sect had given him a good impression. Junior disciple Jiang, since you can fly, I won't keep any flying demon beasts for you. Brother Yin will arrange a place for you to stay later. Guaniyun said. The Black Sect's Chamber of Commerce was the Black Sect's main force in Whirling Sun City. The flying demon beasts that the Black Sect raised were kept in the Black Sect's Chamber of Commerce. After returning to the Chamber of Commerce, Han Yin arranged an exquisite courtyard for Jiang Qin. Little Qinzi, are you satisfied with this place? Han Yin asked with a smile on his face. Both of them had been chatting happily along the way, and they had become familiar with each other. As brothers, the way they addressed each other had changed as well. Han Yin directly called Jiang Qin Little Qinzi. In his words, it sounded more intimate. Not bad, I don't have many requirements for a place to stay. Jiang Qin replied with a smile. Alright, then you can stay here and take care of things. I really want to stay and have a few drinks with you, but too bad, the bloodline of Gu Tianma in my body is about to awaken. I need to go back and enter secluded cultivation as soon as possible, and try to break through to the heavenly core realm with the help of Gu Tianma's power. Han Yin said. Brother Yin, you have the devil seal in your body, and you have the complete bloodline of Gu Tianma. Once it awakens, it will bring you endless benefits, and you will be able to break through to the heavenly core realm with ease. You have to make good use of the Mahabodhisattva Heart Sutra. The complete bloodline of Gu Tianma is extremely powerful, and with the help of the Mahabodhisattva Heart Sutra, you will be able to break through to the heavenly core realm with ease. Jiang Qin reminded. Little Qinzi, what do you actually do? Why do I feel like you know everything? Besides, you gave me the Mahabodhisattva Heart Sutra, that is a secret scripture from the Buddhist sects. Even those orthodox Buddhist sects in the Western continent don't have it. Besides, you were able to merge with the wings of a demon beast, and when you were fighting Li Wushuang, you used an earth-level combat skill. This kind of ability, I don't think a rogue cultivator should have it, right? Han Yin was very puzzled, and he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Jiang Qin's actions didn't make him look like a normal person. Besides, he was able to casually use the Mahabodhisattva Heart Sutra, a secret scripture from the Buddhist sects. This was really unbelievable. I got it by accident. Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulders. Things like reincarnation and rebirth were too scary to tell. All right. Han Yin shrugged his shoulders. Everyone had their own secrets. If Jiang Qin didn't want to tell him, then he wouldn't ask any further. After that, Guaniyun brought over 200 outer circle disciples of the Black Sect and rode on flying demon beasts, heading towards the direction of the Black Sect. The Black Sect was located in the northern part of the Qi province. From the Whirling Sun Square to the Black Sect, there was a distance of hundreds of thousands of miles. Even if they rode on ordinary flying demon beasts and flew at full speed, it would still take them 2 to 3 days to get there. Within the courtyard, Jiang Qin and Yen Qin were sitting leisurely at a stone table. Big bro Jiang Qin, where did the Huang dog go? We can't just sit here and wait for him. Yen Qin asked. Don't worry, that dog will definitely find his way here. Let's just wait here. If nothing unexpected happens, the Huang dog will be here tonight at the latest. Jiang Qin said. He was very confident in the Huang dog. This dog's abilities were not just for show. Big bro Jiang Qin, look at this. Yen Qin flipped her hand and took out a light yellow storage bag, then she handed it over to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin received the storage bag with a puzzled look. He scanned the contents of the storage bag with his divine sense, then he immediately widened his eyes and said, So many human elixir, it looks like there are at least 30,000 of them. Little you, where did you get so much human elixir? Haha, it was De Huang who tricked those people. Yen Qin giggled, then she told Jiang Qin about how the Huang dog used Jiang Qin to make a bet. Jiang Qin was startled by what he heard. Ha! Jiang Qin couldn't stop laughing out loud. This black belly dog is really talented. Well done. Those guys were tricked by a dog. I'm afraid they are so depressed that they will vomit blood. Chapter 101. That night, the bright moon was hanging high in the sky, and the moonlight was like a silver veil sprinkling down onto the ground. Within the courtyard, Yen Qin was nestling in Jiang Qin's arms, admiring the moon. Right at this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared from afar, and with a swoosh, it landed in front of Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu. If it wasn't a Huang dog, who else could it be? Puppy dog, where did you go? Seeing the Huang dog, Yan Qinyu immediately became happy. Bah! Immortal my ass. Those idiots from the Heavenly Sword sect want to capture me? Why don't they take a look in the mirror and see what kind of person they are? I am wise and powerful, so how could they capture me so easily? The Huang dog spat on the ground, then he raised his proud dog head and looked at Jiang Chen with a satisfied expression. Kid, you did well during the day. I didn't expect you to have such guts, I'm impressed. Get lost. Jiang Chen glared at the Huang dog. Aside from being two-faced, this guy was also narcissistic. You asked little you to tell me that there is a treasure in this whirling sun city, what is it? Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask. The reason why he didn't go to the black sect with them was because of the treasure mentioned by the Huang dog. I do not know what it is either. However, I have already sensed the hidden location of the treasure. It is within a wasteland behind the whirling sun city. My senses are definitely not wrong. Furthermore, for a treasure to catch my eye, it is definitely not an ordinary item. The Huang dog's eyes lit up. Looking at the Huang dog's reaction, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. A treasure that could make the Huang dog react like this, it must be something good. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and find it, Jiang Chen urged. In his previous life he had seen all kinds of treasures, but that was different now. He was poor and had to start all over again. Why are you in such a hurry? Pour me a cup of tea first, I'm tired. The Huang dog pretentiously sat on a stool next to the stone table, waiting for Jiang Chen to pour him a cup of tea. Jiang Chen grabbed the Huang dog's ear and pulled the Huang dog up from the stool. You damn dog. You're so brilliant just because I gave you some sunshine. You really think you're a big boss just because I gave you some courtesy? How can a dog drink tea? Jiang Chen had long understood that this dog must not be spoiled. This black-bellied dog absolutely did not know what it meant to be insatiable. Woof! Damn you! Let me go! The Huang dog grimaced in pain as he was thrown 10 feet away by Jiang Chen. In the end, he reluctantly brought Jiang Chen out of the courtyard and walked towards the northern side of the whirling sun city. You won't even let me drink a cup of tea. Do you have any humanity? You want me to help you find treasures? Can't you be a little more courteous to me? Bastard brat, bite his butt into dozens of pieces if you have the chance. Along the way, the Huang dog kept muttering to himself, using this method to vent his dissatisfaction. Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu just followed behind the Huang dog, turning a deaf ear to his words. The path that the two of them and the dog chose was rather remote. Therefore they did not meet anyone along the way. This was the best way as it could save them a lot of trouble. On the northern side of the whirling sun city, there was a huge wasteland. It was desolate and uninhabited. This was a wasteland where very few people would come and go. The wasteland was very vast, with a circumference of around 20 miles. There were very few buildings on it, and all of them seemed to be quite old and desolate. This kind of place reminded Jiang Chen of the wasteland of Fragrant Sky City. When he was reincarnated, he appeared in the wasteland of Fragrant Sky City. He was locked up by 2 guards of the Jiang family and was about to bleed him. It could be said that Jiang Chen's new life was born in this kind of wasteland. Little dog, are you sure? This is such a desolate place, how could there be treasures? Yan Qinyu furrowed her brows. My intuition can't be wrong, the treasures must be in this area. My intuition is even clearer now that we're here. The Huang dog said with a firm tone. What the Huang said is right, I can feel the existence of a defense mechanism in this area. This kind of wasteland, logically speaking, there shouldn't be any defense mechanisms here. If this defense mechanism is used to hide the treasures, then it makes sense. Jiang Chen said. The Huang dog looked at Jiang Chen with a shocked expression. What kind of monster are you? You can feel the defense mechanism just by standing here? I, your father, only came here because I sensed the aura of the treasures, and I haven't even sensed the existence of the defense mechanism yet. The way the Huang dog looked at Jiang Chen had changed even more. Defense mechanisms were very mysterious and not just anyone could set them up. Even if it was the simplest defense mechanism, only those who had reached the heavenly core realm would be able to cast it. Jiang Chen was only a mortal core warrior, and he had only just formed his divine sense, let alone sensing the existence of a defense mechanism. Big bro Jiang Chen, there's nothing you can't do. It's just sensing a defense mechanism, it's not a big deal. Yan Qinyu looked at her big bro Jiang Chen with a face full of admiration. Love-struck fool. The Huang dog ignored Yan Qinyu. A woman in love would have 0 IQ. Alright, let's hurry up and find the treasures while it's still dark. I want to see what kind of treasures are hidden in this desolate place. After saying that, Jiang Qin started walking towards the wasteland. Jiang Qin relied on his ability to sense defense mechanisms, and De Huang Dog relied on his ability to sense treasures. The trio arrived in front of a dilapidated building in the center of the wasteland. The building in front of them looked like a dilapidated temple. The walls were full of holes, and some of the wooden pillars that were used to support the building had turned black. No one knew how long they had been decaying. An unpleasant smell came out from the building, and it made the trio furrow their brows. It smells so bad. Yan Qinyu furrowed her brows the most. The building here has decayed, and I don't think anyone has been here for a long time. There is a defense mechanism in this building, let's go in and have a look. Jiang Qin said. That's right, the treasures are in this dilapidated temple, I can't be wrong. De Huang Dog said with a firm tone. After that he walked into the temple. The inside of the temple wasn't any better than the outside, it was also a dilapidated building. The ground was covered in dust up to their ankles, and there were also some debris falling down from the walls. Aside from that, there was nothing else in the temple. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog threw their gazes at the same place. There was a broken door there. Obviously this was the place Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were looking for. The treasures are in here. De Huang Dog said, there really is a defense mechanism outside the door. Jiang Qin's eyes were glowing. A bright beam shot out from his eyes and landed on the door in front of them, causing ripples to appear on the outside of the door. A defense mechanism set up by a divine core warrior. Jiang Qin said that if it was him in his previous life, breaking this defense mechanism would be as easy as lifting his hand. But now he would have to spend a lot of effort to do so. Could this be a treasure left behind by a divine core warrior? Yan Qinyu was slightly surprised. Who would have thought that there would be a treasure left behind by a divine core warrior in this desolate area of Whirling Sun City? Impossible, it can't be that simple. How could a mere divine core treasure make him feel that way? De Huang Dog said. Divine core warriors were indeed strong, but they weren't at the level where they could reach the heavens and the earth. Also, the treasure De Huang Dog felt was definitely not as simple as a divine core treasure. Looks like there's something fishy going on here. Let's break this defense mechanism first. Even if it's just a treasure left behind by a divine core warrior, it's still a pretty good treasure. Jiang Qin said. For him right now, divine core warriors could only look up to him. If he could enter a treasure left behind by a divine core warrior, he would definitely get unimaginable benefits. Buddy, you can feel this defense mechanism, do you have a way to break it? De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Qin with a provocative tone. It's just a divine core defense mechanism, how can it stop me? Both of you step back. Jiang Qin smiled faintly. Compared to a divine core warrior, his current strength was indeed weak. But, defense mechanisms were different from other things. Defense mechanisms were created by warriors by connecting with natural energies, and no matter how perfect a defense mechanism was, it would still have a weak point. As long as the weak point was found, it would be easy to break it. Yan Qinyu and De Huang Dog took 2 steps back. De Huang Dog stared at Jiang Qin without blinking his eyes. He wanted to see how Jiang Qin, who was only an early mortal core warrior, would be able to break the defense mechanism set up by a divine core warrior. Jiang Qin stood in front of the defense mechanism. His eyes were glowing brightly. The invisible defense mechanism outside the door was clearly visible to him. There were countless patterns intertwining with each other, and it could make anyone's scalp go numb just by looking at it. But what kind of person was Jiang Qin? Although he didn't have a deep understanding of defense mechanisms in his past life, it was still easy for him to see through a defense mechanism set up by a divine core warrior. Jiang Qin could immediately find the weak point of the defense mechanism. In the next second, a powerful soul energy was unleashed from his body. The soul energy was rolling between his palms, and Jiang Qin kept forming complicated seals with both of his hands. Numerous mysterious defense mechanisms were forming on his fingertips. Damn it, this guy really knows how to use defense mechanisms. De Huang Dog was shocked. Only a heavenly core warrior could cast a defense mechanism, and Jiang Qin was only an early mortal core warrior, but he could cast it perfectly. This was insane. Jiang Qin had a serious expression on his face. Casting a defense mechanism was a process that consumed a lot of energy, even more than concocting pills. If he didn't cultivate the Great Soul Derivation skill and the Dragon Transformation skill, with his current cultivation level, he wouldn't be able to cast a defense mechanism. Soon, a ripple appeared on Jiang Qin's fingertip. In the middle of the ripple, an invisible airflow was moving. It was an invisible defense mechanism and it looked like a snake. Go! Jiang Qin shouted. With a flick of his finger, the snake-like defense mechanism struck towards the door. Pop! Bang! When the airflow hit the defense mechanism, a popping sound could be heard. After that, a deep explosive sound could be heard. The defense mechanism that had been cast by a divine core warrior for an unknown amount of time had suddenly shattered. The shockwave caused Jiang Qin to take 3 steps back before he could stabilize his body. Jiang Qin took a deep breath. With his current condition, breaking a divine core defense mechanism by force was still too much for him. On the other hand, De Huang Dog who stood next to him had his mouth wide open. He had broken the defense mechanism of the demon prison tower before, so he knew how terrifying it was. When Jiang Qin cultivated the dragon transformation skill, it was a process of consumption. No matter how many energy pills he had, it would never be enough. But now, with these 10 earth elixir, together with the 30,000 human elixir that De Huang Dog had tricked, and the 10,000 that he had saved up, Jiang Qin had a total of 140,000 human elixir. Such a huge amount of wealth was more than enough for him to break through to the late heavenly core realm. In other words, in a short period of time, Jiang Qin didn't have to worry about pills, and this saved him a lot of trouble. Jiang Qin stored all 10 earth elixir into his storage ring. After that, he took out a battle axe from the light yellow storage bag. The battle axe was 3 meters long, and it was glowing with a faint golden light. It was extremely sharp and it weighed more than 500 kilograms. Jiang Qin casually swung it, and the battle axe produced a buzzing sound that caused the space around it to tremble. This axe has such a powerful aura. Yan Qinyu was shocked. This is a high-ranked combat weapon. The boost a high-ranked combat weapon can bring is unimaginable. With this battle axe, I can definitely fight a heavenly core warrior. Jiang Qin's eyes were shining brightly, and he was emitting confidence from all over his body. There are words carved on the handle of the axe. Yan Qinyu reminded. Jiang Qin flipped the handle of the axe and he saw 3 words carved on the handle, Axe of Thunder. Since it had such a name, it showed how extraordinary the power of this axe was. Jiang Qin was really satisfied with it. With this Axe of Thunder he would have another trump card. The Divine Core Warrior didn't leave behind many treasures. Besides the Axe of Thunder and the 10 Earth Elixir, there were only 2 skill manuals left in the storage bag. One of them was called the Hurricane Skill, an Earth-level skill. Jiang Qin didn't even take a look at it, and he just casually threw it into his storage ring. As he was cultivating the Dragon Transformation skill, he looked down on any other skills in this world. Jiang Qin casually picked up the other skill manual, and when he was about to throw it into his storage ring, his eyes lit up when he saw the words written on it. Clap of Thunder Combat Skill. This was a combat skill. If it was just an ordinary combat skill, Jiang Qin wouldn't put it in his eyes. Ordinary Earth-level combat skills couldn't compare with his 6 solar fingers, and above the 6 solar fingers, there was also the 9 solar energies. But this Clap of Thunder combat skill was different. It was an axe skill that was used together with the Axe of Thunder. The Axe of Thunder was a high-ranked combat weapon. If it was used together with an axe skill, its power would definitely increase. I can cultivate this Clap of Thunder combat skill and improve my Axe of Thunder combat skill. Jiang Qin temporarily put away the Clap of Thunder combat skill. His trip to the Whirling Sun City had brought him a lot of rewards. Not only had he joined the Black Sect, he had also obtained many treasures. Kakaka. Right at this moment, De Huang Dog started laughing out excitedly. Jiang Qin and Yan Qinyu looked over and saw this dog taking out a rusty scrap iron from a corner of the secret chamber. De Huang Dog was holding the scrap iron in his arms with both of his paws, and his saliva was dripping down from his mouth. Is this puppy crazy? Why is he so excited about a scrap iron? Yan Qinyu asked with a puzzled expression. This dog won't go crazy. Looks like that scrap iron is the treasure he was looking for. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes and looked at the scrap iron in De Huang Dog's arms. This scrap iron was about 2 meters long and it was as wide as a palm. It was covered with iron filings, and this scrap iron belonged to the kind that no one would want even if it was thrown onto the street. More importantly, even with Jiang Qin's vision as the greatest saint in the world, he still couldn't tell the difference between this scrap iron and an ordinary scrap iron. He could tell that this scrap iron was part of a broken sword. However, Jiang Qin couldn't sense any energy ripples or laws from the broken sword. There was nothing special about this broken sword. With Jiang Qin's vision, even if it was a broken piece of a peerless saint weapon in front of him, he would still be able to recognize it. But right now he couldn't recognize the scrap iron. In this situation there were only two possibilities. The first one was that this scrap iron was really just a broken sword, and the second one was that this scrap iron had surpassed the realm of a saint weapon, to the point where even he couldn't recognize it. Jiang Qin believed in De Huang Dog's ability. This dog would never get excited over a scrap iron for no reason. De Huang, what is this? Jiang Qin asked. Are you blind? It's just a scrap iron, a broken sword. Everything else belongs to you, but this broken sword belongs to me. I'm warning you, don't try to snatch it from me. De Huang Dog hugged the broken sword tightly, afraid that Jiang Qin would snatch it away. The more De Huang Dog behaved like this, the more Jiang Qin felt that this broken sword was an extraordinary item. Hee De Huang, let me have a look. I promise I won't take it from you. Jiang Qin revealed a smile that he thought was very kind. Get lost, don't even think about it. I found it myself. De Huang Dog was very straightforward. He opened his mouth and swallowed the broken sword. Damn you. Jiang Qin rolled his eyes. It seemed like digging out a treasure from De Huang Dog's mouth was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. He could only give up for now and think of another way in the future. Damn you. You've also obtained a lot of benefits, you should be grateful to me. De Huang Dog glared at Jiang Qin. He was very dissatisfied with Jiang Qin's performance. After that, the trio left the secret chamber and walked out of the wasteland, heading towards the Black Sect's Chamber of Commerce. De Huang Dog, what kind of treasure is that broken sword? Along the way, Jiang Qin was still unwilling to give up. Something that even he couldn't see through, he was naturally very interested. I don't know, but it's a treasure. De Huang Dog wagged his tail. Let me have a look, I promise I'll return it to you. No way. Fuck you. Woof. When they arrived at the courtyard, Jiang Qin still didn't get the broken sword from De Huang Dog's mouth. In the end he had no choice but to give up. This dog was smart and evil, it was too difficult to get anything from him. Big bro Jiang Qin, when are we going to the Black Sect? Xuanhuan asked. I'm going to absorb the earth fruit now. Once I break through to the mid-mortal core realm, I'll go to the Black Sect. If everything goes smoothly, we'll leave tomorrow afternoon. Jiang Qin said. He knew that in this world, no matter where he went, the most important thing was strength. Only with strong strength could he earn the respect of others. Only when he broke through to the mid-mortal core realm would Jiang Qin's foundation become even stronger. Jiang Qin's foundation would become even stronger. After that, Jiang Qin entered his room and started absorbing the earth fruit. Yan Qinyu and De Huang Dog were guarding Jiang Qin in the courtyard. Chapter 103. The earth fruit was formed by absorbing the essence of the earth. It was an extremely rare natural treasure. The earth fruit in Jiang Qin's hand was only 1,000 years old, and it only contained a small amount of earth essence. However, the pure energy contained within was not something to be underestimated. This kind of natural treasure was perfect for the current Jiang Qin. With this earth fruit he could easily break through to the mid-mortal core realm. Buzz. Jiang Qin circulated the dragon transformation skill. The yuan energy in his qi produced a buzzing sound, and the 25 dragon marks were like 25 real dragons spinning in his qi, forming a whirlpool. Once the dragon transformation skill was circulated to its limit, Jiang Qin swallowed the earth fruit in one gulp. Bang! The powerful energy contained within the earth fruit exploded in an instant, rushing into Jiang Qin's limbs and bones. What a powerful energy! Aha, this feeling is amazing. Jiang Qin's face was filled with excitement. The way he absorbed the earth fruit, if anyone else saw this, they would definitely be shocked speechless. The energy contained within 1,000 years old earth fruit was not something a mortal core warrior could absorb in an instant. Even if it was the little devil king or Li Wuxuang who had obtained the earth fruit, they would have to absorb it bit by bit. Swallowing it in one gulp like Jiang Qin was simply unbelievable. Jiang Qin did this because he had something to rely on. The sudden explosion of energy from the earth fruit could only be controlled by a mighty skill like the dragon transformation skill. Roar roar. When the dragon transformation skill was circulated to its limit, the 20 dragon marks in his body started shaking violently. A deep dragon roar could even be heard from within Jiang Qin's body. Above his head, a dragon-shaped aura was circling around, and his black hair was moving without any wind. He looked like an ancient beast that was about to awaken. Under the control of the dragon transformation skill, the energy from the earth fruit was quickly absorbed into his qi, and it condensed into new dragon marks. Jiang Qin had absorbed the dragon horse blood of De Huang Dog, then refined the blood-winged hawk's demon soul. During the Qi province competition, his thoughts were clear, and now, with the help of the earth fruit, it could be said that he was well prepared. After an hour, 5 new dragon marks had formed in Jiang Chen's Qi Si. Including the previous 25 dragon marks, there were exactly 30 dragon marks. The instant the 30th dragon mark was formed, Jiang Chen's entire aura became restless. I'm about to level up. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. He took out a large amount of human elixir and refined it. Cultivating the dragon transformation art required a large amount of energy to support every advancement. This caused Jiang Chen's demand for human elixir to be greater than ordinary people. Huff huff, powerful energy waves rushed out from Jiang Chen's body. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's control, the energy waves would have broken through the room. Even so, the aura of breaking through was extremely strong. The natural energies in the air above the courtyard were instantly sucked dry. Big Bro Jiang Chen has broken through to the mid-mortal core realm. Within the courtyard, Yan Qinyu was overjoyed. I wonder what kind of skill this guy is cultivating. Every time he breaks through, he would have such a powerful aura. What a monster. De Huang Dog muttered. At the same time, the people from the Black Sect Chamber of Commerce had also sensed the aura, and many of them were shocked. It's Jiang Chen's courtyard. Looking at this aura, it seems like Jiang Chen is about to break through. The Black Sect has gained another peerless genius. From now on, the Qi province won't only have one northern and southern dynasties. Pass down my order, no one is allowed to get close to the courtyard, and no one is allowed to disturb Jiang Chen's cultivation. Jiang Chen's name had spread across the entire whirling Sun City. There was no one in the Black Sect Chamber of Commerce who didn't know about Jiang Chen. Besides, Jiang Chen was now a genius of the Black Sect, and the people from the Chamber of Commerce could only look up to him. Jiang Chen had absorbed 1,000 human elixir pills, and only then could he completely stabilize his cultivation level at the mid-mortal core realm. This kind of consumption wasn't something that ordinary people could afford. If he wanted to break through to the late mortal core realm, it would take even more. Perhaps he would need at least 3,000 elixir pills. Buzz. The yuan energy in his Qi Si was fluctuating, and the blood-red dragon marks were rolling around. A powerful blood Qi was hovering around Jiang Chen. After 30 dragon marks had been formed, it was still far from over. Only 1/3 of the energy contained in the earth fruit had been used up. Jiang Chen was circulating the dragon transformation skill to its limit, and more dragon marks were forming in his Qi Si. 1, 2, 3. When the sun rose again, another 10 dragon marks had been formed. At this moment, all the energy in the earth fruit had been consumed. Right now, within Jiang Chen's Qi Si, 40 dragon marks were revolving around his mortal core. It looked like a living blood dragon was spiraling around. It was a mystical sight. As for Jiang Chen, not only had he broken through to the mid-mortal core realm, his cultivation level had also been stabilized, and it was showing signs of breaking through to the late mortal core realm. 40 dragon marks meant a force of 400,000 jin. This kind of strength coming from an early mortal core warrior was unbelievable. It was unimaginable. According to the records of the dragon transformation skill, in order to break through to the late mortal core realm, I need to form 60 dragon marks. Now I formed 40 and I'm not far from the late mortal core realm. Jiang Chen's sharp eyes kept glowing. The boost that 40 dragon marks had given him was unimaginable, and it could only be described with the word powerful. With my current combat strength, I can kill anyone in the mortal core realm in a second. If I were to fight Li Wuxuang in this state, I could kill him with just a single slap and I wouldn't have to fight him for so long. Now, even ordinary early heavenly core warriors are no match for me. If I use the Axe of Thunder, I can easily kill an early heavenly core warrior. Jiang Chen was extremely imposing, and he was emitting a confident aura from all over his body. Killing a heavenly core warrior while only being an early mortal core warrior, this was really shocking. After all, the gap between the mortal core realm and the heavenly core realm was not small. Warriors who reached the heavenly core realm could already control the natural yuan energy. Jiang Chen was a freak, a real monster. He was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, and he had the experience and skills of a saint. He couldn't be judged with common sense. With the increase in his cultivation level, Jiang Chen's combat skills had also improved by a lot. With his current state, when he used the 6 solar fingers, he could now unleash the 3 solar fingers. The Sonic Hawk Cry's sound wave combat skill had also improved, and its power had increased. Jiang Chen didn't hurry to leave his room. Instead, he took out the Clap of Thunder combat skill book from his storage ring. He had a strong foundation now, and if he could successfully cultivate the Clap of Thunder combat skill, then he would have another powerful trump card. In the future he would be invincible among his peers in the Qi province. Jiang Qin flipped open the Clap of Thunder combat skill book. Just by reading the incantation once, he had completely understood the essence of the combat skill. With his cultivation experience as a saint, reading an earth-level combat skill wasn't difficult at all. This was an advantage that ordinary people couldn't compare with. This advantage was too strong. When other people cultivated a combat skill, they would need a few months or even 3 to 5 years to understand the essence of the skill. But for Jiang Qin, he could understand it with just one look. Besides, using the dragon transformation skill to unleash a combat skill was much stronger than using an ordinary skill. With such a unique advantage, he was destined to become a peerless genius. At noon, Jiang Qin tidied up his clothes, then he pushed open the door and walked out. After breaking through to the mid-mortal core realm, Jiang Qin felt like he was bathing in the spring breeze, and his face was filled with a bright smile. "Big bro Jiang Qin, you broke through?" Seeing Jiang Qin walk out, Yan Qinyu immediately ran up to him. Of course. Jiang Qin lovingly pinched Yan Qinyu's nose, causing the little girl to giggle. "Big bro Jiang Qin, are we going to the Black Sect now?" Yan Qinyu asked. "That's right, let's go now. After all, we are now disciples of the Black Sect, how can we not go?" After Jiang Qin said that, he turned to Da Huang Dog and asked, "Da Huang, are you going to the Black Sect?" "Yes, of course I'm going." Da Huang Dog immediately wagged his tail. "Let me make this clear, the Black Sect is not like the Tianjin Gate. I owe them a favor, so no matter where you go you can't mess around with them. If not, I won't bring you there no matter what," Jiang Qin said in a serious manner. Da Huang Dog was an extreme person who could do anything. What he did in the Tianjin Gate, if he did it in the Black Sect, it would be even worse. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Da Huang Dog nodded his head in a serious manner. Although he had a righteous expression on his face, Jiang Qin still felt that this dog wasn't reliable. But with Jiang Qin here, he believed that Da Huang Dog wouldn't dare go too far. Besides, bringing this dog with him would bring him endless benefits. The 10,000-year freezing crystal that Yan Qinyu found, and the wealth left behind by a divine core warrior, had proven Da Huang Dog's abilities. "Alright, we'll fly to the Black Sect. Unleash your wings of light and carry Xiaoyu," Jiang Qin said. "What? I won't do it," Da Huang Dog said with a wronged expression. "Last time when I escaped from Silver Moon City, I overused my innate ability, so I can't unleash my wings of light for a short period of time. In my opinion, you should unleash your blood wings and carry Xiaoyu and me." "Is that so?" Jiang Qin grabbed Da Huang Dog's ear and said while gnashing his teeth in anger, "Damn dog, don't play tricks with daddy. Your innate ability has been used for half a month, it should have recovered by now. If you want to follow us, you better carry Xiaoyu. If not, don't come with us." This dog was really cunning. Since his innate ability had suffered a backlash, it should have recovered after half a month without using it. From Silver Moon City to Whirling Sun City, they had traveled for half a month. With Da Huang Dog's abilities, he should have fully recovered a few days ago. If not, he wouldn't have run so fast when he was found by the disciples of the Tianjin Gate in the Whirling Sun Square. 3 figures shot up into the sky from the Black Sect's Chamber of Commerce, and they quickly disappeared into the sky. One of them was a young man dressed in white with a pair of wings on his back, and the other was a Da Huang Dog with yellow fur all over his body, carrying a young girl dressed in purple on his back. They kept muttering to vent their dissatisfaction. Thus, Jiang Qin and Da Huang Dog flew above a yellow mountain range. Below them was a mountain range. Jiang Qin, who was flying at high speed, suddenly had a cold expression on his face. Something's wrong. Chapter 104. 4 figures suddenly appeared and surrounded Jiang Qin and Da Huang Dog. All 4 of them had powerful auras, and the fact that they were able to fly proved that they were heavenly core warriors. When one of them saw Jiang Qin and Da Huang Dog, he became extremely furious and let out a loud roar. "Jiang Qin, you little bastard, I'll let you die a graveless death today." The man's voice was fierce. He was the mayor of Silver Moon City, Yinzhong Cheng. Jiang Qin finally understood. No wonder there were heavenly core warriors surrounding him. When he saw that it was Yinzhong Cheng, he immediately felt relieved. The relationship between him and Yinzhong Cheng was irreconcilable. This man wanted to eat him alive. As for the other 3 men, it was obvious that they were the helpers that Yinzhong Cheng had found. They had set up an ambush here and they wanted to kill Jiang Qin for revenge. "Mayor Yin, you're really considerate, I didn't expect you to surround me here." Jiang Qin had a faint smile on his face. If it was before, he would definitely turn around and run when he saw Yin Zhongqing, but it was different now. After he had broken through to the mid-mortal core realm, his combat strength had increased tremendously. Even if it was a heavenly core warrior, he wouldn't need to worry about them. Besides, these 4 men in front of him were all early heavenly core warriors. Jiang Qin was confident that he could handle them. Jiang Qin, I never expected you to participate in the Qi province competition, and you even got first place. You've become famous. Not bad at all. I have to thank you. If you didn't participate in the Qi province competition and became famous, it would be hard for me to find you. If you had followed those disciples from the Black Sect yesterday, I might not have had the chance to get my revenge. I never expected you to stay. We've been waiting for you here. Yin Zhongqing sneered. After Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog had escaped, Yin Zhongqing had found a few of his close friends to search for Jiang Qin's traces. His son had been killed and the city lord's mansion had been reduced to ruins. All of this was caused by this man and dog in front of him. With such hatred, Yin Zhongqing wanted to tear Jiang Qin into pieces even in his dreams. With the abilities of these 4 men, they were able to accurately locate Jiang Qin's tracks. Furthermore, after discovering that Jiang Qin hadn't gone to the Black Sect with Guan Yiyun and the others, Yin Zhongqing and the others didn't dare attack Jiang Qin at the Black Sect's Chamber of Commerce in Whirling Sun City. Therefore, they had decided to ambush him at this place where he had to pass before heading to the Black Sect. They wanted to give Jiang Qin a heavy blow. Yin Zhongqing, I advise you to give up your hatred. If you leave now, you can still keep your life. As for the 3 of you, we have no enmity between us, so I advise you not to be bewitched by Yin Zhongqing. Losing your life is not a small matter. Jiang Qin's gaze swept across the crowd and said in an indifferent tone, Haha, what a sharp-tongued young man. Being able to get first place in the Qi province competition, you do have some abilities. But no matter how talented you are still just at the mortal core realm. With the 4 of us heavenly core warriors working together to deal with a little guy at the mortal core realm, even if you have 6 pairs of wings, you won't be able to escape alive today. An old man with a white beard laughed out loudly. He felt that what Jiang Qin said was a joke. They were 4 heavenly core warriors, and if they couldn't kill a little mortal core warrior, then they wouldn't be able to live anymore. I've already warned you. If you insist on attacking, I won't hold back. I Jiang Qin never give anyone a second chance. Jiang Qin's face turned cold. Jiang Qin's enemies only had one ending. Don't talk big. 3 of you, this young man is very cunning. Let's attack together and kill him, don't let him escape. Yin Zhongqing said. The 4 of them had completely locked onto Jiang Qin. They surrounded Jiang Qin from 4 directions, not giving him any chance to escape. Young man, I'll leave this to you. De Huang Dog took advantage of the fact that the 4 of them were all focused on Jiang Qin and flew away with Yan Qinyu on his back. Stupid dog, don't go. One of them stretched out his hand and tried to grab De Huang Dog, but De Huang Dog easily dodged it. Don't worry about that dog, let's get rid of Jiang Qin first. A sharp light flashed in Yin Zhongqing's eyes. Jiang Qin's performance in the Qi province competition had really surprised him. He couldn't let a genius like this escape today. If he had the chance to continue growing, then he, Yin Zhongqing, would never be able to get revenge again. Let's attack together. The old man with the white beard shouted out loudly. It looked like the 4 of them had made up their minds. As long as they could kill Jiang Qin, they wouldn't care about their status. After all, 4 heavenly core warriors attacking a young mortal core warrior together was not a glorious thing to do. Bang! The 4 of them were determined to kill Jiang Qin, so they immediately unleashed their full strength. 4 powerful energies shot up into the sky and covered the sky. Hurricanes appeared everywhere in the sky, and the attacks from the 4 of them connected into a gigantic energy web. It flew towards Jiang Qin, trying to tear Jiang Qin apart. Jiang Qin, who was surrounded in the middle, let out a cold snort. A serious expression emerged on his face. An early heavenly core warrior and 4 early heavenly core warriors working together, this was a completely different situation. However, Jiang Qin had a strong foundation, so he didn't show any fear on his face. 6 solar fingers. Jiang Qin suddenly shouted out loudly. In an instant he unleashed the 6 solar fingers. 3 gigantic golden fingers were unleashed by him, and they looked like pillars that could support the heavens. At the same time, Jiang Qin unleashed the sonic hawk cry. The powerful sound waves turned into invisible ripples that swept towards the other 2 men. Bang! This was the collision of 2 ultimate energies. At this moment, the entire sky above them exploded with a loud bang, and the air started burning. Large amounts of sparks flew all over the place. The combination of 4 early heavenly core warriors was no joke. Jianghu was as ferocious as a tiger. With his mid-mortal core cultivation base, he was fighting against 4 enemies at the same time. He was emitting a domineering aura. No matter if it was the 6 solar fingers or the sonic hawk cry, they were both powerful combat skills. Perhaps only Jianghu, who was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, could do this. Jianghu had 40 dragon marks in his qi, so he wasn't afraid of consuming yuan energy. The energy from the collision quickly dissipated. With just Jianghu's strength, he was able to withstand the combined attack of 4 early heavenly core warriors. If this scene was spread out, it would definitely shock a lot of people. This was insane, and in the entire Qi province, perhaps only Jianghu could do something like this. He broke through again. He is now a mid-mortal core warrior. How is this possible? He is just a mid-mortal core junior. How can he fight against the 4 of us together? Is he still human? Monster, this guy is definitely a peerless monster. Today, let's work together and get rid of him. If not, we won't have another chance in the future, and the next time we meet him, I'm afraid he will be the one to kill us. The few great warriors were shocked. Jianghu's performance had far exceeded their expectations. Clang clang. All 4 of them had a combat weapon in their hands at the same time. Zhongqing was still holding the golden axe, a mid-ranked combat weapon, while the other 3 were holding low-ranked combat weapons. Combat weapons were very precious. Ordinary heavenly core warriors couldn't get their hands on a mid-ranked combat weapon, unless they were inner circle disciples like the 4 big sections. Zhongqing was the mayor of a city, and that was why he had a mid-ranked combat weapon. The 4 of them unleashed their energy to its peak. They were determined to kill Jianghu with a single strike. Jianghu's face was calm, and his eyes were as sharp as blades. If he was facing a single heavenly core warrior, he was confident that he could kill him, but when facing 4 heavenly core warriors, it wouldn't be so easy. Come, let's see who's stronger. Jianghu laughed out loudly. He shook his arm, and a 10-meter-long golden axe suddenly appeared in his hand. When the axe appeared, it immediately produced a buzzing sound that caused the air to tremble. High-ranked combat weapon. The 4 men shouted out in shock at the same time, especially the 3 men who were holding low-ranked combat weapons. They almost spat out some blood. This was a huge blow to their confidence. They were all heavenly core warriors, but they were only holding low-ranked combat weapons. But this guy was only a mortal core warrior, and he was holding a rare high-ranked combat weapon. Comparing oneself to others was really infuriating. Even Zhongqing felt depressed. He looked at the axe of thunder in Jianghu's hand, and then looked at the axe in his hand. The gap between them had just been widened. Kill him. This guy has other treasures on him, we'll split them all later. Right after Zhongqing finished speaking, the old man with the white beard was the first to dash forward. The long sword in his hand turned into a bright rainbow. At the same time, the other 3 men also started attacking. Let's attack one by one, let's kill one of them first. Jianghu's combat experience was too rich. He had experienced countless battles like this. His eyes locked onto the white-bearded old man. With the help of the dimensional shift and the blood wings on his back, Jianghu appeared on the left side of the white-bearded old man. This was a place where the attacks of the other 3 couldn't reach instantly. Clap of thunder combat skill. Jianghu shouted out lightly. He raised the axe in his hand high up into the air. Streams of natural energies turned into hurricanes and gathered towards the axe of thunder. The axe shone with a golden light, and a vast amount of energy spread out. In an instant, it locked onto the old man with the white beard. Die. Jianghu had a cruel expression on his face. He felt lucky that he had cultivated the clap of thunder combat skill, and now he could use it in a real battle. Swoosh. The axe of thunder let out a loud roar, and with an unstoppable momentum, it chopped down towards the old man with the white beard. A deep crack appeared in the air, and an intense energy roared out like a tsunami. What? The old man cried out in shock. He never thought that Jianghu would be able to use a high-ranked combat weapon to such an extent. At this moment he actually felt the threat of death. The white-bearded old man's reaction was really fast, and he used his long sword to block the attack. But too bad, the axe of thunder's power was too strong, and it was also Jianghu's full-force attack. There was no way the white-bearded old man could withstand it. Clang. Jianghu's clap of thunder hit the old man with the white beard. The long sword in the old man's hand was instantly cut in half, but the power of the axe of thunder didn't decrease at all. It even chopped off half of the old man's head. Half of the old man's head flew into the air, and blood sprayed everywhere. The old man didn't even have time to scream before he died on the spot. Chapter 105. Jiang Qin killed one of them in the most powerful way possible. After killing the old man with the axe of thunder, Jiang Qin once again used the dimensional shift skill with his blood wings, easily dodging the attacks from the other three men. The shockwaves from their attacks were shattered by Jiang Qin's battle axe. "Old Bai!" Zhongqing shouted out loudly. His eyes were about to shoot out flames. 4 heavenly core warriors were attacking a young mortal core warrior, but one of them had been killed by his attack. This was ridiculous. Everyone be careful. This guy is a super abnormal monster. Now that he has broken through to the mid-mortal core realm, his cultivation level is no weaker than an ordinary early heavenly core warrior. He has a high-ranked combat weapon, and he can use combat skills that are compatible with the weapon. Zhongqing reminded everyone. Let's attack together and use our combined strength to suppress him. No matter how abnormal he is still just a mortal core warrior. He has used 2 combat skills just now, and now he has used his high-ranked combat weapon once. His yuan energy should be almost depleted. I don't believe he can still use the power of his battle axe. Another old man said in a cold voice. He had a good relationship with the old man with the white beard. His good friend had been killed on the spot, and this made his hatred towards Jiang Qin skyrocket. Heavy rock strike. Triple hurricane slash. Invincible 4 heavy waves. The 3 of them didn't dare underestimate Jiang Qin any longer. In their minds, Jiang Qin was a super abnormal monster, and they couldn't treat him as a young mortal core warrior anymore. The 3 of them unleashed their strongest attacks at the same time. Combat skills and combat weapons had perfectly displayed the energy of a heavenly core warrior, and the powerful shockwaves from the battle had destroyed the surrounding space. Endless energy flashed in the sky like a rainbow. The shockwaves from the attacks had destroyed a mountain. The combined attack of 3 early heavenly core warriors was incredibly powerful. "Haha, come on, let's attack together. I Jiang Qin have nothing to be afraid of." Jiang Qin laughed heartily. He stood in the air with a battle axe in his hand. His black hair danced wildly in the wind, and his entire body was covered in golden light. He looked like a peerless king who had descended to the world, his domineering aura filling the sky. At this moment Zhongqing and the other 2 could clearly feel a powerful aura from Jiang Qin. This young man in front of them seemed to be a natural king. It was as if he was no longer a teenager, but an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. This illusion was very absurd, but it was also very real. Facing the frontal attacks from 3 heavenly core warriors, Jiang Qin had no intention of backing off. His strong heart wouldn't allow him to back off, and Jiang Qin wouldn't dodge either. The only thing he wanted to do right now was to defeat 3 heavenly core warriors with his current combat strength, and create another miracle. Buzz buzz. The axe of thunder started producing an intense buzzing sound. The golden light kept filling the air, and deep dragon roars could be heard from Jiang Qin's body. Dense yuan energy was crazily rushing into the axe of thunder. It was endless, like a vast ocean, and it seemed like it would never dry up. The axe of thunder combat skill was a powerful combat skill, and when it was unleashed by Jiang Qin, it felt like it could split open a mountain. Bang! The sky was shaking and a loud explosion could be heard. Jiang Qin raised the axe of thunder high up into the air, and a bright light turned into a golden beam that shot up into the sky. In the next second, Jiang Qin chopped down with all his might. 3 gigantic battle axes that were completely condensed from energy, each of them were more than 100 meters long, and they were all chopping towards the incoming attacks. Each of the golden battle axes carried a domineering aura that could destroy everything in its path. It was a truly destructive aura. Bang! It was 1 against 3, this was a rare battle between those with higher cultivation levels. Combat skills, combat weapons, every single one of them represented destruction. The entire sky was filled with destructive energies, and it had turned the entire battlefield into a mess. Zhongqing and the other 2 were hit by the powerful impact of the axe of thunder, and they were forced back more than 30 meters before they could regain their balance. Looking at Jiang Qin in front of them, he was still covered in a golden light, and his domineering aura made him look like a judge of all living beings. The battle axe in his hand could rule over all living beings. How is this possible? How can a mid-mortal core warrior be so strong? Is he really just a mid-mortal core warrior? How can he use such a powerful combat skill? It seems like his yuan energy is endless and he's not afraid of consuming it at all. This is unbelievable. Damn it, Brother Ian, what kind of monster have you offended? The three of them felt like they were going to vomit blood. As Heavenly Core warriors, they had dominated this area for so many years, but they had never encountered such a difficult fight. Bang! Right after one of them finished speaking, another explosive sound could be heard. Jianghu flapped his wings and attacked again. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of one of the men, and the axe of thunder had arrived above the man's head with a sharp axe light. Fast, it was too fast. It was so fast that the man only had a chance to react and there was no way he could block it. Not good. The man cried out in shock. He never thought that after Jianghu had unleashed his strongest attack, he would still be able to unleash another attack in the blink of an eye. Too bad it was all over. The battle axe was merciless and it sliced the man in half. Blood sprayed across the sky, and the blood splashed onto the other two men, causing them to shiver. Swoosh. Jianghu was filled with killing intent, and he didn't stop. After killing one man, he immediately swung his battle axe towards the other man. Run. Cheng reminded his men, then he turned around and started running. There was no way he could continue this fight. Jianghu was too strong, brutal and overbearing. There was no chance for him to avenge himself, and the most important thing right now was to stay alive. If this continued, neither of them would be able to escape, and they would both end up like the old man. Cheng was the first to run away. The other man was so scared that he started sweating. He turned around and tried to escape, but he was too slow. Coupled with the fear in his heart, he had lost all will to fight, and he was killed by Jianghu's battle axe. 3 men had died in this fight. Jianghu's expression was cruel and merciless, and his eyes were glowing with a cold light. He raised his head and looked at Cheng, who had run far away. He flapped his blood wings and chased after him. Right when Cheng started running, De Huang Dog had already chased after him and stood in front of Cheng. Damn dog, get out of my way. Without saying anything, Cheng immediately swung his battle axe towards De Huang Dog. Running for his life was the most important thing right now. If he was caught by that man, he would definitely die. Pop. De Huang Dog opened his mouth and spat out a huge golden energy ball. At the same time, Yan Qinyu unleashed a curtain of ice, blocking Cheng's attack. Rumble, the explosion of energy started rolling. After being delayed by De Huang Dog, Cheng's escape speed was slowed down by half a beat. At this moment, Jianghu had already caught up to him. Looking at Jianghu, who was filled with killing intent, and the axe of thunder in Jianghu's hand that was glowing in a golden light, Cheng's expression became extremely ugly. An aura of death had enveloped him, and his body was filled with fear. Jianghu, don't kill me. Let me live, I promise that I won't trouble you anymore. Cheng begged for mercy. Those who kill will be killed by others. Jianghu's face was cold as he raised his battle axe high up. Cheng, you have to know that a single mistake can lead to everlasting sorrow. You shouldn't have offended me that day in Silver Moon City. Jianghu's words were like a death sentence for Cheng. He was like a judge from hell. Whoever he wanted to kill, that person would have to die. Bang! The battle axe produced an explosive sound as it swung down with extreme speed. No! Cheng let out a furious roar. He tried his best to raise the battle axe in his hand to block the attack, but he couldn't change his fate. He was killed by Jianghu's battle axe. After killing 4 Heavenly Core warriors in a row and continuously using the Clap of Thunder combat skill, even Jianghu felt tired. The yuan energy in his body had been consumed too much, and he had no choice but to take out some human elixir to recover. You're getting more and more abnormal. You killed 4 Heavenly Core warriors. If this news were to spread, I wonder how many people would be scared to death. Big Yellow waved his arms and legs, his face filled with excitement. They were courting death. Jianghu sneered. With a casual wave of his hand, he grabbed all 3 combat weapons and stored them into his storage ring. Let's keep going. Jianghu flapped his blood wings and continued flying towards the direction of the Black Sect. This battle with 4 Heavenly Core warriors had allowed him to truly understand his combat strength, and he had learned a lot from it. Cheng's tragedy was just like what Jianghu had said. He shouldn't have offended Jianghu back in Silver Moon City, and he shouldn't have bothered Jianghu even after the conflict was resolved. That was why he ended up like this. Jianghu had used the cruelest method to teach him a lesson. In this world there were some people that you shouldn't offend. Once you did, you would have to pay a hefty price. The Black Sect was located at the northernmost part of the Qi province. It was a majestic mountain range and it was filled with dense natural yuan energy. White mist lingered around the mountain all year round, giving it a holy and noble feeling. This mountain range was called the Black Mountain. On top of the Black Mountain there were many different peaks. Chapter 106. Jiang Chen threw a glance at these three men, and he found that they were only at the Qihai realm. They should be novice disciples of the Black Sect, and they belonged to the Outer Circle. If they were Outer Circle disciples who had reached the Mortal Core realm, they wouldn't be assigned to guard the mountain gate. But as a disciple of the Black Sect, even if they were just ordinary novice disciples, it was enough for them to be proud of themselves. There were many geniuses among the novice disciples, and many Outer Circle disciples and even Inner Circle disciples who had reached the Heavenly Core realm started as novice disciples. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Black Sect? Are you seeking death? A fat man said with an arrogant tone. His body was filled with a sense of superiority. Jiang Chen was amused. Disciples from big sects were indeed different, they were much more arrogant than others. Just as Jiang Chen was about to tell them his name, he saw a disciple looking at Yan Qinyu from top to bottom. His eyes shone brightly. Pretty girl, what are you doing here in the Black Sect? Your big brother can help you. The disciple smiled at Yan Qinyu, but he didn't know that what he did had violated someone's taboo. Watch your eyes. Jiang Chen glared at the disciple and said without any hesitation. After that, he started walking towards the top of the Black Mountain. If this disciple wasn't a disciple of the Black Sect, he would be a dead man by now just because of what he did to Yan Qinyu. Fuck, who is this guy? How dare he act so arrogantly in the Black Sect? Kid, stop right there. The three men stared at Jiang Chen and blocked his way in front of Jiang Chen. The fat man had a ferocious expression on his face. Where did this guy come from? How dare he act so arrogantly in the Black Sect? He must have eaten a leopard's guts. Get out of my way. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. Initially, he wanted to treat them nicely, but the way they behaved had disappointed him. Damn it, this guy is too arrogant. The fat man cursed. Slap, right after the fat man's words left his mouth, a slap landed on his face with lightning speed. Following a loud and clear slap, the fat man's 200 kilograms body fell onto the ground and let out a painful howl. How dare you hit someone in the Black Sect? You must be tired of living. When the other disciple saw this young man who came out of nowhere and dared to attack the Black Sect, he immediately. However, before he could finish his words, he was slapped to the ground as well, and suffered the same fate as the fat man. The last man was dumbfounded. He stared at Jiang Chen with his mouth wide open, and his face was filled with disbelief. Jiang Chen's domineering attitude had stunned him. No one had ever dared to come to the Black Sect and beat up a disciple of the Black Sect. This was outrageous. You wait for me. The disciple finally reacted. He turned around and ran towards the top of Black Mountain, running faster than a rabbit. Kaka, this kid went to get reinforcements. The Huang dog cackled. I never thought something like this would happen right after I arrived at the Black Sect. What a disappointment. Yan Qinyu pouted. This is a good opportunity to show off. Let's just wait here, let's see if he can bring out Guaniyun. Jiang Chen crossed his arms in front of his chest, and a faint smile emerged on his face. He wasn't in a hurry to go up the mountain, he was waiting for someone to come and invite him up. Not long after that, 8 disciples wearing white clothes walked down the mountain in an aggressive manner. The leader of the group was a tall and strong man with a full beard. Next to him was the disciple who went to get reinforcements. They are all novice disciples at the Qihai realm, not good enough. The Huang dog was squatting on a big green rock, leisurely wagging his tail. Senior disciple Lu, that's him, that's the guy who hit people. The disciple pointed his finger at Jiang Chen. The novice disciple who was called senior disciple Lu had a ferocious expression on his face. When he saw the 2 men lying on the ground, he immediately stared at Jiang Chen angrily. This senior disciple Lu should be one of the more famous novice disciples, he was at the peak of the Qihai realm, and those who came down with him were all famous novice disciples as well. Kid, do you know what this place is? Senior disciple Lu stood in front of Jiang Chen and said in a fierce tone. Get lost, you don't have the right to talk to me. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. Fuck. Senior disciple Lu was instantly enraged. With his status, there was no novice disciple who didn't respect him, but this guy who came out of nowhere dared to ask him to get lost? Damn it, this was the Black Sect's territory. I think you're looking for, slap. Senior disciple Lu didn't even have the chance to finish his words before he was thrown onto the ground by another slap. All the other disciples were shocked, they couldn't believe what had just happened. Senior disciple Lu was one of the best novice disciples, but he was also thrown onto the ground by a single slap. This young man was really strong. Without waiting for them to be shocked, Jiang Qin took a step forward. Slap, 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 slap. A loud and clear sound of slaps rang out like firecrackers. All the men who came down from the mountain were thrown onto the ground, and they were lying on the ground in a mess, crying out in pain. The novice disciple who came to get help was still standing there, but this time he was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't bear to look at all the people lying on the ground. This young man was too cruel, he just slapped them as soon as he arrived. This was the Black Sect after all. Let's go get more people. Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. All right, just you wait. The disciple was trembling as he once again started running up the mountain. Not long after that, another 3 men came down from the mountain. Besides the disciple who went to get help, there were 2 other young men. These 2 young men were even more arrogant, and their energy was even stronger. They had both reached the early mortal core realm, and they were both outer circle disciples of the Black Sect. In the Black Sect, the difference between novice disciples and outer circle disciples was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was just like the difference between an outer circle disciple and an inner circle disciple. Senior disciple Huang, look, it's that guy, he hit our men. The novice disciple pointed at Jiang Qin once again. When the 2 outer circle disciples saw so many people lying on the ground, they were immediately enraged. Senior disciple Huang threw his glance at Jiang Qin and carefully observed him. He wanted to know who was so daring. Young man, I don't care who you are. How dare you come to the Black Sect and hit our men? This is a serious act of courting death. I want you to kneel down and apologize to them right now. Senior disciple Huang had an imposing manner, he wanted Jiang Qin to kneel down. These 2 men were obviously just small fries amongst the outer circle disciples, and they didn't participate in the Qi province competition in Whirling Sun City. If they did, they wouldn't be so arrogant when they saw Jiang Qin. What's your name? Jiang Qin asked. Fuck, senior disciple Huang asked you to kneel down, are you deaf? The other mortal core disciple cursed. He raised his hand and slapped towards Jiang Qin. Slap. Another slap sounded out, but it wasn't Jiang Qin who received it, it was the arrogant mortal core disciple. The man was slapped by Jiang Qin and fell onto the ground. He kept struggling but he couldn't stand up. The scene was shocking. Senior disciple Huang's eyes were wide open, and as for the novice disciple, he was terrified. Slapping a novice disciple and slapping an outer circle disciple were 2 completely different concepts. Where did this young man come from? He was too strong. Slap. Another slap. Jiang Qin's slap landed on senior disciple Huang's face. Senior disciple Huang, who was extremely arrogant just now, couldn't react in time. He was slapped by Jiang Qin and spun 3 times on the spot. But Jiang Qin had controlled his strength well, so senior disciple Huang didn't fall down. Just you wait. Senior disciple Huang turned around and started running towards the top of the mountain. He replaced the novice disciple and became the one to call for reinforcements. The novice disciple who was left behind was stunned. His face was filled with fear. He hoped that Jiang Qin would slap him and throw him onto the ground as well. But Jiang Qin didn't slap him. For him this was a torture. All he could do was stand there without moving. After a while, another 2 figures walked down from the top of the mountain. One of them was senior disciple Huang, and the other one had an even stronger aura. He was unleashing the aura of a late mortal core warrior. Both of them were extremely fast. Soon they arrived at the middle of the mountain. The late mortal core disciple first looked at all the men who were lying on the ground, crying in pain. Then he looked at Jiang Qin. When he saw Jiang Qin's face and Yan Qinyu and De Huang Dog who were watching from the side, his expression changed dramatically. Senior disciple Wang, this is the guy who dared come to the Black Sect and beat up our men. Cripple him. Beat him until his mother can't even recognize him. Disciple Huang pointed his finger at Jiang Qin and said fiercely. He had a proud expression on his face. He was ready to see how miserable Jiang Qin would be. Senior disciple Wang was one of the strongest outer circle disciples. He would definitely beat this guy until his mother couldn't even recognize him. Cripple your ass. I, your father, will beat you until your mother can't recognize you. Senior brother Wang was immediately enraged. Without saying a word, he slapped disciple Huang's face. What was going on? Disciple Huang was dumbfounded. What was going on? Didn't senior disciple Wang come here to help him? Why did he suddenly slap him? Senior Disciple Huang, why did you slap me? Disciple Huang felt like he had been wronged. Daddy can't beat you to death, but I'll make you blind. Senior Disciple Huang slapped Disciple Huang's face once again. After that, he walked up and gave Disciple Huang a good beating. In the blink of an eye, Disciple Huang's head was smashed to the point where even his mother couldn't recognize him. Disciple Huang laid on the ground and wailed. His face was covered with tears. What was going on? Why was he always the one getting hurt? Not only him, all the disciples who were lying on the ground were confused as well. They had no idea what was going on, but they would soon find out what was going on. What they saw was Senior Disciple Huang walking over to Jiang Qin and bowing deeply towards him. With an apologetic smile he said, Senior Disciple Jiang Qin, my name is Wang Yun. These bastards don't recognize Senior Disciple Jiang Qin and Senior Disciple Yin. I hope Senior Disciple Jiang won't blame them. What? Senior Disciple Jiang Qin? Senior Disciple Yin? He was Jiang Qin and that beautiful girl was Yen Qinyu. Plop. Chapter 107. Hearing the name Jiang Qin, the expressions of the disciples who were howling on the ground immediately changed. Their faces turned pale and they wished they could slap themselves again. What was called having eyes but failed to see, what was called not recognizing Mount Tai, what was called not courting death, this was a typical case of courting death. Was it a loss to be beaten? Serves them right. That disciple with the surname Huang had tears streaming down his face. What had he done just now? He dared to be so arrogant in front of Senior Disciple Jiang Qin, and he even said he would beat Senior Disciple Jiang Qin until even his own mother couldn't recognize him. He was simply courting death. Everyone threw their gazes at the notary disciple who had fainted. If looks could kill, this man would have been cut into pieces. If it wasn't for this notary disciple who invited them, they wouldn't have offended Jiang Qin. That was Jiang Qin. In just one day, Jiang Qin's achievements had become a hot topic in the Black Sect. Getting first place in the Qi province competition, killing Ling Ao and Li Wuxia, setting a one-year agreement with the northern and southern dynasties. Although they hadn't seen Jiang Qin's face, Jiang Qin had become the idol of many disciples in the Black Sect. Damn it, they had offended an idol they had never met before. Being beaten into a pig's head wasn't a loss at all. Not only was it not a loss, everyone even felt lucky. They felt lucky that they were disciples of the Black Sect, lucky that Jiang Qin had shown them mercy. They had heard that Jiang Qin was ruthless. He had killed Ling Ao and Li Wuxia in front of the northern and southern dynasties in Liangshao. Today they had offended Jiang Qin. If they were slapped to death, there would be no one to blame. The Black Sect wouldn't punish a peerless genius just for an outer circle disciple. All of you bastards, hurry up and apologize to Senior Disciple Jiang. Thanks Senior Disciple Jiang for showing mercy. Wang Yun glanced around and scolded loudly. As soon as these words came out, how could these disciples dare to be the slightest bit negligent? One by one they crawled up from the ground with great difficulty. They couldn't be blamed for this. It was just that Jiang Qin's slap was too heavy. It really made it difficult for them to move. After being beaten up, they still had to crawl on the ground and apologize. Logically speaking, they should be feeling very aggrieved. However, right now none of them felt aggrieved. Just like what Wang Yun had said, they should be thankful that Jiang Qin had shown them mercy. If they had followed senior brother Jiang Qin's previous methods, they would already be corpses by now. All right. Jiang Qin waved his hand casually, then he started walking towards the top of Black Mountain. Yen Qinyu and De Huang Dog followed closely behind him as they walked up the mountain. Wang Yun revealed an expression of exasperation at Disciple Huang's failure to live up to his expectations, and scolded him again. Then he eagerly chased after Jiang Qin's footsteps. Disciple Huang sat down on the ground. He seemed to have lost his soul, and his face was filled with grievance. Tears were streaming down his face. Thinking about his future status in the Black Sect, Disciple Huang started crying again. Damn it, I've offended Jiang Qin, how am I going to stay in the Black Sect in the future? Although I'm also an outer circle disciple, how can my status be compared to Jiang Qin's? Although this was Jiang Qin's first day in the Black Sect, his status among the outer circle disciples was no weaker than Han Yan's. Damn it, Shipai, who's guarding the mountain today? Disciple Huang roared at the crowd. His eyes were about to shoot out flames. His name was Huang Zheng and he used to have a good life in the Black Sect. But what happened today had completely destroyed him. Senior Disciple Huang, it's those three. Someone pointed out the 3 novice disciples who were guarding the mountain today. One of them had already fainted, and when the other 2 saw them being pointed at, their faces immediately turned pale. They were so scared that they kneeled down on the ground. Senior disciple Huang, we're so sorry, we didn't know he was Jiang Chen. One of them was crying. When he thought about how he teased Chen you just now, he felt like killing himself. Damn it, are your eyes on your butts? You can't even recognize senior disciple Jiang? How are you supposed to guard the mountain? Daddy's future has been ruined by you 3 bastards. Huang Zheng scolded them, then he walked up and kicked both of them to the ground. Both of them were crying out in pain, and they couldn't help but curse in their minds. Huang Zheng, you didn't recognize Jiang Chen either. If you did, why would you ruin your own future? You can only blame yourself for being blind, it has nothing to do with us. Look at Wang Yun, perhaps he will be rewarded by senior disciple Jiang when he gets back, and with senior disciple Jiang's protection he will be able to do whatever he wants in the black sect. It's because of these 3 bastards that we offended senior disciple Jiang. Let's beat them up. That's right, beat them so hard that even their mothers won't recognize them. The flustered and exasperated crowd seemed to have found an outlet to vent, and the 3 disciples guarding the mountain became the target of public criticism. Bang bang bang, it was too tragic. This was human nature. Today the 3 people guarding the mountain could be considered to have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Normally when they were guarding the mountain, this kind of situation would not occur. However, today they encountered Jiang Chen coming up the mountain. The most miserable one was the nominal disciple who had fainted. He was beaten awake and then knocked out again. Alright, stop fighting. It's useless even if you beat them to death. Huang Zheng said. If the fight continued, the 3 of them would be beaten to death. Brothers, do you still want to stay in the black sect? Huang Zheng asked. Of course. Joining the black sect has always been my dream. Someone said. The black sect was one of the 4 big sects in the Qi province. Joining the black sect was not only a symbol of status and identity, but also, cultivating here was many times better than cultivating in the outside world. There was an energy vein underneath the Black Mountain, and no matter if it was natural yuan energy or cultivation resources, the outside world couldn't compare with them. It wasn't easy for these people to join the black sect, so who wouldn't want to stay here and have a bright future? Today we've offended senior disciple Jiang. How are we going to survive in the future? Huang Zheng said. Looking at the 3 disciples who were lying on the ground and howling in pain, he held back his urge to kick them again. What should we do, senior disciple Huang? Please give us some advice. Someone said. The current situation was very clear. Jiang Chen had obtained first place in the Qi province competition, killed Ling Ao from the Burning Sky Pavilion and Li Wushuang from the Tianjin Gate, and had also made a 1-year agreement with the Northern and Southern dynasties. Such a peerless genius, just like the Northern and Southern dynasties, had not appeared in the Qi province for thousands of years. Now that he had joined the black sect, he would definitely be valued by the higher-ups of the sect. As long as Jiang Chen gave the word, they would no longer be able to survive in the Qi province. Jiang Chen didn't even need to say anything. If what happened today was spread out, these people would immediately become public enemies, and they would be attacked by the other disciples. At that point of time, there would definitely be people who would find trouble with them in order to flatter Jiang Chen. If that happened, there would be no way for them to survive in the future. I'll go look for senior disciple Wang Yun and ask him to introduce us. We'll go find senior disciple Jiang Chen together and ask for his forgiveness. At that time, all you have to do is pay some money and take out some human elixir or some treasures that you think are valuable. With senior disciple Jiang's status, I'm sure he won't stoop to our level. Huang Zheng said, I'll ask you now, is there anyone who doesn't want to go with us or doesn't want to pay? If there is, stand out now. Who dared to stand out? Who didn't want to? If they could solve this problem by paying some money, they would be more than happy to do so. Besides, many of them were from big families in the Qi province. Since they were able to come to the black sect to cultivate, they all had some background, so they didn't mind paying some money. We're all willing. Senior disciple Huang will leave this to you. Someone said. Alright, carry these 3 bastards as well, we'll ask them if they want to go with us or not. Huang Zheng angrily glared at the 3 men on the ground. However, he was still thinking about them at the very last moment. This proved that Huang Zheng was a good man. If they went to find Jiang Chen and didn't bring these 3 men with them, these 3 men would never be able to stay in the black sect anymore. Under Wang Yun's lead, Jiang Chen and the other 2 men passed through the outer perimeter of the Black Mountain and arrived at the outer circle disciples area. There were many mountain peaks in the Black Mountain, and they were all located in different areas. From the outer circle disciples to the outer circle disciples, to the inner circle disciples, all of them were divided into different areas. Besides, the deeper one went into the inner circle, the thicker the natural yuan energy would be. This division would undoubtedly increase the competitiveness of the inner circle disciples. Senior disciple Jiang, senior disciple Guaniyun has specially prepared a place for senior disciple Jiang to stay and cultivate in the outer circle. No matter who receives senior disciple Jiang, no one is allowed to neglect him. Being able to personally receive senior disciple Jiang today is my Wang Yun's honor. Wang Yun said. Where's Han Yen? Jiang Chen asked. After senior disciple Han came back, he immediately went into secluded cultivation. Before he went into secluded cultivation, he specifically told everyone that senior disciple Jiang and senior disciple Han are good brothers. I heard that senior disciple Guaniyun also went into secluded cultivation after he came back. Besides, senior disciple Guan has a very high status in the sect, and he usually doesn't show himself in the outer circle. He's someone we all look up to, and the reason why I personally came to the outer circle to make arrangements is also for senior disciple Jiang. Wang Yun said. The meaning behind his words was clear. From now on, all the outer circle disciples would follow Jiang Chen's lead. Everyone worshipped strong warriors, and it was the same no matter where they went. Jiang Chen nodded his head. Han Yen and Guaniyun going into secluded cultivation at the same time was within his expectations. Putting aside Han Yen, Gu Tianma was about to wake up, and after this secluded cultivation he would be able to break through to the heavenly core realm. As for Guaniyun, he was defeated by the northern and southern dynasties with just a single strike during the Qi province competition, and he must have suffered a huge blow to his heart. As a competitive man, he wouldn't allow himself to suffer any more blows. Therefore, the reason why Guaniyun went into secluded cultivation was because he wanted to break through to the divine core realm. Who is that guy? He doesn't look like someone from the black sect. Wang Yun is following behind him and he looks very respectful. That's right, I've never seen someone like that before. He's just a young man, but even senior disciple Wang Yun is bowing to him. I guess his background isn't ordinary. I know he's Jiang Chen, he must be Jiang Chen. Chapter 108. A young man they had never met before, and someone who could make Wang Yun, a late mortal core warrior, nod his head and bow down to him. Perhaps it could only be Jiang Chen, who had been in the limelight recently. This was an easy guess. Right at this moment, two outer circle disciples were walking towards them. When they saw Jiang Chen, they immediately walked up to him. Senior disciple Jiang Chen, you finished your business? That was fast. Welcome senior disciple Jiang Chen to the Black Sect. We hope senior disciple Jiang Chen can give us some pointers in the future. Both of them bowed towards Jiang Chen. With this, Jiang Chen's identity had been confirmed. Those disciples who didn't participate in the Qi province competition had their eyes wide open, and they were looking at Jiang Chen from head to toe. Heavens, so he is Jiang Chen. He looks so young, he looks like he's only 15 or 16 years old. I heard he killed Ling Ao and Li Wu Shuang with his early mortal core cultivation level. This guy looks handsome, but I never expected him to be so cruel. Lower your voice. Senior disciple Jiang Chen will be the leader of our outer circle in the future. He has already made a deal with the northern and southern dynasties, he will definitely be valued by the sect. Wow. Senior disciple Jiang Chen is so handsome. It would be great if I could become his girlfriend. Get lost. Why don't you take a good look at yourself? Open your eyes wide and look at the girl in purple next to Jiang Chen. That should be senior disciple Yen Chen Yu. If senior disciple Yen is a swan, then you can't even be considered as a pheasant. Only a girl like this is worthy of senior disciple Jiang. Sounds of discussions could be heard. Although these were private discussions and their voices weren't loud, Jiang Chen's hearing was very good, so he heard every single word. He couldn't help but smile and shake his head. He didn't expect that he would become so famous before he even joined the Black Sect. Obviously, his fame was spread by those outer circle disciples who participated in the Qi province competition. The Black Sect wasn't that big, and the Qi province competition was a big event. In less than an hour, even the lowest servant disciple would know about it. Alright, go do what you need to do. Senior brother Jiang Chen has traveled a long way, so I'll take Jiang Chen to his residence first. In the future, if there's anything you don't understand in your cultivation, senior brother Jiang Chen will guide you. Wang Yun waved his hand at the two of them and then led Jiang Chen into the interior. Along the way, Jiang Chen bumped into many disciples who had participated in the Qi province competition. When they saw Jiang Chen, all of them happily greeted him. None of the disciples from the Black Sect were idiots. Flattering Jiang Chen might not bring them any benefits, but it definitely wouldn't bring them any harm. Not to mention Jiang Chen's friendship with the Little Devil King Han Yan and Guan Yun, Jiang Chen's means alone were enough to make people respect him. Buddy, I didn't expect you to be so famous. Even your father's glory has been overshadowed by you. How presumptuous. Da Huang Dog said in a dissatisfied manner. Don't talk if there's nothing important. Jiang Chen gazed at Da Huang Dog. If this dog could behave himself in the Black Sect, he would thank the heavens. Puppy dog, this is the Black Sect, don't act recklessly. Yan Xinyu patted Da Huang Dog's head and reminded him. Not long after that, under Wang Yun's lead, the group arrived at the Outer Circle Disciples' dormitory. The Outer Circle Disciples' dormitory was built in the middle of a mountain range. There were rows of exquisite courtyards and ancient buildings. Senior Disciple Jiang, the Outer Circle's dormitory is usually built in the form of courtyards. The buildings are connected to the underground energy vein, and usually 6 disciples live in one courtyard. Late mortal core disciples can have their own courtyard, and they can stay there until they break through to the heavenly core realm and enter the inner circle. Wang Yun said. May I know who I'm staying with? Jiang Chen asked with a smile on his face. Senior Disciple Jiang, you must be joking. Although you haven't reached the late mortal core realm yet, with your strength, you can easily sweep across the entire outer circle. Senior Disciple Guan Yun has specially told me to prepare the best place for Senior Disciple Jiang in the entire outer circle. Wang Yun brought Jiang Chen around the dormitory area and arrived at the back of the dormitory area. Here there was a very exquisite courtyard. The courtyard was located at the top of the mountain, and it was directly separated from the dormitory area. It was surrounded by green mountains and clear waters, and there was even a waterfall. The environment was beautiful and the natural yuan energy was rich. Also, it was separated from the noisy dormitory area, so it could be said to be the best place for cultivation. Wow, this place is so beautiful. Yan Xinyu stood at the top of the mountain, and she could see the entire Black Mountain. The feeling of looking down at all the mountains made her feel refreshed. There were a total of 3 exquisite rooms in the courtyard. Besides Jiang Chen and Yan Xinyu, even Da Huang Dog could have his own room. This kind of treatment was unique in the outer circle. Pushing open the door, the furnishings in the room were very simple. Aside from a bed, there was also a golden cushion in the middle of the room. Senior Disciple Jiang, this cushion can connect directly to the underground energy vein. Cultivating on this cushion will yield twice the result with half the effort. Wang Yun explained. This cushion was specially prepared by Guan Yun for Jiang Chen. In the entire outer circle besides Han Yan, only Jiang Chen had this kind of treatment. Not bad. Senior Disciple Guan is really considerate. Jiang Chen nodded his head. He was really grateful towards Guan Yun. The place he prepared for him was also unique. Senior Disciple Jiang, are you satisfied with this place? Wang Yun said with a smile. Not bad. Wang Yun, what skill are you cultivating? Jiang Chen looked at Wang Yun and asked. Wang Yun was startled, he didn't know why Jiang Chen suddenly asked about his skill. Senior Disciple Jiang, I'm cultivating the Black Sect's wave-breaking skill, a high-ranked mortal skill. Wang Yun said. You're lying, you're not cultivating the wave-breaking skill. Jiang Chen casually pulled a chair and sat down, he didn't even look at Wang Yun. But Wang Yun's expression changed. He was just standing there, he didn't even expose his aura, but Jiang Chen was able to tell what skill he was cultivating with just a glance. Let me ask you, for the past 3 months, every midnight do you feel pain in your Guanyuan acupoint? Or, in other words, for the past few days the pain has become unbearable? Jiang Chen asked. Wang Yun's expression immediately changed. He stared at Jiang Chen with his eyes wide open and said with a trembling voice, how did you know? There's something wrong with your cultivation and you still won't tell me the truth. With your current condition, in less than 2 months, you'll definitely die from cultivation deviation. Tell me, what skill are you cultivating? Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. If it wasn't for Wang Yun's good performance today, he wouldn't have bothered to teach him. Blah. Hearing that he would die from cultivation deviation in less than 2 months, Wang Yun knelt down in front of Jiang Chen. He didn't dare to hide anything anymore. Senior brother Jiang is truly a peerless genius, to be able to see through my symptoms with just a glance. That's right, the wave-breaking skill is only a method to cover up my cultivation. What I'm cultivating is a mid-grade Earth Realm skill, the Cloudy Rock Art. I obtained this skill by chance when I was out on a training trip. An Earth Realm skill is countless times more precious than a human realm skill. I couldn't resist the temptation and started cultivating this Cloudy Rock Art. However, this skill is extremely strange and I don't know what went wrong. 3 months ago, my xuanhuan acupoint started to feel a slight pain, and in the past few days the pain has reached an unbearable level. I beg senior brother Jiang to save me. If Wang Yun was previously only afraid of Jiang Chen, then right now he was practically treating Jiang Chen as a god. Activate the Cloudy Rock Art. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Yes. Wang Yun didn't dare to be negligent, and immediately activated the Cloudy Rock Art. A cold and gloomy aura overflowed from his body, along with a trace of evil qi. Jiang Chen observed carefully, and when Wang Yun was activating the Cloudy Rock Art, his eyes flashed with an evil light, which was the sign of cultivation deviation. Stop. Jiang Chen signaled Wang Yun to stop. The Cloudy Rock Art itself is a skill that leans towards the cold and gloomy attribute. Although it isn't considered a righteous skill, it isn't an evil skill either. However, you took the wrong path and practiced it into an evil skill. When you first obtained the Cloudy Rock Art, every night, you would forcefully absorb the yin qi of heaven and earth, and even absorb some evil yin qi. This method of cultivating the Cloudy Rock Art can indeed bring about a great increase in your cultivation in a short period of time, but it is also because of this that you have destroyed yourself. Senior brother Jiang, great God, please save me. Wang Yun repeatedly kowtowed. He felt that Jiang Chen was an existence that was as high as a mountain. He had only activated the Cloudy Rock Art once, but Jiang Chen was able to see through his cultivation method. Wang Yun felt that in front of Jiang Chen, he was like a transparent person. Any little secret would be discovered. The youngster sitting on the chair in front of him was no longer a youngster in Wang Yun's heart, but an omnipotent senior. With just a few words, he had made him realize the seriousness of his cultivation. Stand up and talk, Jiang Chen said. Wang Yun stood up and respectfully stood beside Jiang Chen, like a child who had done something wrong. I've told you before, the Cloudy Rock Art is a skill with the yin attribute. It is definitely not an evil skill. You've cultivated the wave-breaking skill before, and cultivating the Cloudy Rock Art on top of that will cause a certain degree of conflict. But you've chosen a cultivation method that you shouldn't have chosen. From now on, you have to give up on the wave-breaking skill, and cultivate the Cloudy Rock Art in your normal state. Don't try to absorb yin energy on purpose. After saying that, Jiang Chen pointed his finger out with lightning speed, and it landed right on Wang Yun's origin guan acupuncture point. Wang Yun felt a warm flow entering his body, and under the impact of this warm flow, the pain in his origin guan acupuncture point quickly disappeared. When the warm flow disappeared, Wang Yun felt refreshed. The strange feeling in his origin guan acupuncture point had disappeared, and he had returned to his normal state. Cultivate the Cloudy Rock Art according to what I've told you. Tonight, your origin guan acupuncture point will no longer hurt. With your potential, it will take you at most half a year to break through to the heavenly core realm and become an inner circle disciple. Jiang Chen said. Plop. Chapter 109. Wang Yun felt that his luck was truly heaven-defying. At this moment, his feelings of respect and gratitude towards Jiang Chen were as endless as the surging waters of a river. Luck, he was really lucky. If he hadn't met Jiang Chen, he would have continued cultivating the Cloudy Rock skill until he died from cultivation deviation. It looked like a good person would be rewarded. He had performed well in front of senior disciple Jiang Chen today, and he was lucky enough to receive guidance from senior disciple Jiang Chen. Not only did he survive, his future was limitless. The only thing that puzzled Wang Yun was that Jiang Chen was so young. How could he have such an ability? He could see through his problem with just one look. This was really puzzling. But in the end, Wang Yun attributed it all to a genius. In this world, there were many things and people that couldn't be judged with common sense. Get up, this place is not bad, I'm satisfied. You deserve my guidance. Jiang Chen said. His body was emitting the qi of a superior. That kind of graceful bearing could easily make people submit to him. Damn it, what kind of monster is this guy? De Huang Dog murmured. He had been following Jiang Chen for a long time, and he realized that Jiang Chen was becoming more and more mysterious. Thank you, senior disciple Jiang Chen. Wang Yun stood up from the ground. His face was still filled with gratitude. And you can leave now. Remember to inform me if anything happens in the sect in the future. Jiang Qin said. All right, I won't disturb senior disciple Jiang and senior disciple Yan's rest. Wang Yun cupped his fist, turned around and left. This guy had jumped down from the top of the mountain, and this was the happiest moment for Wang Yun ever since he obtained the Cloudy Rock skill. De Huang Dog shook his head and slowly walked out of the courtyard. Stop, De Huang, where are you going? Jiang Qin squinted his eyes. I'm just taking a stroll, it's too boring here. De Huang Dog showed his teeth. No, stay here, don't go anywhere. Jiang Qin scolded. If he let this dog out, it wouldn't take long before the entire black sect was thrown into chaos. Fuck, Daddy is going to see if there are any treasures in the black sect. De Huang Dog looked dissatisfied. If that's the case, then I can't let you go out. You'd better stay by my side. In the future you'll go wherever I go. Jiang Qin said that this dog's ability to find treasures was top-notch. As one of the 4 big sects in the Qi province, the black sect naturally had a lot of treasures. If he let this dog out, it would bring great losses to the black sect, and if that happened he wouldn't be able to stay here anymore. Damn you, how dare you restrict my freedom. Damn it, I suddenly feel sleepy. Let's sleep first. De Huang Dog was extremely depressed. He angrily walked towards a room. Jiang Qin clearly saw a golden light flashing on De Huang Dog's body the moment he entered the room. Is this dog going to level up again? He can level up while sleeping, what a weirdo. Jiang Qin still remembered that the last time De Huang Dog leveled up, it was through sleeping. Just now, he sensed the restlessness of the Yuan energy on De Huang Dog's body. It was indeed a sign of leveling up. Jiang Qin let out a long sigh. A descendant of a divine beast like De Huang Dog had an advantage that ordinary people couldn't compare with. No one knew when De Huang Dog would level up or how he would level up, or when he would awaken a powerful innate ability. Little you, following me is tough, isn't it? Jiang Qin grabbed Yan Qinyu's hand and said with a gentle voice. Since they left Red City, Yan Qinyu had been following him for a long time. They had been through endless battles and slaughters, and the tense atmosphere had caused Jiang Qinyu to take less care of her. It's not tough at all. As long as I follow big brother Jiang Qin, little you won't be afraid. Besides, big brother Jiang Qin has shown me a completely unimaginable life. It's so exciting. Yan Qinyu smiled mischievously. This kind of life was indeed something she had never dreamed of. If it wasn't for her following Jiang Qin, even if she had awakened her 9 meridians, she would still be a little princess in Red City. Little you, big brother Jiang Qin is going to walk on an unusual path. There will be many days like this in the future. You are born with 9 meridians and you will not be mediocre in the future. Cultivate well, and when I finish walking on my own path I will marry you. Jiang Qin said with a smile. As long as he was clear about the path he was going to walk, it was a path that was destined to be filled with killing and hot blood. The first thing he wanted to do after his rebirth was to return to his peak, and step into the legendary realm of immortals. In his past life he had used his saint blood to open the door to the realm of immortals, but he didn't have the chance to enter the realm of immortals. This was his biggest regret. Now that he had the chance to make up for this regret, how could Jiang Qin let it go? Of course, it was still too early to talk about the realm of immortals. His rebirth was just a new beginning. Not to mention the realm of immortals, he didn't even know when he would be able to step into the faraway divine continent again. Yan Qinyu had a shy expression on her face. Since Jiang Qin had helped her awaken her 9 meridians, Yan Qinyu had treated herself as Jiang Qin's woman. Now that she heard Jiang Qin wanted to marry her, she couldn't help but feel happy. Little you, how much of the 10,000-year freezing crystal have you absorbed? Jiang Qin asked. I've absorbed 1/3 of it. I'm preparing to go into secluded cultivation and absorb the 10,000-year freezing crystal with all my strength. I want to break through to the late mortal core realm as soon as possible. Yan Qinyu said. Alright, the black sect's cultivation conditions are pretty good. If you have nothing to do in the future you can just cultivate here. Jiang Qin said with a concerned tone. At the same time, he was surprised by the speed of her divine body leveling up. Ever since Yan Qinyu awakened her 9 meridians, her cultivation speed could only be described as skyrocketing. Now she was going to break through to the late mortal core realm with the help of the 10,000-year freezing crystal. This kind of speed was something that ordinary people couldn't even catch up with. De Huang Dog went to sleep, and Yan Qinyu went into another room to cultivate. Jiang Qin sat alone next to a stone table in the courtyard. He was calm and relaxed, enjoying the cool breeze coming from the mountains and rivers. His soul energy and divine sense were floating around the courtyard, feeling the existence of nature. For a cultivator, just cultivating was not enough. On the path of cultivation, the most important thing was comprehension. The mortal core realm was just one of the foundational realms, and it was far from being able to show the importance of comprehension. Once a cultivator surpassed the combat soul realm and reached the combat king realm, comprehension would become extremely important. The combat king realm allowed one to control the dimensional laws, and it was a supreme realm that no other realm could compare with. In the evening, Wang Yun had returned. Together with him were Huang Zheng and a group of dozens of men, including the 3 disciples who had been beaten up by the group. Wang Yun, what's the meaning of this? Jiang Qin gazed at the group and asked with an indifferent tone. You bastards, hurry up and apologize to senior disciple Jiang. Wang Yun scolded Huang Zheng and the group. Senior disciple Jiang, we were blind and we have offended senior disciple Jiang's dignity. We hope senior disciple Jiang can forgive us. Huang Zheng bowed deeply toward Jiang Qin. That's right, senior disciple Jiang, it's all our fault for not recognizing Mount Tai. We hope senior disciple Jiang can be magnanimous and forgive us. It's all our fault, senior disciple Jiang, please punish us. Everyone started expressing their opinions. The 3 disciples who were in charge of guarding the mountain even knelt down on the ground and started crying. They felt wronged, they felt really wronged. Seeing this, Jiang Qin couldn't help but laugh. He didn't take this matter to heart, but these people had become restless and came to apologize to him. But after thinking about it for a while, he felt relieved. After all, he had a big reputation now, and after the 1-year agreement with the northern and southern dynasties, he had become the representative of the black sect. Since these people had offended him, they would definitely be bullied by his fans in the future. Senior disciple Jiang, these are the gifts they gave to you. I've checked, there are a total of 3,000 human elixir. Wang Yun took out a storage bag and handed it to Jiang Qin. 3,000 human elixir wasn't much for Jiang Qin, but for these people, it was a huge amount of money, especially for those novice disciples. They didn't have much money, and these 3,000 human elixir were probably all they had. From this, it could be seen that these people were sincere in coming to apologize to Jiang Qin. I didn't take what happened to heart, so you guys don't have to worry about it either. As for these human elixir, I don't think any of you are rich, so you should just take them back. Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. Senior disciple Jiang, you should just take these human elixir. If not, they won't be able to feel at ease. Wang Yun said. That's right, senior disciple Jiang, this is all we have. If you think it's too little, I, Huang Zheng, will try my best to get more. Huang Zheng said. Jiang Qin smiled. He knew these people had misunderstood him. He immediately took the storage bag and said, all right, I'll take these human elixir. What's your name? Jiang Qin looked at Huang Zheng. My name is Huang Zheng. Huang Zheng quickly said. Come here. Jiang Qin waved his hand. Huang Zheng didn't dare hesitate, he quickly walked in front of Jiang Qin. Huang Zheng, you guys should have heard about my methods. That's right, in this Qi province competition, I fought a total of 3 matches and killed 3 people, including Ling Ao and Li Wushuang. I, Jiang Qin, am cruel and merciless to my enemies, but I'm not like that to my own people. What happened today can't be blamed on you guys. After all, you guys didn't know me before this. These human elixir are a small gift from me, take it and share it with your brothers. Jiang Qin placed the storage bag into Huang Zheng's arms. He could see the sincerity of these people. Besides, he had a good impression of the black sect. The elixir was nothing to him, but to them it was very important. Senior disciple Jiang, this. Huang Zheng didn't know what to say. He didn't expect Jiang Qin to forgive them so easily, and he even returned the human elixir to them. Senior disciple Jiang is a kind man, you guys should hurry up and thank senior disciple Jiang for his kindness. From now on, you have to work hard for senior disciple Jiang. Chapter 110. When Jiang Qin first arrived at the black sect, the first thing he needed to do was to win the hearts of the disciples. In this life, Jiang Qin still wanted to make everyone look up to him, but he didn't want to be alone anymore. Since he had come to the black sect, he wanted to lead the black sect to greater heights. Just the Qi province alone wasn't enough. What Jiang Qin did today had completely won over the hearts of these disciples. Wang Yun was now completely loyal to him. Besides, for a disciple like Wang Yun who was doing well in the black sect, his loyalty could basically represent the entire outer circle. As for Huang Zheng and the others, aside from feeling grateful, their hearts were filled with respect for Jiang Qin. It was very difficult to change one's opinion of someone, especially from fear to respect. Alright, you guys can leave now. Don't mention this again in the future. Jiang Qin waved his hand. Once again, everyone bowed towards Jiang Qin, then they turned around and left. At the foot of the mountain. I didn't expect senior disciple Jiang Qin, who is known for being cruel and merciless, to forgive us just like that. He didn't even ask for our human elixir. What do you know? Who do you think senior disciple Jiang is? Elixir is nothing in his eyes. Besides, senior disciple Jiang cares about us, he knows how useful these pills are for us. From today onwards, senior disciple Jiang treats his enemies differently from his own people. From today onwards, I will work for senior disciple Jiang with all my heart. As long as senior disciple Jiang asks me to do something, I will never say no. Everyone sighed, their opinions of Jiang Chen had completely changed. If you work hard for senior disciple Jiang in the future, you'll get a lot of benefits. Wang Yun said. The benefits he had obtained today couldn't be bought with any amount of wealth. After all, no amount of wealth could buy back one's life. Early morning the next day, a loud explosion sounded out from outside the Black Mountain. After that, a loud shout echoed through the sky above the Black Sect, lingering for a long time. Jiang Qin, get your ass out here. Get your ass out here. Get your ass out here. Come. His voice echoed throughout the area, causing the peaceful Black Sect to burst into an uproar. Damn it, who is this arrogant guy? How dare he provoke senior disciple Jiang Qin in front of the Black Sect's entrance? He's courting death. Let's go out and take a look. Let's see who has such guts. Many figures arrived at the outer perimeter of the Black Sect. Everyone could see a young man wearing a yellow robe hovering high up in the sky. His black hair was fluttering in the wind, and he was unleashing an intense killing intent. There was a dagger embroidered on his chest. He was a disciple of the Tianjin Gate. Those men from the Tianjin Gate. Damn it, those men from the Tianjin Gate have come all the way to the Black Sect's front gate. Aren't they just courting death? What the fuck? Do you think there's no one in the Black Sect? Any two senior brothers from the inner sect would be able to kill him without a complete corpse. I know him, his name is Li Wu Ling, Li Wu Shuang's younger brother. This man's talent is just average, far weaker than his older brother Li Wu Shuang. He was an outer circle disciple of the Tianjin Gate, but I never expected him to break through to the heavenly core realm. Looks like he's here to get revenge for his older brother. Someone recognized the man, and it immediately caused a commotion. Although Li Wu Ling was also an outer circle genius from the Tianjin Gate, his talent was far inferior to his older brother Li Wu Shuang. But today Li Wu Ling had come all the way to the heavenly core realm, and he had already broken through to the heavenly core realm. Jiang Qin, get your ass out here. Li Wu Ling's voice was loud and he was extremely arrogant. His killing intent soared into the skies. It was obvious that he was going to kill Jiang Qin and get revenge for his older brother. This man dared to come all the way to the Black Sect alone. Just this courage alone was enough to make everyone admire him. Damn it, how can this bastard be so arrogant? Does he think there's no one in the Black Sect who can defeat him? Huang Zheng had also arrived at the outer perimeter of the Black Sect, and he said angrily, Senior disciple Huang, should we inform senior disciple Jiang? A disciple asked. They were now following Jiang Chen's lead, and now that Li Wu Ling had come all the way here, they had to inform Jiang Chen as soon as possible. Inform my ass. Such a big commotion, do we really need to inform him? Senior disciple Jiang isn't deaf. Huang Zheng glared at the man. Within the Black Sect, Jiang Chen, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He furrowed his brows. Right at this moment, 3 figures flew across the sky, and they were flying towards the entrance of the Black Sect. These were the inner circle disciples of the Black Sect. Who dares to cause trouble in the Black Sect? Following a loud shout, 3 figures appeared outside the Black Sect's entrance. Among these 3 men, the leading one had a dignified appearance and he was handsome. The aura he was unleashing could make anyone feel awe and respect. Although the aura of the other 2 wasn't as strong as him, they were still early heavenly core warriors. Look, it's senior disciple Duan Li from the inner circle. Senior disciple Duan Li is a mid-heavenly core warrior, and he rarely shows himself. This Li Wu Ling dares to cause trouble in the Black Sect. If we don't teach him a lesson, the Black Sect will become a laughing stock. Senior disciple Duan Li will be able to kill Li Wu Ling with just a single strike. That's right, this Li Wu Ling is simply courting death. The appearance of Duan Li immediately caused a commotion among the crowd. In the eyes of the outer circle disciples and notary disciples, every single inner circle disciple was a mighty existence. Tell Jiang Qin to get his ass out here, I want to challenge him. Li Wuling's black hair was fluttering in the wind, he was extremely arrogant. Junior disciple Jiang Qin isn't in the black sect. Duanli let out a cold snort. Obviously, everyone in the black sect had heard about Jiang Qin, and Duanli was no exception. This wasn't anything strange. Jiang Qin's performance in the Qi province competition was something that everyone had heard about. Besides, since Guaniyun had taken a fancy to Jiang Qin, who wouldn't pay attention to him? Senior disciple Duan, senior disciple Jiang Qin has arrived at the black sect yesterday. Wang Yun was the first one to arrive and he said to Duanli, "Oh." Duanli was surprised, then he let out a cold snort. "If I remember correctly, you should be Li Wushuang's younger brother, right? You have an ordinary talent, but you have broken through to the heavenly core realm in such a short time. This really surprised me. However, with your heavenly core cultivation level, don't you think it's shameful for you to challenge Jiang Qin, who is only a mortal core warrior?" Duanli threw a glance at Li Wuling. He had met Li Wuling before, but he didn't have a deep impression of him. With Duanli's mid-heavenly core cultivation level and status, not to mention Li Wuling, he didn't even care about his brother Li Wushuang. "Cut the crap, I'm here to avenge my brother. If Jiang Qin has the guts, come out here and fight me." Li Wushuang was like a madman, he shouted loudly outside the black sect's entrance. His voice echoed throughout the entire black sect. Damn it, who does this guy think he is? How dare he come to the black sect to kill someone and act so arrogantly? This guy is really shameless. He challenged senior disciple Jiang with his heavenly core cultivation level, and he even came to the black sect in such an aggressive manner? Did his brain get kicked by a donkey? Many people started cursing. Why couldn't he just say he was going to kill someone for revenge? Why did he challenge them? Li Wuling, you're just a small fry from the Tianjin Gate who has just broken through to the heavenly core realm. How dare you be so arrogant? Do you think there's no one in the black sect who can defeat you? If you want to challenge me, Daddy will fight you too. An inner circle disciple standing next to Duanli had a big build, and he looked like a hot-tempered man. He shouted out loudly and was about to rush towards Li Wuling. "I'm not going to fight you, my target today is Jiang Qin." Li Wuling gazed at the disciple. He didn't show any signs of wanting to attack. It looked like he had made up his mind when he came to the black sect. He was only looking for Jiang Qin. "Jiang Qin, if you're a man, come out here right now." Li Wuling continued shouting. "You're courting death." The black sect's inner circle disciple was furious. This Li Wuling had dared to look down on him, and he had even caused a ruckus in front of the black sect. If he wasn't taught a lesson, the black sect would lose all its face. Right when the disciple was about to attack, an ear-piercing sound suddenly sounded out from within the black sect. After that, everyone could see a blood-red figure flying at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it had appeared in the sky with a pair of blood-red wings. If it wasn't Jiang Qin, who else could it be? It's senior disciple Jiang. Wow, he can really fly. That pair of blood-red wings is so magical. So cool. A mortal core warrior who can fly, I'm so jealous. So he's senior disciple Jiang Qin, the one who won the Qi province competition. He's so cool. But for him to come out at this time, don't tell me he really wants to accept Li Wuling's challenge? When Jiang Qin appeared, he immediately became the center of attention. Even Duan Li and the other two inner circle disciples were staring at Jiang Qin. After the Qi province competition, Jiang Qin had become a famous man, and this was the first time many people had seen his face. What an extraordinary aura, he really is a dragon amongst men. No wonder senior disciple Guaniyun has such a high evaluation of him. Duanli nodded his head. So you're Jiang Qin? Li Wuling stared at Jiang Qin with a gaze as sharp as a knife. Killing intent surged from all over his body. That's right, who are you? Jiang Qin asked. My name is Li Wuling, Li Wushuang is my brother. You killed my brother, I want to challenge you, I want to avenge my brother. Li Wuling shouted out loudly. Jiang Qin finally understood. No wonder this guy wanted to kill him and even risked his life to come to the black sect to look for him. It was all because he wanted to avenge his brother. Jiang Qin, if you have the guts, fight me to the death. Li Wuling said with a stern expression. Junior disciple Jiang, don't lower yourself to his level, just leave this guy to us. Duanli said. No need, I accept his challenge. Jiang Qin smiled at Duanli, he accepted Li Wuling's challenge. What? Senior disciple Jiang actually accepted Li Wuling's challenge? This is too impulsive. That's right, too impulsive. Although he killed Li Wushuang and Ling Ao, Li Wuling is a heavenly core warrior. Comparing a mortal core warrior and a heavenly core warrior, the gap between them is huge. He can't accept it, it's not fair. Many disciples of the Black Sect were in an uproar. No one had expected Jiang Chen to accept Li Wuling's challenge. Don't say anything, since senior disciple Jiang has accepted it, he must have his own reasons. We have to believe in senior disciple Jiang's ability. Chapter 111. Good, you've got guts. Hearing Jiang Chen accepting his challenge so decisively, Li Wuling was surprised. He had come here to risk his life. After all, this was the Black Sect's trump card and Jiang Chen could just ignore him. Jiang Chen threw his glance at Li Wuling. He couldn't help but laugh and shake his head when he sensed the yuan energy ripples coming from Li Wuling's body. What are you laughing at? Li Wuling's pupils contracted. I'm laughing at you for being an idiot. Jiang Chen said with a mocking expression. What did you say? Li Wuling was furious. I can understand why you want to avenge your brother, but you shouldn't go to such extremes. Your energy is unstable, I think you've just broken through to the heavenly core realm. Also, the evil energy you're emitting should be because you're cultivating a demonic skill. You have an average talent, and you're not at the same level as your brother. Cultivating a demonic skill can indeed make your cultivation improve by leaps and bounds, and you'll be able to break through to the heavenly core realm in a short period of time. But too bad you don't know the method of bedevilment, and by cultivating it by force, you've destroyed your own future. Of course, the moment you chose to challenge me, your future has been ruined. Jiang Chen said word by word. Every word he said was like a thorn stabbing into Li Wuling's heart. Li Wuling's eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with disbelief. This young man in front of him could tell that he had broken through to the heavenly core realm with just a single look. It was as if he had no secrets in front of him. This was unbelievable. Besides, what Jiang Chen said was true. Li Wuling had obtained a demonic skill some time ago, and he had been in secluded cultivation to study it. That was why he didn't participate in the Qi province competition. When he heard that his brother was killed, he became extremely furious, and he forcefully broke through to the heavenly core realm with the help of a demonic skill and pills. After that, he rushed to the Black Sect to seek revenge from Jiang Chen. So what? It's enough to kill you. The killing intent in Li Wuling's eyes became even stronger. He felt that Jiang Chen was a very frightening man. He was just a 15 or 16-year-old young man, a mortal core warrior, but when he saw a heavenly core warrior, he didn't show any signs of nervousness. Instead, there was only calmness and confidence. Is that so? Perhaps you still don't know your current situation, so let me explain it to you so that you can die with a better understanding. On the surface, you have broken through to the heavenly core realm, and you are able to control the natural energies and fly in the sky. But don't deny that your cultivation level is not stable, your yuan energy is unstable, and your demonic skills are not proficient enough. With your current situation, any warrior at the same level as you can easily defeat you. To be more clear, you are just a little bit stronger than your dead brother. Therefore, if you want to take revenge, I advise you to go back and cultivate for a few more years. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. With his eyes, he could easily see through Li Wuling's real strength. With Li Wuling's current condition, he couldn't even compare to an ordinary heavenly core warrior like Yin Zhongqing, let alone those genius inner circle disciples from the 4 big sections. With Jiang Chen's current cultivation and strength, Li Wuling had no chance at all. Cut the crap, let's see what you're capable of. I want to see what kind of ability you, a mortal core warrior, have to kill my brother. Li Wuling was filled with killing intent, but his mind had been disturbed by Jiang Chen's words, and his breathing had become even more unstable. Swoosh swoosh, Li Wuling's energy was like a tornado. Under the circulation of his demonic skills, both of his eyes had turned blood red, and his lips were surrounded by black devilish energy. He forcefully threw a punch towards Jiang Chen. The punch carried a strong evil devilish energy. The energy wave turned into a devilish dragon, and it dashed towards Jiang Chen like a raging river. Seeing this, everyone from the Black Sect became nervous. None of them had Jiang Chen's vision, and even Duanli couldn't see through Li Wuling's real strength. At most, he could tell that Li Wuling had just broken through to the heavenly core realm, and his foundation wasn't stable yet. But in their minds, a heavenly core warrior was just a heavenly core warrior, and a heavenly core warrior was not someone a mortal core warrior could handle. Although Jiang Chen was strong, it was hard to say if he could withstand the attack from a heavenly core warrior. I don't have the mood to play with you. Since you two are brothers, I'll send you to hell to meet your brother. A cold light shot out from Jiang Chen's eyes. In his mind, from the moment Li Wuling stood in front of the Black Sect and challenged him, Li Wuling was already a dead man. Jiang Chen would never allow a man who wanted to kill him to live in this world. Besides, this was the Black Sect, and this battle would affect the Black Sect's reputation. He had to earn back the Black Sect's reputation. 6 solar fingers. Jiang Chen shouted out with a deep voice. Without hesitation he unleashed the 6 solar fingers. His fingertips were glowing brightly, and he forcefully pointed his finger forward. Bang! A loud explosion reverberated through the entire area, and even the sky was shaking. Everyone could see 3 gigantic golden fingers that were as dazzling as pillars that could support the heavens suddenly appeared, and rushed towards Li Wuling's demonic dragon. Bang! The 2 attacks collided with each other and another loud explosion sounded out. Under the powerful impact of the 6 solar fingers, the devilish dragon unleashed by Li Wuling was instantly shattered into pieces. It didn't even have the ability to defend itself. The power of the 6 solar fingers didn't decrease at all. With incredible speed, it left a long golden trail in the sky, and with a destructive force, it flew towards Li Wuling. What? Li Wuling's face turned pale with fright. He didn't expect his opponent to be so powerful. The demonic skill he was cultivating couldn't even withstand a single attack from Jiang Chen. This was simply unimaginable. Ark! Li Wuling was furious. He raised his head and let out a long roar. All the energy in his body gathered into a black devilish beam, and it flew towards Jiang Chen's 6 solar fingers. Bang! Another violent and powerful collision occurred. At the center of the collision, a thick black smoke rose up. Tap tap tap. Li Wuling kept moving back in the sky and he only managed to stabilize his body after moving back a few hundred meters. He was breathing heavily and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face had become extremely pale. On Li Wuling's face there was nothing but shock. He couldn't imagine this result, he couldn't imagine that a mortal core warrior could be this powerful. Oh my god, is this senior disciple Jiang Chen's real strength? This is too strong, this is insane. Is he really only at the mortal core realm? Senior disciple Jiang has become even stronger than when he participated in the Qi province competition. He has broken through to the mid-mortal core realm. No wonder he could defeat Li Wuling. Even if he's only at the mid-mortal core realm, defeating a heavenly core warrior is too shocking. I can't believe that there is such a powerful man like senior disciple Jiang in this world. With just a mid-mortal core cultivation he defeated Li Wuling who is at the heavenly core realm with just a single strike. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if I were beaten to death. Did you guys see that? The finger skill that senior disciple Jiang Chen used just now is definitely an earth-level combat skill. So powerful. I can finally understand why senior disciple Jiang Chen was able to kill Li Wuxuang and Ling Ao. This Li Wuling challenged senior disciple Jiang in such an aggressive manner, he really doesn't know what's good for him. This is like a slap to the face. All the disciples of the Black Sect were dancing with excitement, especially Wang Yun and Huang Zheng. The worries in their hearts had completely disappeared, and they were extremely excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. It was as if the one who defeated Li Wuling with just a single strike wasn't Jiang Chen, but them. What a good Jiang Chen. When we were at his cultivation level we were no match for him at all. No wonder he dared to make the one-year challenge with the northern and southern dynasties. Duanli was shocked as well. He had prepared himself. If Jiang Chen wasn't Li Wuling's match, he would immediately step in and help. After all, if a man from the Tianjin Gate came to the Black Sect and killed the #1 genius of the Qi province competition, the Black Sect would lose all its face. What he didn't expect was that Jiang Chen was so ferocious, he had severely injured Li Wuling with just a single strike. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. How can a mortal core warrior be so strong? I'm going to kill you. Jiang Chen, I'm going to kill you and avenge my brother. Li Wuling's eyes had turned red and he started roaring out. He had entered a state of madness. In his hand, a combat weapon that was filled with demonic energy appeared. Seeing this, Jiang Chen shook his head again. Li Wuling was so angry that he was on the verge of going berserk. You don't have a chance anymore. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. The blood wings on his back flapped, and like a blood eagle, he appeared above Li Wuling with lightning speed. Jiang Chen had transformed into a mighty eagle, and he let out a fierce cry towards Li Wuling. The cry shook the sky. This was the innate combat skill of the sonic hawk cry. After Jiang Chen had broken through, the power of this innate combat skill had also increased by a lot. Layers of sound waves turned into ripples, and they weaved into a huge net that instantly covered Li Wuling. The sound waves were like snakes that could penetrate through any hole, and they rushed into Li Wuling's mind. Puffed Li Wuling crazily spat out a mouthful of blood, and he let out a shrill scream. Jiang Chen's sound waves had directly destroyed his divine sense. Jiang Chen's blood wings turned into sharp scythes, and with lightning speed, they sliced towards Li Wuling. Li Wuling's head was instantly chopped off by the blood wings, and his head was sent flying high up into the sky. After that, a blood-red beam appeared, and the shrill scream came to an abrupt end. Jiang Chen's movement was too fast. Although Li Wuling had taken out his combat weapon, he didn't even have the chance to use it. He was severely injured by the sonic hawk cry and he was killed. At this moment, the entire outer perimeter of the Black Sect was in a dead silence. Everyone raised their heads and stared at the young man who had blood wings on his back. Apart from shock, there was no other emotion in their eyes. This was too frightening. Was he still a human? No one had expected Li Wuling to die so quickly. This guy had come to the Black Sect in an aggressive manner early in the morning to avenge his brother, but in just a few minutes he was killed by Jiang Chen. Chapter 112. Li Wuling's corpse and head fell down from the sky with blood dripping down from the sky. Under the reflection of the red sun, it looked extremely miserable. Li Wuling, who had forcefully broken through to the heavenly core realm with a demonic skill, and Jiang Chen, who had formed 40 dragon marks, were on a completely different level. In order to kill Li Wuling, Jiang Chen didn't even need to use his axe of thunder. All right. Among the crowd, Huang Jing shouted loudly. Senior disciple Jiang is mighty. Wang Yun shouted out as well. Not only them at this moment, all the disciples who had witnessed Jiang Chen killing Li Wuling couldn't help but feel excited. An outer circle disciple of the Black Sect had killed an outer circle disciple of the Tianjin Gate. For the Black Sect this was a great honor. Ever since the inner circle competition when the pride of the Black Sect, Guaniyun, was defeated by the northern and southern dynasties with just a single strike, a shadow had been cast over the hearts of the Black Sect's disciples. When the Burning Sky Pavilion was mentioned, they always felt like they had to lower their heads. But today Jiang Chen's performance had shown them the hope of the Black Sect, and it had wiped away the shadow in their hearts. He was a super genius, and even the northern and southern dynasties couldn't kill a heavenly core warrior with just a mid-mortal core cultivation. Therefore, although Jiang Chen was just an outer circle disciple, he had brought unprecedented morale to the Black Sect's disciples. He was going to become the representative of the Black Sect, and in the hearts of all the disciples, the Black Sect finally had someone who could compete with the northern and southern dynasties. This man has a bright future, I can't compare with him. Duanli murmured. At this moment, as long as one wasn't an idiot, they would be able to see Jiang Chen's huge potential. Fellow disciples, help me spread the word. From now on, if anyone from the Tianjin Gate dares to provoke me, I'll kill them. Jiang Chen hovered in the sky and said with a loud voice. His voice was loud and clear, and it was heard by every single disciple of the Black Sect. After that, he flapped his blood wings and flew into the Black Sect, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Whoever provoked him, he would kill them. How domineering, how arrogant. In the entire Qi province, there had never been anyone who dared to say something like this, pointing his sword at the entire big sect. Arrogant to the point of being out of control, Jiang Chen was the first. Too domineering. Too domineering. From now on, senior brother Jiang Chen is my idol. In the past, my idol was the little devil king, senior brother Han Yen. From now on, I have another idol. In the future, the two of them will be my goals. Everyone spread senior disciple Jiang's words. Let those people from Tianjin Gate know that the Black Sect is not someone they can mess with. Under the lead of Wang Yun, Huang Zheng and the other disciples, the atmosphere among the Black Sect's disciples became lively. Not only did Jiang Chen's domineering and arrogant attitude not make anyone feel disgusted, he had actually become the idol of all the disciples. Senior disciple Duan, junior disciple Jiang Chen is too strong, he killed Li Wuling with just one strike. But I can tell that Li Wuling has just broken through to the heavenly core realm, and his foundation isn't stable yet. He is far weaker than a real heavenly core warrior. Tell me, if we were to fight with Jiang Chen, who do you think would win? An early heavenly core disciple walked up to Duanli and said. Duanli gazed at the man and said, if you fight with Jiang Chen, I don't know who will win, but let me tell you, don't provoke him for no reason. This man is not someone you can mess with. Duanli kindly reminded them, then he flew back to the inner circle. The other two early Heavenly Core Inner Circle disciples looked at each other, then they followed Duanli back to the inner circle. Huang Zheng, ask someone to set Li Wuling's body on fire. The rest of you don't stay here, go do what you need to do. Wang Yun said to Huang Zheng. After that he waved his hand at the crowd. This little episode had finally come to an end. The Qi province competition had made Jiang Chen a famous person, and today's fight had truly made him famous in the Black Sect. Hearing about it was not as shocking as seeing it with his own eyes. Jiang Chen had killed Li Wuling today, and it had completely established his unshakable position in the Black Sect. After killing Li Wuling, Jiang Chen went straight back to his own residence. He stood on top of the mountain, and his white robe was fluttering in the wind. His face was filled with calmness. For him, killing was a normal thing. Jiang Chen knew what kind of path he was going to walk, and he would be killing more people in the future. Half an hour later, a man suddenly appeared next to Jiang Chen. It was Guaniyun. Junior disciple Jiang, looking at your energy, I can tell that you have broken through to the mid-mortal core realm. I heard you just killed Li Wuling, who was a heavenly core warrior. What a domineering man. You've become the idol of so many disciples since you just arrived. Guaniyun said. The news about Jiang Chen's fight with Li Wuling had spread across the entire Black Sect. Even those inner circle disciples who didn't show up knew about it. Senior disciple Guan, I thought you were in secluded cultivation to break through to the divine core realm? Why did you come out so soon? Jiang Chen was startled. He threw a glance at Guaniyun and found that Guaniyun was still at the peak of the heavenly core realm. Obviously, he didn't succeed in his secluded cultivation. It's not that easy to break through to the divine core realm. I've thought it through, cultivating alone won't work. In order to break through to the divine core realm, I need an opportunity. I'll leave the Black Sect tomorrow and look for an opportunity. Guaniyun said with a smile on his face. What's senior disciple Guan's plan? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Guaniyun's expression suddenly became serious. He said, I'm going to Inferno Hell. Inferno Hell? What kind of place is that? Jiang Chen didn't understand. Jiang Chen couldn't be blamed for this. After all, he didn't know much about the Qi province, so it was normal that he hadn't heard of Inferno Hell. If it was someone else who heard the name Inferno Hell, just the two words alone would make their faces turn pale. So junior disciple Jiang hasn't heard of Inferno Hell? Let me tell you about it. In fact, I've only heard about it, but I've never entered it. In the entire Qi province, there aren't many people who have the courage to enter Inferno Hell. Guaniyun had a serious expression on his face, and his words were filled with fear when he spoke about Inferno Hell. Inferno Hell is a special place in the Eastern continent. There are connecting points in all 28 provinces of the Eastern continent, and in each of the big sects, there is an ancient formation that connects directly to Inferno Hell. They can send their disciples directly into Inferno Hell through the ancient formation, but only a few actually go there to train. Inferno Hell is a place that represents death. According to the rumors, the environment is extremely harsh, and all sorts of demons and devils roam the place. It's a true land of extinction. With my current strength, entering Inferno Hell will only result in death. Let alone me, even a divine core warrior will have a slim chance of surviving. This was Inferno Hell, a special place in the Eastern continent. It was a place where disciples from over 100 big sects from all 28 provinces of the Eastern continent would train. But, just like its name, for those who entered Inferno Hell, it was a place that represented hell. Ordinary people wouldn't dare enter Inferno Hell without good reason. Those who entered Inferno Hell were the most ferocious among all ferocious men. In some big sects, when a disciple made a huge mistake, he or she would be sent to Inferno Hell. This was basically the cruelest punishment. At the same time, those who could walk out from Inferno Hell had all gone through the baptism of life and death, and their achievements were limitless. I never thought there would be such a special place in the Eastern continent. Jiang Chen murmured to himself. Inferno Hell was indeed a place that no ordinary man could enter. But Guaniyun actually dared to enter Inferno Hell. Just this courage alone was enough to make Jiang Chen admire him. Senior disciple Guan, Inferno Hell is a dangerous place. You have to think about it carefully, don't act on impulse. Jiang Chen reminded Guaniyun. Aha, junior disciple Jiang, you have to know that opportunities coexist with dangers. Inferno Hell is extremely dangerous, but there are many opportunities as well. I Guaniyun don't want to be a mediocre man. I'm going to Inferno Hell, no matter if it's life or death, I won't regret it. Guaniyun laughed out loud. Jiangchen secretly nodded his head. Ever since the Qi province competition he could tell that Guaniyun was a man of steel, a man of courage. Taking the initiative to enter Inferno Hell, this decision wasn't something an ordinary man could make. Well said. A real man's ambition is to conquer the world. If he doesn't achieve anything, then what's the point of living? We're born in this world, we don't seek immortality, we only seek to make a name for ourselves. Even if it's as short as a shooting star, we still want to leave our own glory in this world. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He completely supported Guaniyun's decision. Moreover, Inferno Hell had also piqued his interest. However, his cultivation base was still weak. If there was a chance in the future, he would like to explore Inferno Hell and see what kind of dangerous place it was. Haha, junior disciple Jiang is so spirited. Your talent isn't any weaker than the northern and southern dynasties. I have high hopes for you. Guaniyun patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said, "Oh right, I'm here for something." "What is it, senior disciple Guan?" Jiang Chen was startled. "The Patriarch wants to see you." "I'm here to bring you to the Patriarch," Guaniyun said. "Patriarch?" Jiang Chen was startled again. He was just a small outer circle disciple, so he shouldn't be taken seriously by the Patriarch. "Junior disciple Jiang, this is a good thing and it's a great honor. You know, the Patriarch is a high and mighty person, and he won't personally meet an outer circle disciple. But you're different. You've become the #1 disciple in the Qi province, and you've also set a 1-year agreement with the northern and southern dynasties. You've received the Patriarch's approval, and today, you've killed a heavenly core warrior, Li Wuling, with only a mid-mortal core cultivation base. You've really impressed everyone, and the Black Sect will definitely spend a lot of resources on you in the future," Guaniyun said. Jiang Chen nodded his head. What Guaniyun said made sense. It looked like his performance today had completely attracted the Patriarch's attention, and that's why he wanted to see him personally. After all, a true peerless genius had a huge impact on a sect. He was the hope of the sect's future. "All right, I'll follow you to see the Patriarch," Jiang Chen said. Since he had come to the Black Sect, he had to adapt to the situation. It wasn't a bad thing to meet the Patriarch, who was a high and mighty person. "Let's go. After I bring you there, I need to prepare for Inferno Hell. I don't know if we'll have the chance to meet again." A smile emerged on Guaniyun's face. "Don't worry, we will." He couldn't help but carefully examine him. Taoist Black's expression immediately changed. This young man in front of him, who looked to be about 15 or 16 years old, actually gave him a feeling that he couldn't see through him. With his peak divine core cultivation, he could easily see through a junior, but when he looked at Jiang Chen, it was as if he was looking at a bottomless pit. Jiang Chen had a faint smile on his face. He didn't avoid Taoist Black's gaze, and he didn't show any nervousness. Compared to him, Guaniyun was extremely nervous. Taoist Black nodded his head silently. After that, he turned to Guaniyun and said, "Guaniyun, you're a rare genius in the Black Sect. Are you sure you want to enter Inferno Hell? I don't think I need to tell you how dangerous Inferno Hell is. Even if I were to enter it myself, it would still be risky." "That's right, I've made up my mind," Guaniyun said with a serious expression. He had made up his mind to enter Inferno Hell, and since he had made up his mind, he wouldn't change it easily. He wanted to use the dangers of Inferno Hell to train himself. Only by doing so would he be able to truly grow. "Good, I really admire your courage. In the past, there were some genius disciples in the Black Sect who wanted to enter Inferno Hell, but none of them were able to walk out alive. I won't stop you, I just hope you can be the first disciple to walk out of Inferno Hell in the Black Sect," Taoist Black said with an indifferent tone. The way he looked at Guaniyun was filled with admiration. "Iyun will definitely live up to your expectations, sect chief." Guaniyun cupped his fists. This was a trial with a slim chance of survival. "Iyun, you can leave now, I have something to say to Jiang Chen," Taoist Black said. "Understood." Guaniyun cupped his fist, then he slowly left Palace Black. Taoist Black looked at Jiang Chen, nodded his head and said, "Not bad. With just a mid-mortal core cultivation base, you were able to kill Li Wuling, who was an early heavenly core warrior. Although Li Wuling's foundation wasn't stable, he wasn't someone anyone could kill easily. If I'm not mistaken, during the Qi province competition, you were only an early mortal core warrior, right?" "That's right." Jiang Chen didn't deny it. "Jiang Chen, it seems like you're not afraid of me at all," Taoist Black said with an interested tone. Hearing this, Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Why should I be afraid of sect chief? I'm a disciple of the black sect, of course sect chief won't make things difficult for me. What's there to be afraid of?" Jiang Chen's expression was calm, no signs of nervousness could be seen on his face. "This guy is calm, he doesn't seem to feel uncomfortable in front of me at all. Besides, he has a dignified appearance, and he was born with the aura of a superior warrior. His future achievements are limitless. A genius like this is the hope of the black sect." "Do I look like I've gotten something good from him?" Jiang Chen spread his hands and changed the topic. "Senior disciple Guan, have you really decided to go to Inferno Hell tomorrow?" "That's right, I've made up my mind. I'll either succeed or die trying. I'll go to Inferno Hell and give it my all," Xuanhuan said with a serious expression. "Be careful," Jiang Chen reminded. He had a good impression of Guanyu, and he didn't want anything bad to happen to Guanyu. "Alright, I'll go back and prepare. Junior disciple Jiang, you have your own wings, just fly back." Chapter 114. Jiang Chen knew that during the Qi province competition, Guanyu had suffered a severe blow from the northern and southern dynasties. It had left a shadow in the heart of this genius who had always stood high above the masses. Therefore, Guanyu's trip to Inferno Hell could be considered as a desperate gamble. If he couldn't become a hero, he would become a bear. Jiang Chen knew that although Guanyu was also a rare genius, compared to those monstrous geniuses from the northern and southern dynasties, there was still a huge gap between them. Perhaps the gap between them wasn't very obvious right now, but in the future, it would only get bigger and bigger. Some people were born to shine brightly and some were born to be mediocre. Just like an emperor and a beggar, this was fate. Jiang Chen didn't unleash his blood wings, he just walked down the mountain. The black sect had a nice scenery, so he could enjoy the scenery along the way. It made him feel relaxed. It was rare for Jiang Chen to have such a leisure time. At the foot of Palace Black there was a quiet path. The path was winding, and it went through the entire Black Mountain range, like a spirit snake lying dormant. Jiang Chen walked on the path with light steps. He could feel the rich natural yuan energy, and he couldn't help but circulate the dragon transformation skill. After walking for about an hour, a faint herbal fragrance suddenly came from afar. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel shocked. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up as he looked towards the source of the medicinal aroma. Not far away from him there was a mountain peak that wasn't too tall, and the medicinal aroma was coming from that mountain peak. Looking at it from his position, the mountain peak was filled with verdant hills and clear waters. The scenery was alluring and it was obviously much livelier than the other mountains. There was an old pine tree growing on the peak of the mountain, and it was as thick as 3 strong men. It was at least 200 to 300 years old. This mountain stood alone and it was full of vitality. It was fascinating. Jiang Chen couldn't help but walk towards the mountain. As Jiang Chen walked into the mountain peak, the smell of herbs became even stronger. When Jiang Chen walked halfway up the mountain, he saw many strange flowers and herbs growing everywhere. There was a blood ginseng that was 300 years old. If this kind of herb was placed in Red City, it would be a priceless treasure. But here it was casually planted halfway up the mountain. Looks like this is where the herbs of the black sect are grown. No wonder I can smell such a strong herbal fragrance. I've received special permission from Taoist Black to enter Palace Black. Since I can enter Palace Black, there shouldn't be any place in the black sect that I can't enter. Jiang Chen thought to himself as he walked towards the top of the mountain. No matter if it was his previous life or his current life, in the eyes of others, Jiang Chen was a domineering king with powerful combat strength. However, people had forgotten that he was also a saint-level alchemist. Jiang Chen rarely concocted pills, and in his previous life he only concocted pills for himself. Although his combat strength had covered up the fact that he was an alchemist, Jiang Chen's skill in concocting pills was one of a kind. In the entire Saint Origin realm, there weren't many people who could compare with him in concocting pills. Soon Jiang Chen arrived at the top of the mountain without making a sound. What greeted him was a completely different scene. Everywhere he looked, there were all kinds of rare flowers and herbs, and not far away from him, there was a huge herb garden with a circumference of 1 mile. All kinds of ordinary and rare herbs were planted in this garden. At the center of the mountain peak, an exquisite courtyard stood alone. This kind of scene gave off a kind of otherworldly feeling. Right now, in front of the herb garden, there was an old man squatting down. This old man looked to be in his 50s and he was plump. There was no beard on his face and his face was glossy and full of energy. However, the plump old man had a worried expression on his face. His eyes were fixated on two herbs at the edge of the herb garden. These two herbs were only the size of a palm, and they were listless and lifeless. Why is this happening? Why aren't they growing? The old man let out a long sigh and said, "Damn it, I've been using the cloud and rain spell to water you all every day, and I've channeled my yuan energy into you. I've also chosen the best place for you to grow, but not only are you not growing, you're even wilting day by day. Why is this happening?" The old man felt depressed, and the more he talked, the angrier he got. He wished he could just grab these two herbs, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. "I don't believe there's a herb that I, Guishan, can't grow." The old man let out a cold snort. This man's name was Guishan, and he was the highest-ranked alchemist in the Black Sect. He was a divine core alchemist and he had a mountain all to himself. In the entire Black Sect, Guishan had a very important status. Many of the young alchemists were trained by him, and even Taoist Black had to be polite to him. If you plant the flaming angel and the glorious lotus together, it'll be a miracle if they can grow. In my opinion, these two herbs will die in less than a month. A voice suddenly sounded out from behind. "Who's that?" Guishan immediately stood up and turned around. He saw a young man wearing white clothes standing behind him. He had been focusing on the two herbs just now, and he didn't pay any attention to what was happening behind him. Besides, this mountain wasn't a place that ordinary disciples could climb. Guishan carefully sized up Jiangqin, and when he realized he was only at the mortal core realm, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. "An outer circle disciple, do you know where this place is?" Guishan was really angry because he wasn't in a good mood. The flaming angel and the glorious lotus were both top-quality herbs, and he had spent a lot of effort to get them. But now he couldn't grow them and they were in danger of dying at any moment, so of course he was in a good mood. "I came here after smelling the herbs." Disciple Jiangqin greets sect elder. Jiangqin cupped his fist towards Guishan. "Jiangqin? You're the new disciple who got first place in the Qi province competition, Jiangqin?" Guishan's eyes lit up. Although he didn't usually care about the internal affairs of the Black Sect, he still knew about Jiangqin's big news. "Yes, I am." Jiangqin nodded his head. After knowing Jiangqin's real identity, Guishan's attitude towards him had become much better. If it was any other outer circle disciple who trespassed the mountain without permission, Guishan would have slapped him away. But Jiangqin was different. A genius would always be valued no matter where he went. "You know the flaming angel and the glorious lotus? Young man, you have good eyes." Guishan praised. In fact, the main reason why he didn't slap Jiangqin and send him flying was because Jiangqin had recognized these two herbs. The flaming angel and the flourishing first-grade lotus were just seedlings, and even ordinary alchemists wouldn't be able to recognize them with just a single glance. "I know a thing or two." Jiangqin smiled and slowly walked towards the herb garden. When he saw the flaming angel and the glorious lotus, he couldn't help but shake his head. Guishan praised in his mind. This young man in front of him was only a mortal core warrior, but he didn't show any signs of nervousness in front of a divine core sect elder. Just this calmness alone was enough to make anyone admire him. "Jiangqin, did you just say that the flaming angel and the glorious lotus can't be planted together? I want to know why. Both of them are pure yang herbs, why can't they be planted together?" Guishan asked with great interest. He wanted to see what Jiangqin had to say. "It's simple. The flaming angel is a scorching yang herb. No matter if it's a seedling or a mature stage, it's a pure yang herb. The glorious lotus is a bit more gentle, so if you plant them together, the flaming angel's yang energy will suppress the glorious lotus growth," Jiangqin said. Hearing what Jiangqin said, Guishan's eyes lit up. His impression of Jiangqin had improved. The fact that Jiangqin was able to analyze the characteristics of the flaming angel and the glorious lotus so thoroughly proved that Jiangqin had a certain level of understanding towards herbs. "Even if what you said is true and the flaming angel is suppressing the growth of the glorious lotus, the flaming angel should be growing really fast. Why isn't it growing and why is it facing the danger of death?" Guishan continued asking. He really wanted to know the reason. If not, with his status he would never ask an outer circle disciple for advice. This is even simpler. The glorious lotus is a combination of the flourishing lotus king and the Tianshan snow lotus. That's why it's called the glorious lotus. During the mature stage, because the flourishing lotus king completely suppresses the Tianshan snow lotus, it's a pure yang herb. However, during the seedling stage, both the flourishing lotus king and the Tianshan snow lotus are present. In other words, the glorious lotus in front of you is not only a pure yang herb, but it also has the cold attribute of the Tianshan snow lotus. That's why it's blocking the growth of the flaming angel. By planting the fire dragon fruit and the glorious lotus together, you're basically trying to kill them. Jiang Qin said with a calm expression. Guishan was startled upon hearing this. His mouth was wide open as he stared at this young man in front of him, as if he was looking at a ghost. He really didn't want to admit that this young man in front of him actually had a higher attainment in the field of alchemy than him. What kind of monster is this young man? How can he know so much about herbs? I only know that the mature stage of the glorious lotus is a pure yang herb, but I don't know its origin. This young man even knows about the flourishing lotus king. Guishan was shocked. He believed Jiang Chen's words without a doubt. In other words, as a highly respected alchemist of the Black Sect, he had just been taught a very important lesson by this young man. Jiang Chen, where did you learn all these things? Guishan asked. Sect elder, don't you know that there are people called geniuses in this world? I'm a genius. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. Alright, you're really a genius, even I, your father, am impressed by you. Tell me, can my flaming angel and the glorious lotus still be saved? Guishan asked impatiently. Yes, you can. Plant them in different herb gardens. Both the flaming angel and the glorious lotus are high-quality herbs, and they have strong vitality. You don't need to help them grow, they will grow by themselves. Jiang Qin said. Jiang Qin, let me ask you another question. How do I combine the single wheatgrass and the yellow stone fruit, so that the furnace won't explode? Guishan asked in a probing manner. He wanted to see if Jiang Qin knew everything. Sect elder, you're going to concoct the yellow spirit pill, right? The single wheatgrass and the yellow stone fruit have opposite characteristics, and it's very difficult to combine them together. Adding in the first-grade crystal sand, you'll be able to combine their characteristics. That way the furnace won't explode, and the yellow spirit pill's grade will be improved. After Jiang Qin finished speaking, he saw Guishan standing there in a daze. Chapter 115. It was too shocking, too shocking. Jiang Chen's answer was like a bolt of lightning striking Guishan's head. Guishan had been concocting a yellow spirit pill recently, but because he couldn't combine the single wheatgrass and the yellow stone fruit, his cauldron had exploded a few times. It had become one of his biggest problems. However, after hearing Guishan's question, not only did Jiang Chen tell him the solution, he even guessed the pill that Guishan wanted to concoct. More importantly, when Jiang Chen was answering Guishan's question, he didn't even need to think before he answered. It was as if these medicinal theories had been deeply ingrained in his mind. Heavens, using first-grade crystal sand to mix single wheatgrass and yellow stone fruit, why didn't I think of that? Guishan was suddenly enlightened. He felt as if the dark clouds had parted and the moon was shining brightly. That feeling was like a student who had been deeply troubled by a question and had suddenly received the answer from his teacher. How can the Tianchong Dan be refined to 100% quality? Guishan asked again. The Heaven Rush pill is not a top-grade pill, but it can help a cultivator condense their divine sense. It's not a high-grade pill, but it's extremely difficult to concoct. You have to know that a person's sea of consciousness is the foundation of a person, so there can't be any accidents. Only 100% Heaven Rush pill can be used. Anything below that is basically useless. Jiang Chen laughed and said, if you want to refine the Tianchong Dan, the Xuanhuan fruit is the main ingredient. The 80-year-old Xuanhuan fruit is the best. Beyond this age, the energy is too great, it is difficult to control. Below this age, it is impossible to meet the requirements of the Tianchong Dan. So, if you want to refine 100% Tianchong Dan, other than the alchemist's own level of refining 100% Tianchong Dan, the most important thing is the age of the Xuanhuan fruit. Guishan's eyes lit up, and the way he looked at Jiang Chen had completely changed. These questions had been bothering him for a long time, but this young man in front of him seemed to know everything, and had solved all of them with just a few words. Can the petals of the Hades flower be used to make fire elixir? Guishan asked again. Yes, the netherworld flower is a poisonous flower, and its toxicity is very strong. You need to add the scarlet stamen of the crane to fight poison with poison. Not only will it not affect the grade of the fire elixir, it will also increase the effect of the fire elixir. Jiang Qin said. Damn, so the Hell King flower and the Scarlet Crane stamen can be used like this. Guishan was shocked. At this moment he no longer treated Jiang Qin as an outer court disciple. The way he looked at Jiang Qin was not only serious but also respectful. Jiang Qin, your soul energy is too restless. How do you deal with it? Guishan said again. The reason why my soul power is too restless is because I'm too restless. Cultivating the soul refining art is too impatient. It's better to advance step by step. Jiang Qin said. I'll ask you again. Guishan asked more than a dozen questions in a row. All of these questions were questions that had been bothering him for a long time, some of them were questions that had troubled him for many years, and he had never been able to find a solution to them. This was also the reason why Guishan's progress in alchemy was so slow. But recently, all of his questions had been answered by Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin had helped him solve them one by one. Guishan felt the dark clouds in his mind had completely disappeared, and his alchemy skills had also improved. Ah, good. Brother Jiang, you really are a genius. You've helped me solve a problem that had been bothering me for a long time. Guishan thanks you. Guishan laughed out loud and bowed deeply to Jiang Qin. Facing this bow, a smile emerged on Jiang Qin's face. He gladly accepted the bow. It was Guishan's honor to receive Jiang Qin's guidance. Besides, Jiang Qin knew that for a man like Guishan who had spent his entire life in alchemy, his dedication towards alchemy was something no ordinary man could understand. Jiang Qin had helped Guishan solve all his problems, and none of them could be bought with money. Therefore Guishan's bow showed his gratitude. Elder Gui, you're too polite. I just happened to pass by. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Don't call me elder, just call me big brother in the future. Although my cultivation is higher than yours, you are my senior when it comes to alchemy. I'm older than you, so just call me big brother in the future. Guishan patted Jiang Qin's shoulder. Older brother Gua. Jiang Qin replied with a smile. Guishan seemed like a man with a simple mind, and he didn't stick to any rules. This was exactly what Jiang Qin liked. Besides, being brothers with the #1 alchemist in the Black Sect was beneficial to Jiang Qin. In the entire Black Sect, perhaps only Jiang Qin could call Guishan a brother. Brother Jiang, it's all thanks to you passing by. If not, I don't know how long it would take for me to solve all these problems. What I'm curious about is, why are you so knowledgeable? You know, alchemy is different from anything else. There are many things that require constant exploration during the process of alchemy. Without at least 100 years of experience, it would be impossible for you to reach such a level. But looking at your age, you're only 15 or 16 years old. This is really confusing. Guishan was shocked. He couldn't imagine how a 15 or 16-year-old young man could have such a high level of attainment in alchemy. This was unbelievable. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes and heard it with his own ears, he wouldn't have believed that someone like this existed in this world. Didn't I tell you? I'm a genius. Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulders. Damn it, geniuses really can't be judged by common sense. Brother Jiang, you should be an alchemist as well. With your attainment, if you focus on alchemy, you will definitely become a great alchemist in the future, and your name will spread far and wide. Guishan said. Older brother Gua, alchemy is just a hobby of mine. I don't have much interest in it. Alchemy is not as exciting as fighting and killing. Jiang Qin raised his head and looked at the sky. How could Guishan know about his ambition? Sigh, what a pity. But with your ability, you will definitely become a great alchemist in the future, and you will definitely become a great alchemist as well. Guishan sighed. I heard that you have a 1-year agreement with the Northern and Southern dynasties? Yes. Jiang Qin nodded his head. The Northern and Southern dynasties are all peerless geniuses that only appear once in 1,000 years in the Qi province. They have a great destiny, and their future achievements will be limitless. 1 year's time is too short for you, Guishan said. The 1-year agreement between Jiang Qin and the Northern and Southern dynasties had spread across the entire Qi province, and everyone had heard about it. Of course, Guishan had heard about it as well. Putting aside whether or not Jiang Qin would be able to deal with the Northern and Southern dynasties in 1 year's time, Jiang Qin's courage alone was something that no ordinary man could compare with. I have my own ways, don't worry, older brother Gua. Jiang Qin replied with a smile. On this day, Jiang Qin and Guishan were having a pleasant conversation. Guishan took out a fine wine brewed by himself using 18 different herbs to entertain Jiang Qin. It was said that in the entire Black Sect, only Taoist Black had the honor of tasting this wine brewed by Guishan. It wasn't until dusk that Jiang Qin stood up and excused himself. Younger brother Jiang, if you need anything in the Black Sect, just come to me, Guishan. Guishan slapped his own chest. I'll definitely do that. Just because of your wine, I'll come here more often. Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Guishan's expression changed. Then don't come here. When talking about his wine, Guishan couldn't help but feel a pain in his heart. Initially he wanted to entertain Jiang Qin with this wine and show him how good he was at brewing it, but he never expected this bastard to drink it like it was water. What a waste. Jiang Qin spread his blood wings and left Guishan's mountain peak. He flew towards his own residence. Today befriending Guishan was a good thing for Jiang Qin. In the future, if he needed to concoct pills, he wouldn't have to worry about the ingredients anymore. But now, his body was extremely strong and he was full of energy. He just wanted to increase his cultivation level, so he didn't have the time to concoct pills. The dragon transformation skill didn't require too many pills to cultivate. At Jiang Qin's residence, there were a few men waiting outside. The leader was Wang Yun, and there were a few mortal core outer circle disciples. When they saw Jiang Qin flying back, their eyes immediately lit up. Senior disciple Jiang is back, someone said. A few of them looked at the blood wings on Jiang Qin's back, and their eyes were filled with envy. Jiang Qin retracted his blood wings and descended from the sky, landing right in front of them. Wang Yun, why are you looking for me? Jiang Qin asked. We want to invite senior disciple Jiang to the Myriad Demon Mountain to train together. Wang Yun said. Myriad Demon Mountain? Jiang Qin furrowed his brows, he had never heard of it before. Senior disciple Jiang probably doesn't know about the existence of the Myriad Demon Mountain. The Myriad Demon Mountain is a mountain range, and it is the training ground for the disciples of the Black Sect. There are many demon beasts roaming around, and there are a lot of natural resources as well. A few of us are preparing to train in the Myriad Demon Mountain, and if senior disciple Jiang can come with us, it will be a form of protection. A disciple said. That's right, with our strength we can only train in Sector 1 of the Myriad Demon Mountain. If senior disciple Jiang can come with us, he might be able to bring us to the border of Sector 2. Another disciple said. I see. Jiang Qin finally understood. These men came to him for protection. With his strength, if he followed them, it would be a form of protection for them. Wang Yun, tell me the details of the Myriad Demon Mountain. Jiang Qin said. He was really interested in the Myriad Demon Mountain. The war agreement between him and the northern and southern dynasties only lasted for a year, and it was really urgent. He had to focus on improving his cultivation level at all times, and just staying in the Black Sect wasn't enough. He was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, and he had the ability to directly absorb energy. Therefore, for him, hunting demon beasts was the most direct way to improve his cultivation level. If he was lucky enough to find a demon beast with a unique bloodline, he might even be able to obtain an innate ability. The Myriad Demon Mountain is a primitive mountain range, and it's not far from the Black Sect, only about 1,000 miles away. The Myriad Demon Mountain is divided into 3 sectors. In the first sector, most of the demon beasts are at the Qihai and Mortal Core realm, and you can occasionally see some Heavenly Core demon beasts, but they are very few in number. In the second sector, most of the demon beasts are at the Heavenly Core realm, and it's a very dangerous place. Only Heavenly Core Inner Circle disciples dare enter. Although senior disciple Jiang is only at the Mortal Core realm, after killing Li Wu Ling, you have the strength of a Heavenly Core warrior, so you can explore the border of Sector 2. As for Sector 3, I heard there are powerful Divine Core demon beasts there. Chapter 116. After listening to what Wang Yun said, Jiang Qin understood that the Myriad Demon Mountain was a training ground for disciples of the Black Sect, and it was a very dangerous place. Of course, compared to the Inferno Hell that Guaniyun had gone to, it was nothing. Senior disciple Jiang, come with us. Someone said. A few of them stared at Jiang Qin with a longing expression. Wang Yun, you and your group are going to the Myriad Demon Mountain, your strength is pretty good. As long as you don't go to Sector 2, there shouldn't be any danger. I've gained some enlightenment during the past 2 days, so I'm going to enter secluded cultivation. This time I won't be going with you. Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. He had decided to go to the Myriad Demon Mountain, but he would never go with Wang Yun and the others. For him they were just burdens. Sector 1 was basically no challenge to Jiang Qin, and he would definitely enter Sector 2. If these guys were to follow him, it would be very difficult for him to do anything, and he would also have to ensure their safety, which would be quite troublesome. Besides, when it came to training in the Myriad Demon Mountain, The best person for Jiang Chen to follow was De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog had a unique treasure hunting ability, and every time he found something, it would be a priceless treasure. This was the main reason why Jiang Chen didn't want to go with Wang Yun and the others. Hearing this, Wang Yun and the others couldn't help but feel disappointed. However, since Jiang Chen didn't agree, they couldn't say anything. With Jiang Chen's current status and identity, it was already good enough for him to talk to them in such a polite manner. If it was any other genius disciple from the Black Sect, they would definitely become arrogant after becoming famous, and wouldn't put them in their eyes. It's good that senior disciple Jiang has gained some enlightenment. We can't delay his secluded cultivation. Wang Yun said, Senior disciple Jiang, if that's the case, we'll head to the Myriad Demon Mountain now. Alright, be careful on your way. Jiang Chen nodded his head. Everyone cupped their fists toward Jiang Chen and greeted him, then they left the Black Sect. Wuxiao Mountain. Jiang Chen mumbled to himself. It looked like he had to pay the Myriad Demon Mountain a visit. He had formed 40 dragon marks, and in order to break through to the late mortal core realm, he would need to form another 20 dragon marks. The amount of energy needed to form 20 dragon marks was unimaginable. Just staying in the Black Sect and cultivating was not a good idea. I have chosen to cultivate the dragon transformation skill. It is destined to be a difficult path of cultivation. The closer I am to the end, the harder it will be to advance. The amount of energy required is simply too great. I will have to use all sorts of methods to advance in the one-year war with the northern and southern dynasties. Jiang Chen had a serious expression on his face. 1 year's time was too short, especially for someone like him who was cultivating the dragon transformation skill. It was much more difficult for him to break through compared to ordinary people. Therefore, he decided to wait for De Huang Dog to wake up before heading to the Myriad Demon Mountain. Jiang Chen returned to his courtyard and scanned the 2 rooms with his divine sense. He found that Yan Qinyu was in secluded cultivation, concentrating on absorbing the 10,000-year freezing crystal. As for De Huang Dog, he was lying on a soft bed with all 4 legs facing the sky. He was drooling as he slept. Just this sleeping posture alone had made Jiang Chen speechless. But what really made Jiang Chen speechless wasn't De Huang Dog's sleeping posture, but De Huang Dog's current state. De Huang Dog's body was covered by a layer of golden light. The golden light was getting thicker and thicker, and it gradually formed into a huge golden cocoon, wrapping De Huang Dog inside. A sacred bloodline aura that belonged only to divine beasts was leaking out from his body. Such a sacred and mighty aura appearing on a dog's body, the heavens really knew how to play tricks on people. The descendants of Dragon Horse really can't be understood with common sense. Breaking through while sleeping, under the heavens, I'm afraid only this dog can do this. Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. Compared to breaking through in cultivation in front of De Huang Dog, everyone would feel ashamed. Xiao Yu is completely immersed in her 9 meridians and the 10,000-year freezing crystal. This state is extremely rare for her, and she won't wake up in a short period of time. But once she wakes up, I'm afraid she will break through to the late mortal core realm. Jiang Chen looked at Yan Qinyu. Yan Qinyu, who had the 9 meridians, was also blessed by the heavens. Ordinary people couldn't compare with her. In fact, the most abnormal person was Jiang Chen. He had turned from a saint, and although he looked like he was only 15 or 16 years old, he was actually an old monster. He had the cultivation experience of a saint. No one could compare with him, and the dragon transformation skill was even more terrifying. It allowed him to absorb any bloodline in the world. It wasn't hard to imagine that as the dragon transformation skill continued to grow, and as the bloodline was absorbed, Jiang Chen was destined to become a unique bloodline in the world, surpassing any divine body. De Huang Dog slept for 2 days. During this time, Jiang Chen didn't dare disturb him. He could only wait in the courtyard and study the 6 solar fingers and the thunderclap combat skill when he had nothing to do. This dog can really sleep. Wang Yun and the others should have arrived at the Myriad Demon Mountain in 2 days. Maybe they will be back in 2 days, but this damn dog is still sleeping. Jiang Chen was speechless and depressed. He was the once greatest saint in the world, but he was sitting here waiting for a dog to sleep. Buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from De Huang Dog's room. Jiang Chen scanned it with his divine sense and found that the golden cocoon on the surface of De Huang Dog's body had grown to its limit. The buzzing sound came from the cocoon. In the next moment, the cocoon flowed into De Huang Dog's body like a tidal wave. An extremely tyrannical aura overflowed from De Huang Dog's body. However, this aura soon disappeared. It was well hidden by De Huang Dog. Immortal my ass. Jiang Chen was speechless. De Huang Dog had shown him why it was so easy to advance. Swish. The door to De Huang Dog's room opened by itself. De Huang Dog turned into a golden light and rushed out of the room, arriving beside Jiang Qin. Brat, how long did I sleep? De Huang Dog asked. Including the day before, 3 days in total. You sure sleep well. Jiang Qin glared at De Huang Dog. Only 3 days, I'll go back and sleep for a few more days. After saying that, De Huang Dog turned around and went back into the room. Jiang Qin's forehead was covered with black hair as he grabbed onto De Huang Dog's tail. Woof. Brat, let go. Damn it, you've slept for 3 days and you still want to sleep? Sleep your ass. Daddy is going to the Myriad Demon Mountain to hunt some demon beasts. Are you coming or not? If not, you can just stay here and have a good sleep. Jiang Qin said. Myriad Demon Mountain hunting demon beasts? De Huang Dog's ears stood up, and his eyes were shining with a strange light. When are we going? Daddy is going crazy. Going out and having fun was De Huang Dog's favorite. On the first day he came to the Black Sect, he couldn't stay still. Now, when he heard that he was going to the Myriad Demon Mountain, De Huang Dog became really interested. Now, if we leave now, we can reach the Myriad Demon Mountain before nightfall. Jiang Qin said. The Myriad Demon Mountain isn't that far away, only 1,000 miles. With our speed we can reach there in a short while. De Huang Dog said. It was dusk right now, and for Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog who could fly, 1,000 miles of distance could be covered in just a blink of an eye. You know about the Myriad Demon Mountain? Jiang Qin was startled. There's no place in the Qi province that I don't know. The Myriad Demon Mountain is a training ground for disciples of the Black Sect. Demon beasts roam the place, it's a dangerous and exciting place. De Huang Dog was excited. Let's not waste any more time, let's go now. After saying that, Jiang Qin unleashed his blood wings and flew up into the sky. De Huang Dog unleashed his wings and followed closely behind Jiang Qin, dancing with excitement. The Black Sect was located in the northern part of the Qi province, and the Myriad Demon Mountain was located in the northern part of the Black Sect. It could be said to be the border of the Qi province, and it was next to another big province in the eastern continent. The last ray of light between the heavens and the earth was about to disappear, and night had fallen. Angry roars of demon beasts sounded out from within the Myriad Demon Mountain, and it brought fear to the entire ancient forest in this mountain range. 2 figures appeared soundlessly in the sky above the Myriad Demon Mountain. They were Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. Wang Yun said that most of the demon beasts in Sector 1 are at the Qi Immortal Core realm. For me it's not a challenge at all. Let's go straight to Sector 2. After saying that, Jiang Qin flapped his blood wings and flew straight towards Sector 2. De Huang Dog followed behind while wagging his tail. With Jiang Qin's current strength, there was almost no mortal core warrior who could withstand a single strike from him. The first sector of the Myriad Demon Mountain was no longer a challenge for him. De Huang Dog had broken through to the late mortal core realm. With his dragon horse bloodline's strength and terrifying body, ordinary heavenly core warriors were no match for him. When Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were together, they were a super abnormal combination. If someone thought they were just ordinary mortal core warriors and tried to find trouble with them, the result would be horrible. When the night fell, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were already 1,000 miles deep into the Myriad Demon Mountain. This place was only a few dozen miles away from Sector 2. We're about to enter Sector 2. The demon beasts that will appear should be very strong. Jiang Qin said. He retracted his blood wings and descended from the sky. The place where Jiang Qin descended was a black protrusion. The protrusion looked like a bumpkin, and it didn't attract anyone's attention. Even Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog didn't pay attention to it. Slap, when Jiang Qin's feet landed on the black bumpkin, a slapping sound could be heard. But right after that, Jiang Qin felt something was wrong because the bumpkin actually felt soft. At the same time, a huge force suddenly rushed out from under his feet, and it rushed towards Jiang Qin like an avalanche. Fuck. Jiang Qin was shocked. He hurriedly dashed out and retreated a few hundred meters away. De Huang Dog descended from the sky and stood next to Jiang Qin. The man and dog stared at the bumpkin in surprise. Then the bumpkin suddenly jumped up. Roar! A furious roar tore apart the darkness of the forest. The bumpkin jumped up and turned into a huge black monster. Which bastard disturbed my sleep? The bumpkin furiously roared. Since it could speak, it must be a heavenly core demon lord. After all, there were only a few existences like De Huang Dog. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog had a good look at the demon lord's face. It was a huge black python, and its body was only a few hundred meters long. Just by raising its head it was already huge. It was angrily looking down at the man and dog. Chapter 117. Buddy, did you step on some shit when you went out? What bad luck. The Huang dog rolled his eyes speechlessly. He had just landed at a random spot and stepped on a demon lord. This was really bad luck. Luckily Jiangchen was the one who got lucky. If he was an ordinary mortal core warrior, he would have been devoured by this demon lord, and not even his bones would be left behind. It would be a horrible death. I never expected to see a heavenly core demon lord in Sector 1. Luckily this serpent is only at the early heavenly core realm, we should be able to handle it. Jiangchen sighed. Initially he wanted to kill some peak mortal core demon beasts at the border of Sector 1 and 2, absorb their demon souls, and at least form a few new dragon marks, increasing his combat strength. With that, he would have a higher chance of entering Sector 2, but he never expected to meet a heavenly core demon lord as soon as he arrived. Puny human, how dare you step on me? You're courting death, courting death. You puny human and dog, stand there and don't move. Let me devour both of you as a punishment for disturbing my sleep and stepping on me. The black serpent spoke with a voice as loud as a bell. The breath coming out of its mouth brought up a foul smell. It was really unpleasant. Damn it, this big guy really thinks too highly of himself. It's fine if he wants to eat us, but he wants us to stand here and let him devour us? Is he crazy? The Huang dog was so angry that he started laughing. This black serpent was really funny. How dare he talk to the Huang dog like that? He was just courting death. This is a black swamp serpent. It loves to sleep, that's why it chose to sleep at the border of Sector 1 and 2. Basically it won't be disturbed. However, this black swamp serpent is really strong, we can't be careless. Jiangchen said. Although this black swamp serpent was also an early heavenly core warrior, it was definitely not someone Li Wuling could compare with. Jiangchen could kill Li Wuling with ease, but it was basically impossible for him to kill this black swamp serpent. Demonic beasts had tough skin and flesh, powerful physical strength, and exuberant blood qi. These were their biggest advantages over human cultivators. Under normal circumstances, when a cultivator of the same level fought against a demonic beast of the same level, he or she would have very little chance of winning. As for this black swamp serpent, even Yin Zhongqing might not be a match for it. You two puny fellows, hurry up and walk into my mouth, save me the trouble of doing it myself. The black swamp serpent spoke again. It was not hard to imagine how lazy this big guy was, to the extent that it was too lazy to even open its mouth to eat. Jiangchen had finally found a master that could sleep better than the Huang dog. Fuck, get it? The Huang dog was the first one who couldn't take it anymore. It turned into a golden light and charged toward the black swamp serpent. You're just a dog and you dare to attack me? You're simply courting death. Watch me eat you up. The black swamp serpent didn't put the Huang dog in its eyes at all. It opened its mouth wide, waiting for the Huang dog to be sent into its mouth. You want to eat me? Why don't you check if your teeth are hard enough? The Huang dog laughed out loud. A powerful wave of qi suddenly burst out from his body. Sensing this unparalleled energy, the black swamp serpent's expression finally changed. It hurriedly closed its mouth, and beams of black light appeared on top of its head, charging toward the Huang dog. Bang! The two ferocious fellows collided with each other, producing a clanging sound that sounded like iron being struck. Sparks flew out from the point of collision. The black swamp serpent let out an anguished wail. It felt dizzy and its whole world was filled with little stars. Its huge body instantly shrunk, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a man wearing a black robe. The man was also very muscular. He was 8 feet tall and he looked like he was in his 40s. Both of his eyes were glowing with a vicious light. The man in black was shaking his body, and he kept shaking his dizzy head. Damn it, why is this dog's head so hard? Even I can't beat him. The black swamp serpent couldn't help but curse. It was shocked in its heart. It looked at the Huang dog in front of it and it no longer looked down on him. Jiangchen, who was behind them, was shocked as well. After the Huang dog broke through to the late mortal core realm, he had become incredibly strong. Perhaps his combat strength had surpassed Jiangchen's. Looking at the current situation, even if Jiangchen didn't do anything, the Huang dog would be able to kill the black swamp serpent by himself. What's the use of having a hard head? I can still eat you up. The black swamp serpent was enraged. He waved his hand and unleashed a black airwave towards the Huang dog and Jiangchen. This black airwave not only had a powerful force, it also carried a foul smell that made people want to vomit. Damn stinky. Buddy, this black swamp serpent is really strong. Let's attack together and kill him as soon as possible. De Huang Dog cursed. He dragged his muscular body, and a golden light surrounded his body as he dashed towards the black swamp serpent. Jiang Chen was even more direct. With a shake of his hand, he took out the Axe of Thunder and unleashed the Clap of Thunder combat skill. A bright golden axe light slashed towards the black swamp serpent. Bang! De Huang Dog's energy and Jiang Chen's Axe of Thunder collided violently with the black swamp serpent. No matter how strong the black swamp serpent was, it couldn't withstand the full impact of these two ferocious fellows. At the center of the energy collision, there were black chi waves everywhere, and all the trees within a radius of 1 mile were destroyed. Some of the nearby demon beasts felt such a strong battle fluctuation, and directly fled in all directions, panicking and not knowing where to go. Bam! The black swamp serpent was sent flying, smashing through 3 big trees in a row. It fell to the ground and vomited blood. Damn it! Where did these two freaks come from? How could they be so strong? The black swamp serpent cursed. The fierce glint in its eyes had been replaced by deep fear. Kaka go! Kill him! De Huang Dog dashed out with a swoosh. His speed was so fast that he was like a golden light. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of the black swamp serpent. Bam! The black swamp serpent didn't even have the chance to react. It was knocked another 2 to 3 miles away. Roared the black swamp serpent kept roaring angrily. It flew towards Jiang Chen and Big Yellow, and with a shake of its body, it transformed back into its true form. Its thick tail was like a black pillar, sweeping towards Jiang Chen and Big Yellow. Wherever the tail passed, a piercing sound could be heard, and even the air was violently trembling. An arrow at the end of its flight. Jiang Chen sneered and raised his axe. On the other side, De Huang Dog dashed toward the black swamp serpent again with its head on its head. Bam bam bam, De Huang Dog was too ferocious and fast. He kept changing his position, and his indestructible head kept smashing into the black swamp serpent's body. The black swamp serpent was in a daze. Blood kept spurting out of its mouth, and its aura was gradually weakening. Swoosh! At this moment, Jiang Chen's battle axe fell from the sky. It was also extremely fast, and it landed right on the black swamp serpent's head. Puchi! The Axe of Thunder was a high-ranked combat weapon, and it was extremely powerful. It directly split the black swamp serpent's head in half. A demon soul that was glowing brightly flew out from the black swamp serpent's head, and Jiang Chen grabbed it in his hand. De Huang Dog was even more ferocious. He bit the black swamp serpent's neck and tore out a huge python gallbladder, then swallowed it. Kaka, this python gallbladder is a great tonic. Your father will gladly accept it. De Huang Dog was very excited. Jiang Chen patted De Huang Dog's head with an appreciative expression. De Huang Dog had performed well today. If it wasn't for De Huang Dog following him, although he could still deal with the black swamp serpent, he would have to spend a lot of effort, and wouldn't have been able to kill it so easily. Brat, treat your father better in the future. Your father is a first-class warrior. Besides, if you dare to neglect your father, you won't get a share of any treasures that your father finds in the future. De Huang Dog bared his teeth at Jiang Chen and threatened him. Damn it, I told you that you're fat and you're so arrogant, but now you're so arrogant that your tail is in the sky? Jiang Chen kicked Big Yellow's head. He finally understood that he couldn't be too polite to this dog. If he was too polite to him, he wouldn't be able to recognize who he was. An early heavenly core demon lord's demon soul is very useful for me. If I absorb it, I'll be able to form at least 5 dragon marks. Jiang Chen had a joyful expression on his face. As he was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, he had an advantage that surpassed ordinary men. Just absorbing a demon soul alone was something that no ordinary man could compare with. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen swallowed the demon soul. With the circulation of the dragon transformation skill, in just 10 minutes, the demon soul was completely absorbed, leaving nothing behind. Buzz? A buzzing sound could be heard from the Qi Si in his dantian. Just as Jiang Chen had expected, the black swamp serpent's demon soul had allowed him to form another 5 dragon marks. Within his Qi Si, the new dragon marks were vibrating, and they seemed to be very excited. Soon they merged with his mortal core. The formation of each new dragon mark represents the improvement of my combat strength. Now, I've formed 45 dragon marks. As long as I can form another 15 dragon marks, I'll be able to break through to the late mortal core realm. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. During this trip to the Myriad Demon Mountain, he was confident that he could break through to the late mortal core realm. As long as he could break through to the late mortal core realm, with the terrifying dragon transformation skill, he would be able to kill an early heavenly core warrior with just a wave of his hand. Even if he met a mid-heavenly core warrior, he would still be able to fight. Too bad, if only the dragon transformation skill could go through some changes, my cultivation speed would be even faster. Jiang Chen thought to himself. After that, he looked at De Huang Dog with a smile on his face. Damn it, what are you trying to do? With that look in your eyes, I'm sure you're up to no good. De Huang Dog quivered. Jiang Chen's eyes made him feel uneasy. Hee De Huang, look at our relationship, are we brothers? Jiang Chen laughed. Brothers my ass, I'm not your brother. De Huang Dog denied it without hesitation. He immediately distanced himself from Jiang Chen. De Huang, let me discuss something with you. Get me another bowl of blood. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. What? More blood? One bowl? Fuck you. De Huang Dog turned around and walked towards Sector 2 of the Myriad Demon Mountain. So stingy you won't even give me a bowl of blood. Chapter 118. Bam. Oh. Along with a shrill cry, a huge creature crashed onto the ground, creating a huge crater. A 30-meter-long rhinoceros wriggled for a few seconds before it died. A bloody hole was dug out from the rhinoceros head, and next to the carcass stood a young man in white clothes. He was holding a shining demon soul in his hand. The demon soul in the young man's hand kept shrinking, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared. It had been completely absorbed. Late mortal core demon beasts are still too weak, they can't help me much. I've absorbed 3 late mortal core demon souls, but I only managed to form 1 dragon mark. Looks like I'll have to look for more heavenly core demon beasts. Jiang Chen said. The place where he and De Huang Dog were standing right now had already entered Sector 2. Maybe they hadn't gone too deep, so they hadn't met any heavenly core demon beasts yet. The few they had met were all late mortal core demon beasts. What kind of skill are you cultivating? How can you absorb and absorb demon souls endlessly? You're not human. De Huang Dog couldn't help but ask. He had always been curious about the skill Jiang Chen was cultivating. From Red City until now, Jiang Chen had absorbed countless demon souls. Without the support of a real skill, a human warrior wouldn't be able to do this. Do you want to know? Yes. Give me a bowl of blood and I'll tell you. I'll give you a bowl of urine. Do you want it? Get lost. Bang! The sky and earth were shaking. The violent shockwaves from the battle shook the entire mountain range, scaring away many demon beasts. In front of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, an early heavenly core demon beast was killed, and its demon soul was dug out by Jiang Chen. With the help of the dragon transformation skill, Jiang Chen absorbed the demon soul very quickly. But this time, 1 demon soul could only help Jiang Chen form 4 dragon marks. Including the one he had formed before, he now had a total of 50 dragon marks in his chi. Sure enough, the dragon transformation skill is getting more and more difficult to cultivate. The amount of energy required is also increasing. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to condense the remaining 10 dragon marks. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The dragon transformation skill was indeed worthy of being an ancient divine skill, a supreme divine skill. Aside from being terrifying, the difficulty of cultivating it was also incomparable to ordinary skills. It was hard to imagine how much energy Jiang Chen needed to condense 100,000 dragon marks. If it were to be described with numbers, it would be an astronomical figure. In the Thousand Monster Mountain, the monsters run amok and their numbers are uncountable. As long as you have the ability, leveling up here is absolutely not a problem. However, if you continue to refine and absorb like this, in a situation where you are in such a rush for success, will it affect your foundation? De Huang Dog asked worriedly. Jiang Chen's extreme cultivation method could be compared to the cultivation methods of demons. Although it could allow him to quickly obtain energy and improve his cultivation level, it would seriously affect his foundation. Once his foundation became unstable, his future path would be very difficult. I know what I'm doing. With my current foundation, it's enough for me to crazily absorb energy until I break through to the heavenly core realm, and it won't affect my foundation. But once I break through to the late mortal core realm, I'll stop temporarily and go back to concocting a pill to stabilize my foundation. Jiang Chen said. Comparing cultivation experience, he was the ancestor of all ancestors. How could he allow his foundation to become unstable? Although this was the first time he was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, his cultivation plan was very clear. Every step he took was within the scope of his plan. But, this second sector of the Myriad Monster Mountain gives me a dangerous feeling. This place is filled with demonic energy, and I'm sure there are some extremely powerful demon beasts here. Even you and I can't handle them. Therefore we have to be careful when we travel here and we can't go too deep. A serious expression emerged on De Huang Dog's face. Jiang Qin nodded his head as well. After all, the Myriad Monster Mountain couldn't be compared with Mount Origin. Although he and De Huang Dog were abnormal beings, they were still only at the mortal core realm. They could easily handle an early heavenly core demon beast, but if they were to bump into a mid-heavenly core demon beast, they would have to run for their lives. There was a saying that a realm was like a different world, a world was like heaven and earth. The difference of a single realm was huge, especially after breaking through to the heavenly core realm. Jiang Qin had to break through to the late mortal core realm, only then would he have the chance to fight a mid-heavenly core demon beast. Oh right, De Huang Dog, did you sense the existence of any treasures? Jiang Qin asked with anticipation. Not yet. But, an ancient mountain like the Myriad Monster Mountain might have some good stuff. But good treasures usually come with risks, so don't get your hopes up. De Huang Dog said. Half an hour later, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog had gone 100 miles into Sector 2 of the Myriad Monster Mountain. In front of them was a combat wolf that was glowing in a golden light. Its ferocious eyes were staring at Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog without blinking. The bloody combat wolf, the king of all wolves. Be careful, this wolf is much stronger than the black swamp serpent. Jiang Qin said with a serious tone, but at the same time he was very excited. He was very familiar with the bloody combat wolf, it was the king of all wolves, and it had the true bloodline of the Wolf King. No matter how strong it is, it's just an early heavenly core warrior. If you and I work together, killing it won't be a problem. De Huang Dog licked his lips. A powerful fighting spirit was unleashed from his body. The bloody combat wolf was indeed much harder to deal with than the black swamp serpent, but De Huang Dog was a descendant of a divine beast, so he wouldn't have any problems fighting someone with a higher level. Besides, the current Jiang Qin was much stronger than when he was fighting the black swamp serpent. 50 dragon marks couldn't be compared with 40 dragon marks, so he was confident he could defeat this bloody combat wolf. Let's do this. After saying that, Jiang Qin immediately unleashed his 6 solar fingers. 3 huge golden fingers lit up the dark sky as they dashed towards the bloody combat wolves. At the same time, Big Yellow spat out a huge golden energy ball. Jiang Qin didn't know what Big Yellow's skill was, but the energy ball he spat out was truly terrifying. Jiang Qin didn't know what Big Yellow's skill was, but the energy ball he spat out was truly terrifying. Roar! The bloody combat wolf let out a furious roar. At the same time, a bright golden light shot out from its body towards the 6 solar fingers and De Huang Dog's energy ball. The powerful energy ripples were like 3 erupting volcanoes colliding with each other. It was as if the entire forest was experiencing a massive earthquake. Large amounts of sparks appeared in the air, forming a sea of flames. Terrifying energy ripples filled the air. Tap tap tap. The bloody combat wolf was no match for the 2 enemies at the same time. Its majestic body was forced back a few steps before it could regain its balance. 2 mortal core warriors, how could you force me back? This is ridiculous. But since you have really angered me, I'll let you die a horrible death. The bloody combat wolf threatened. The arrogant Wolf King was about to get angry, and the consequences were going to be severe. Swoosh swoosh. In the blink of an eye, the one bloody combat wolf turned into 9. 9 identical bloody combat wolves formed a circle around Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. Damn it, what kind of strategy is this? De Huang Dog's expression changed. One bloody combat wolf had turned into 9. Furthermore, with his eyesight, he couldn't tell which one was the real bloody combat wolf. This is the bloody combat wolf's innate ability, it's called the 9 phantom wolves. This innate ability doesn't have any attack power, but it's extremely frightening. It can create 9 phantoms in an instant, and each of the phantoms is exactly the same as the real one. It can confuse the enemy. Jiang Qin explained. His eyes were glowing with a golden light. This innate ability was no doubt very frightening, and it was impossible to defend against. The 8 phantoms would move together with the real bloody combat wolf, and they would attack the same way. If the enemy couldn't tell which one was the real bloody combat wolf, then the consequences would be very serious. Swoosh! De Huang Dog turned into a golden light and dashed out. With lightning speed he rammed into one of the combat wolves. With a bang the combat wolf turned into bubbles. It was actually a phantom. Damn it. De Huang dog cursed. The feeling of not being able to attack the enemy was very depressing. De Huang, use your light wings and block its attack first. I'll find out which one is the real bloody combat wolf. Jianghu said. All right. A pair of wings grew out from De Huang dog's back, and he was ready for battle. Jianghu's divine sense rushed out and swept through the phantoms of the combat wolf, but he couldn't tell which one was the phantom and which one was the real one. Haha, you want to see through my 9 phantom wolves? Don't waste your time. The bloody combat wolf laughed out loud, and each of the phantoms let out the same sound. The phantoms that were shattered by De Huang dog earlier actually manifested again. 9 combat wolves charged at the same time, charging towards Jianghu and De Huang dog. De Huang dog let out a cold snort. With a flap of his light wings, he turned into a golden beam and circled around Jianghu, not giving the combat wolf any chance to hurt Jianghu. A sneer emerged on Jianghu's face. The innate ability of the 9 phantom wolves was really frightening. If it was any other ordinary man, he or she would definitely die today. Even if it was a mid-heavenly core warrior, he or she would still be tortured to death by the bloody combat wolf. But too bad, the bloody combat wolf's opponent was Jianghu, and it was destined that things wouldn't go as he wished. Perhaps no one from the courtyard would be able to see through his 9 phantom wolves, but Jianghu could. He circulated the great soul derivation skill, and threads of soul energy started flowing out from his body. The great soul derivation skill was a supreme skill, it was the pinnacle of all soul training skills. It could see through the source, and under the detection of the great soul derivation skill, the bloody combat wolf had nowhere to hide. Bang! Immortal my ass. De Huang dog cursed angrily. Although he was extremely fast, his vision was blurred by 7 or 8 phantoms. Under the attack of so many phantoms, it gave the bloody combat wolf an opportunity. De Huang dog's sturdy body was knocked away by the force of the attack. Luckily, De Huang dog had thick skin and thick muscles. If it was any other man, he or she would have been killed by the impact. After knocking De Huang dog away, the 9 bloody combat wolves once again dashed towards Jianghu. Jianghu suddenly turned around. With a pair of bright eyes, he locked onto one of the bloody combat wolves. The bloody combat wolf's eyes trembled. It had a bad feeling. Indeed, a golden battle axe appeared in Jianghu's hand. He ignored the attacks from the other combat wolves and forcefully swung the axe towards the bloody combat wolf he had locked onto. De Huang, this is the main body, attack him. Chapter 119. The great soul derivation technique was too terrifying. The exquisite soul perception directly penetrated the bloody combat wolf's origin and saw through its true form. Even De Huang dog couldn't help but praise Jianghu. Roar! De Huang dog let out a roar. In midair, he abruptly changed his direction and pounced towards the bloody combat wolf like an arrow released from a bow. The dog's head shone with a brilliant light. It was simply indestructible. With this collision, even a mountain would be smashed into pieces. Rumble. On the other side, Jianghu swung his axe high and reached the bloody combat wolf's head in the blink of an eye. De Huang dog and Jianghu had locked onto the bloody combat wolf's true form, completely ignoring the attacks of the phantoms. The bloody combat wolf's expression changed dramatically. It never imagined that Jianghu would be able to see through its true form with a single glance. It was very surprising. The bloody combat wolf's mind trembled and actually lost focus for a short moment. In a battle between experts, a short moment of inattention would undoubtedly be fatal. The bloody combat wolf originally still had the strength to fight, but because it was too shocked that its 9 phantom wolves had been seen through, it lost focus and brought true destruction to itself. Bang! Clang! De Huang dog's head and Jianghu's axe of thunder landed on the bloody combat wolf's body at the same time. The bloody combat wolf let out a miserable cry as half of its body was chopped off by the axe, causing blood to spurt out crazily. As for De Huang dog's head, it was smashed into a mess, and its internal organs were all crushed. The bloody combat wolf was not dead yet, but it was too heavily injured. It was already an arrow at the end of its flight, so it was chopped off by Jianghu's axe. The moment the bloody combat wolf died, the 8 phantoms also disappeared. Haha, you're really amazing. You can actually see through the bloody combat wolf's true form. This daddy has to look at you in a different light. De Huang dog laughed excitedly. A large part of the reason why I was able to kill the bloody combat wolf so easily is because of luck. Jiang Chen smiled. As the king of wolves, the bloody battle wolf was absolutely not that easy to kill. Even if he broke through the 9 phantom wolves without an intense and cruel battle, it would be impossible to take down the bloody battle wolf. Jiang Chen's luck lay in the bloody combat wolf's mentality. If it wasn't for the fact that the bloody combat wolf was distracted at a crucial moment and lost its chance to escape, it wouldn't have died so quickly. Even if it couldn't defeat Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog in the end, it probably wouldn't have been a problem for it to escape. In fact, the reason why the bloody combat wolf was absent-minded wasn't because he had a bad mentality, it was because he was too confident in his 9 phantom wolves. No one had ever been able to break his cloning skill, but this young man in front of him who was only at the mortal core realm had seen through his real body and broken his 9 phantom wolves with just a single look. How could the bloody combat wolf not be shocked? And while he was shocked, he lost his life. I don't care about luck or not. I just want to know, after you absorb the bloody combat wolf's demon soul, will you be able to obtain the 9 phantom wolves? The Huang Dog looked at Jiang Chen with an expectant expression. He clearly remembered that when Jiang Chen absorbed the blood-winged hawk's demon soul, not only did he obtain the blood wings, he also obtained the blood-winged hawk's innate ability, the sonic hawk cry. If he could obtain the bloody combat wolf's 9 phantom wolves as well, then it would be really terrifying. The 9 phantom wolves was much more powerful than the sonic hawk cry. I have to get it. If you give me your demon soul, I can also obtain your complete bloodline. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. Jiang Chen looked at the Huang Dog. Fuck off. The Huang Dog opened his mouth and bit towards Jiang Chen's butt. Oh fuck, stupid dog, I was just kidding, let go. Jiang Chen slapped the Huang Dog and sent him flying away. He rubbed his butt with all his strength. This dog was too cruel, he just wanted to bite him without any warning. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed the demon soul from the bloody combat wolf's head. Sensing the pure energy coming from the demon soul, Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but shine with a strange light. The demon soul of a demon beast with a unique bloodline was much stronger than ordinary demon souls. The bloody combat wolf's demon soul not only contained energy, it also contained a powerful bloodline and innate abilities. For Jiang Chen, who was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, this was the rarest treasure. If he could absorb the demon soul with the help of the energy and bloodline, Jiang Chen was confident that he could break through to the late mortal core realm. Just when Jiang Chen was about to absorb the bloody combat wolf's demon soul, something unexpected happened. A bright sword beam pierced through the night sky with incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived above Jiang Chen's head. A sneak attack. This was a sword beam unleashed by a human combat weapon. With such a powerful attack, the attacker was at least a mid-heavenly core warrior. A mid-heavenly core warrior trying to sneak attack Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He knew this wasn't good. He put away the demon soul and retreated with lightning speed. But even so, he was still too late. The sword beam had cut through Jiang Chen's shoulder and left a deep wound. Blood was flowing out from the wound. Who is it? Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. Even if it was an early heavenly core warrior who was struck by the sword just now, he or she would have died for sure. The sword strike came without any warning, and only a man like Jiang Chen who had quick reflexes could have dodged it. Swoosh, along with an ear-piercing sound, a black figure appeared in front of Jiang Chen like a ghost. The man was wearing tight black clothes and his face was covered by a black veil. Even his head was covered by the black veil, and only a pair of cold eyes could be seen. The black-clothed man stared at the injured Jiang Chen with surprise. He said with a hoarse voice, "You were able to dodge this attack, what a miracle." The hoarse voice was obviously a disguise. The black-clothed man did this because he didn't want Jiang Chen to recognize him. "You're from the Black Sect, why do you want to kill me?" Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. This was the Myriad Demon Mountain, the training ground of the Black Sect. Normally, people from the other 3 big sects wouldn't appear here. Besides, this black-clothed man obviously came prepared. It had only been a few hours since Jiang Chen left the Black Sect. Perhaps only someone from the Black Sect could accurately predict where he would go. Because of this, Jiang Chen felt puzzled. He had just arrived in the Qi province, and the grudge between him and Yin Zhongcheng had been settled. What was left was the grudge between him and the Tianjin Gate and the Burning Sky Pavilion. He really couldn't think of any reason why someone from the Black Sect would want to kill him. Besides, he was now a disciple of the Black Sect, and he had helped the Black Sect win first place in the Qi province competition, bringing them great glory. More importantly, Jiang Chen had never had any contact with any Heavenly Core warriors from the Black Sect, let alone offending them. But now, someone from the Black Sect wanted to assassinate him. This was really unreasonable. You won't have the chance to find out. I'm killing you today to teach you a lesson. Don't be too arrogant in your next life. There are some people you can't afford to offend. The black-clothed man said in a slow manner. After saying that, the black-clothed man raised the long sword in his hand and swung it towards Jiang Chen. The bright sword beam locked onto Jiang Chen's aura, making it impossible for him to dodge. As a mid-heavenly core warrior, he still had to use a mid-ranked combat weapon to deal with a mortal core warrior. This showed how determined this black-clothed man was to kill Jiang Chen. Fuck. Jiang Chen cursed. He didn't have the time to think about why the black-clothed man wanted to kill him. Right now, running for his life was the most important thing. The axe of thunder appeared in his hand, and he used it to cut off the sword beam from locking onto him. After that, he swung the axe again. At the same time, De Huang Dog spat out a golden energy ball towards the black-clothed man. Bang! The destructive energy started wreaking havoc. The mid-heavenly core warrior in front of them was obviously an inner-circle disciple of the Black Sect, a genius of the younger generation. His strength was not something an ordinary mid-heavenly core warrior could compare with. Even if Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were to fight together, they would still be no match for the black-clothed man. This collision had caused both Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's qi and blood to boil. It was an unbearable pain. Run! Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. Using the rebounding force, he stretched out his blood wings. Then he and De Huang Dog turned into two bright lights and dashed towards Sector 2. This guy is really strong and that dog can't be underestimated as well. But, in front of me, you won't even have the chance to run away. The black-clothed man sneered. He turned into a black smoke and chased after them. The weapon Jiang Chen is holding is a high-ranked combat weapon. A tiny mortal core warrior actually owns a high-ranked combat weapon. What a waste. If I can get my hands on a high-ranked combat weapon, my combat strength will definitely increase to another level. A greedy look emerged in the black-clothed man's eyes. A high-ranked combat weapon was extremely attractive to a heavenly core warrior. Rumble! A loud explosion sounded out. The bright sword beam once again chased after them from behind. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had no choice but to block it. Damn it, we can't go on like this. A mid-heavenly core warrior, we are no match for him. De Huang Dog said in a gloomy manner. Run towards the center of Sector 2, he doesn't dare go too deep. A ruthless expression emerged on Jiang Chen's face. With the help of the blood wings and the dimensional shift skill, even when he was injured, his speed had increased by a lot. As for De Huang Dog, after he broke through to the late mortal core realm, his speed was as fast as lightning. But the black-clothed man's speed wasn't slow either, and he kept chasing after them. What? Entering the center of Sector 2? Buddy, are you crazy? That's no different than courting death. De Huang Dog widened his eyes and stared at Jiang Chen. Do you have a better idea? I have no choice but to give it my all. As long as I have the chance to absorb the bloody combat wolf's demon soul, I won't have to be afraid of him when I break through to the late mortal core realm. Jiang Chen said. The black-clothed man had appeared just in time. If he had arrived half an hour later, Jiang Chen would have absorbed the bloody combat wolf's demon soul, and he wouldn't have to be afraid of this mid-heavenly core black-clothed man. But too bad, the black-clothed man didn't give Jiang Chen enough time to absorb the demon soul. Jiang Chen just give up. If you go any further, you will reach the center of Sector 2 and you will die there. The black-clothed man threatened Jiang Chen, but when he saw that Jiang Chen didn't show any signs of stopping, the black-clothed man's expression wasn't as firm as before. Just like what Jiang Chen had thought, Sector 2 of the Myriad Demon Mountain was extremely dangerous. Even the black-clothed man wouldn't dare go too deep. Chase after me if you can. Chapter 120. Damn it, what a crazy man. But Daddy likes this kind of exciting thing, Kaka. De Huang Dog was running with all his might while laughing out loud. Following Jiang Chen, this crazy man had never been short of excitement and excitement. Just like right now, a mortal core warrior dared to run wild in Sector 2, perhaps only Jiang Chen had the guts to do so. Bang! The man in black followed closely behind and kept attacking. But because Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were too fast, his attacks were basically useless. Damn it, how can this man and dog run so fast? No, I need to keep chasing after them. If they enter the inner area of Sector 2, even I will be in great danger. This time, Senior Disciple Fan has given us a death order. We must kill Jiangchen no matter what. Looks like I'll have to use the silent poison needle Senior Disciple Fan gave me. The man in black said to himself. Jiangchen and De Huang Dog's speed was too fast. He had never seen a mortal core warrior or demon beast with such speed. He couldn't even catch up with them. Initially he thought that assassinating Jiangchen would be an easy task, but he didn't expect it to be so tricky. But the man in black didn't panic. While maintaining the distance between him and Jiangchen and De Huang Dog, he took out a needle in an unhurried manner. The long and narrow needle was glowing in an eerie light, and one could easily tell that it was a poisonous needle. The poisonous needle was the size of a palm, and the poison on it was obviously very strong. The man in black was being extremely careful. He only wrapped the needle with his yuan energy, and didn't dare touch it with his palm. This silent poison needle is mixed with the netherworld flower, black orchid, and dozens of other poisons. There is no antidote in this world, and anyone below the divine core realm who is hit by this needle will die for sure. The poison can even corrode one's yuan energy. Jiangchen, it is your honor to be killed by this silent poison needle. If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck for offending someone you shouldn't have. The black-clothed man's eyes revealed a cold and gloomy glint. The poisonous needle in his hand slowly rose and was suddenly pushed forward. The poisonous needle turned into a dim light and silently rushed towards Jiangchen. These poisonous needles were made of extremely special materials and were known to be soundless. Once they were used, they were truly soundless, catching the enemy off guard. However, with Jiangchen's perception, he was still able to sense it. However, Jiangchen and De Huang Dog were running away. Moreover, the black-clothed man had been attacking with his battle weapon. Jiangchen didn't expect that he would suddenly use his poison needles. When the poisonous needle was about to reach him, Jiangchen sensed that something was wrong. He hurriedly moved his body, but he was still a step too late. The poisonous needle pierced into Jiangchen's shoulder, and the poison instantly spread. Under the impact of the poison, Jiangchen's body couldn't help but sway. De Huang, I'm poisoned, carry me? Jiangchen said hurriedly. Fuck, don't you know how to defend against poison yourself? How could you be poisoned? De Huang Dog said gloomily. However, in such a difficult situation he immediately pulled Jiangchen onto his back. The poison on the poisonous needle used by the black-clothed man has already surpassed the poison of the green hellish python. However, it's still far from being able to kill me. Jiangchen sneered. A force rushed to his shoulder, and the poisonous needle was immediately ejected. As for the poison in his body, he didn't care about it at all. Under the circulation of the dragon transformation art, the poison of the green hellish python gushed out from his chi and covered the poison in his body. Because of the green hellish python's poison, Jiangchen's body could turn into a poisonous body at any time. Although the poison from the poisonous needle was powerful, it was unrealistic to destroy a poisonous body. With the help of the green hellish python's poison and the dragon transformation art, the poison on the poisonous needle would only become nutrients for the poison. It would be absorbed and refined by Jiangchen to increase the poison in his body. However, Jiangchen still fell onto De Huang Dog's back. Of course, this was just a disguise. By doing this, he could easily get rid of the black-clothed man behind him. Sure enough, when the black-clothed man saw Jiangchen fall onto De Huang Dog's back, he immediately stopped chasing. Haha, Senior Disciple Fan's silent poison needle is really terrifying. Jiangchen is just a mortal core warrior and he is going to die on the spot. I've completed the mission perfectly this time. When I return, Senior Disciple Fan will definitely reward me handsomely. The black-clothed man laughed out loudly. He had seen the poison needle pierce Jiangchen's body with his own eyes, and he had also seen Jiangchen fall onto De Huang Dog's back without moving. Under such circumstances, Jiangchen was definitely going to die, and he might even be dead right now. As for the De Huang Dog, he wasn't in the black-clothed man's consideration. His target was only Jiangchen. Once we enter Sector 2, the danger will increase exponentially. De Huang Dog will also die, and when that happens we won't even be able to find his body. We'll be able to kill Jiangchen without anyone knowing. The black-clothed man had a proud expression on his face. He turned around and flew out of the myriad demon mountain, and soon he disappeared. De Huang Dog carried Jiangchen and kept running. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the front. De Huang Dog's expression changed. It's a mid-heavenly core demon lord, damn it, our luck is so bad. The Huang dog immediately turned around and ran towards another direction. They were about to enter the center of Sector 2. Not to mention a mid-heavenly core demon lord, even a late heavenly core demon lord would be normal. But, if Jiang Chen and the Huang dog really ran into a late heavenly core demon lord, they would definitely die. Luckily the Huang dog was fast enough. If not, it would be impossible for them to escape from Sector 2. Not long after the Huang dog disappeared, a majestic golden lion appeared at the place where the Huang dog had been. It looked around but didn't find anything, so it turned around and went back. The Huang dog's escaping ability was amazing. Soon he found a remote valley and came to a deserted and hidden cave. Plopped the Huang dog forcefully threw Jiang Chen down from his back. "Damn it, damn dog, can't you be gentler? Will it kill you to just say hello?" Jiang Chen cursed. The Huang dog stared at Jiang Chen with a shocked expression. This guy's face was covered with oil, and he had a dignified appearance. He didn't look like he was poisoned at all. The Huang dog immediately knew he had been tricked, and he had carried Jiang Chen for nothing again. This was intolerable. The Huang dog howled and jumped towards Jiang Chen. "Damn it, damn dog, I was poisoned just now but I just absorbed the poison. Oh bastard, you bit daddy's butt again." Jiang Chen was furious as well. Every time this dog bit his butt it was now swollen. Therefore the man and dog started fighting in the small cave. It felt like they had returned to the time when they first met in Mount Origin. A few minutes later the man and dog stopped fighting, but they were still staring at each other angrily. "Damn it, you tore daddy's clothes, do you want daddy to run around naked?" Jiang Chen looked at the hole on his butt. He had an urge to smash his head into the Huang dog's body and kill him together. "Damn it, what about daddy's panda eye? Damn it, you're too cruel. Daddy's heroic image has been completely ruined." The Huang dog's left eye now had a black panda eye. It was very eye-catching. "Fuck off, protect daddy, I'm going to break through to the late mortal core realm." Jiang Chen glared at the Huang dog, then he found a big green rock and sat down with his legs crossed. He started regulating his energy. The Huang dog was mumbling to himself. But he knew that this was an important moment for Jiang Chen, so he ran to the entrance of the cave and protected Jiang Chen. "You let daddy protect you every time." The Huang dog was unhappy. Jiang Chen ignored the Huang dog. He was regulating his energy. After the fight with the bloody combat wolf and the men in black, he had been injured twice and his energy was in a mess. Before he broke through to the next stage he had to adjust his energy. Right now, within Jiang Chen's Qi, the green hellish python's poison had changed color. The originally green mass of gas was now mixed with black threads. This was the result of fusing with the poison from the Poison King needle. This was the terrifying part of the dragon transformation skill. With the green hellish python's poison as the foundation, no matter how strong the poison was, it would still be absorbed and turned into nutrients for Jiang Chen. After absorbing the poison from the king poison needle, Jiang Chen's poison had become even stronger. Any ordinary heavenly core warrior who was poisoned would die for sure. Jiang Chen took out the bloody combat wolf's demon soul. The demon soul was glowing in a golden light, and powerful energy was leaking out from it. "I'm counting on you now." Jiang Chen opened his mouth and sucked, swallowing the demon soul. Bang! The massive energy contained within the demon soul instantly spread out and rushed into Jiang Chen's limbs and bones. Jiang Chen didn't dare hesitate. He immediately circulated the dragon transformation skill and started absorbing the energy like crazy. Time passed by. Within Jiang Chen's Qi, more and more dragon marks were forming. At dawn, outside of the black sect, a black figure suddenly appeared. It was the man in black who had come to the Myriad Demon Mountain to assassinate Jiang Chen. The man in black quickly took off his black clothes and veil, revealing an ordinary face. He looked like he was in his late 20s and he had an ordinary face. He looked like he was in his late 20s and he looked ordinary. He looked like he was in his late 20s, and no one would notice him if he was thrown into a crowd. However, his cultivation level was not weak, he had reached the mid-heavenly core realm. The young man took out the black sect's uniform from his storage bag and put it on. After that, he started flying towards the black sect. Within the Myriad Demon Mountain, along with the arrival of dawn, the angry roars of demon beasts could be heard continuously. The entire mountain range was filled with demonic energies and it covered the sunlight.